Welcome to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 10 minutes. County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 5 minutes. to the Volusia County Council meeting. The meeting will begin in 2 minutes.
Okay. All right, let's rock and roll. Okay, welcome to the August 15th, 2025 Volusia County Council meeting. In just a moment, we will start with an invocation and the Pledge of Allegiance. You can stand for those when we begin if you care to. The invocation is open to any faith group in Volusia County. If you're a member of a faith group who would like to participate, just please send an email to K, the letter K, Green at volusia.org, and she will get you set up. This morning, it is my pleasure to welcome Rabbi Paul Falk from Ariel Congregation in Orange City. Rabbi, if you would come forward and open us up, I would appreciate it.
Avenu Hashemayim, our Father in heaven, we come before you first and foremost to thank you for the incredible blessings that you just poured into our lives here. We thank you for the ability of the time and place where we live, because we get to enjoy this freedom and the incredible resources of this county that you've created and give us an opportunity to enjoy. We thank you for the stewards that stand before us right now, that stand up for us and for those resources. We ask that you give them wisdom as they move forward for this entire place, and that it would be a place that is kept as pristine and beautiful so we can pass on to the generations that go forward. Amen and amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have justice for all again. Thank you again. Okay. Krista, would you call the roll, please?
Mr. Kent,
Mr. Kent is here.
Mr. Reinhardt,
Here.
Mr. Robbins,
Here.
Mr. Santiago,
Here.
Mr. Dempsey,
Here.
Mr. Johansson,
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. We have a full house, full dais anyway, and we will then start our meeting the way that we always do with public comments. When I call your name, please come up to the podium. Make sure that a microphone is near your mouth so that we can hear you and that it can be broadcast to millions of people around the world. And you want to be heard clearly. Tell us your name, and you don't have to give your full address. Just tell us where you live in the county so that your representative up here knows that where you're from. And we ask that you would keep your comments to that pertain to something in Volusia County that this council may be able to act on in the future. And I would also just ask you to take your First Amendment responsibilities seriously and just be considerate of others around you, and let's be respectful with one another and have a good meeting. First up tonight is John Nicholson from Daytona Beach.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. First, on all of your desks, you'll see the form to ask for the New York Post from the city library. On City Island, they have 5 newspapers for liberals. They have one, which one? Wall Street Journal is the only conservative one. So I'm asking for a second one, and the more people I get requesting it, they might do so. I think it's only fair because the county is getting more conservative, and not to have something for them to read, I think is not kosher. Secondly, there was an article on Chitwood, actually 2 or 3, and there's conversations out there. I did the math. He's charging individually a couple of dollars more than what we charge at the city of Daytona Beach. I think it's fair, but I think that the public, since the public associates you with Chitwood and the county, that an explanation should be made. All right, because I don't believe he's in the wrong. I think it's equitable, but I think the public needs to know. Third, Dog Beach. You're going to talk about the horses, but the Dog Beach, they're proposing that half the city of Daytona Beach be a dog beach. It's almost 4 times the size of the beach you have in Ormond. I think it's way too big. So when that comes up to you, I'm asking that you not make half the city of Daytona Beach, because at that point, it'll be all of the beach again, and I think it's a bit too much. And I don't want to mix the horses and the dogs on the same beach. A1A, it's a mess, guys. They just talked about redoing it. They came to the city. They said they're going to redo it. Well, they're going to do A1A next, so in Daytona Beach. I'm asking everybody to pay attention, because it's going to come to your city at some point, all right? And Troy's already made comments about when it hit Ormond, he wasn't happy. Please look at what's happening. You may say, oh, okay, it's just FDOT, I can't do anything about it. They make mistakes. Troy corrected theirs, Daytona Beach is correcting yours. Correct them in your city before it happens, is all I'm asking. The courthouse, you're doing Foxman, renovation. Think about putting on the south side of the building your new addition, your new courthouse, because you could do a lot of sharing if it's on the same property. There's already an area there for prisoners to come in. You can come in from Palmetto, put a hole in that wall. They come in, they go up to the courthouses. They don't even have to see anybody. All right? It's the perfect location. And then put a parking garage across the street. And lastly, see you at the end of the meeting.
Thank you for your comments. Cindy Harris. Mr. Nicholson, do you want us just to give these to the clerk and you'll pick them up? Thank you.
Cindy Harris. I live in District 3. I'm waiting on Krista. Wrong photo. Sideways, there we go. Before you is a photo of beautiful Spruce Creek. This is a water discharge area that sits in the centralized location in eastern Volusia County. It's a water discharge area that feeds into Rose Bay. That water eventually makes its way into Ponce Inlet and out. This is a centrally located area that is a drainage system for a lot of the area in eastern Volusia County. Next photo, please. As you can see, it's sideways. Can you flip it to the left, please? As you can see, it sits in flood zone AE. Next photo, please. Can you flip that one to the right? The other way. Sorry. This is a map of the National Wetlands Inventory. That entire area is in a wetlands. This has not come before you yet, but it's in the zoning review. It shows the existing developments around it. If this area is developed, it is not only going to harm the developments that are around it, but there are a lot of feeder creeks into this Spruce Creek area. So I want you to picture a drain that is backed up in your home. This is going to back up so many areas, north, south, east, and west of this. So it's not only going to harm District 3, it's also going to harm Matt's district, but it could actually potentially harm the districts south of that. So Samsula, it could feed back into Osteen, it could feed back into Deltona. So this is a very potentially dangerous area to develop. The zoning board has already said that along the creek, it needs to be given back to Volusia County with a 50-foot buffer. We already know that 50 foot, if you develop around a 50-foot buffer, it's going to get harmed. So when this does come before you, if I pray it won't, but if it does, I want you to seriously look at this area. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Maureen Letta?
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Morin Letta from Spruce Creek Fly-In, unincorporated Volusia County near Port Orange. I've been a resident since 2003. I'm from District 3. I looked at the rezoning request and maps filed with the Planning Department. The recent request now includes 130 new residences between Quiet Place in the Country and the Spruce Creek Fly-In. From your website, and I quote, "The Volusia County Council has approved funding for 28 stormwater studies totaling $8.6 million. Are we, the residents, paying for the stormwater studies for this zoning variance? How much money are the developers contributing?" To quote again from your website, "This amount may change as the county receives proposals from engineering firms. Also, the county has received requests for studies from municipalities that the county will work through the process to ensure appropriate approvals." I recently drove down Charles Street and Russell Road and looked at the neighbors that will be affected just on Springwater Lane. In the Fly-In, yes, while thoughtful development can foster economic growth, this proposal risks permanent harm to the critical wetland ecosystem. These wetlands are essential for number 1, flood control, number 2, water purification, number 3, habitat preservation. And then please protect this Volusia County waterway system and enhance our environmental oversight. I realize there are lots of moving parts and pieces to be considered, the economic impacts, schools, hospitals, emergency needs, roads, but more importantly, the future of Volusia County. This council can demonstrate that economic progress and environmental stewardship can go hand in hand. I ask all of you to apply this vision and stand against this change of zoning that risks undermining many vital ecosystems. Even if the dishes and pipes are cleaned out periodically, then what? Please vote no to changing the zoning. The residents of both Quiet Place in the Country and Spruce Creek Fly-In oppose the Cross Creek development. And don't look at the ceiling. Many of us will be victims of devastating flooding. Be a part of our lives, please, even if the developers with lawyers and meet FEMA and other recommendations. Please, County Council, you are our elected representatives. Vote no. The PLRDC meeting is in 2 days from now. Sadly, I believe the PLRDC may recommend, and most of you and your friends sitting next to you may probably vote yes. Please take a stand and vote no. At least 4 of you can vote no, can't you? Will you? Please do not approve the change of zoning. Are you listening? I know you can never, ever please everybody, but please, please us. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments. Peggy Hill.
Good afternoon. My name's Peggy Hill. I live on Miller Road in District 1. Miller Lake is still very full. The hurricanes have started for the season and Miller Lake will easily flood. We need a solution to the overfilling of Miller Lake by the city and county. We also need immediate help in reducing the water level in the lake to handle a storm. 2 things that would help and can be done immediately: pump down the lake and revoke the 2017 permit that has caused so much damage. The council can and should direct staff to do these things today. We need a solution as the water is higher than it's ever been. We also need additional St. Johns River Water Management District permits to stop adding to the problem. At the last council meeting, the new ER in Orange City was discussed. While the county didn't show the flow of water from the ER very clearly, it was made clear that overflow for this and other projects is required. Why is overflow required to be directed onto someone else's property? Why is overflow necessary if there's retention? If retention isn't adequate, it should overflow onto its own property. Certainly, it should not be directed towards someone else's property. Crown Center Plaza has applied for a new St. Johns River Water Management District permit. Will you ask for it to be rejected? The permit includes this statement: conveying the overflow discharge from ponds C and D around Pond B and directly into unnamed lake is a substantial improvement. This is Orange City Publix Plaza. They're skipping retention and overflowing directly into unnamed lake. So I'll say that again. They're skipping the retention on the property and asking to overflow directly into unnamed lake, which through Royal Oaks goes to Miller Lake. Yes, this is city, but the county and its residents are affected. If the 2017 permit was revoked, there would be no direct and easy path to Miller Lake. Please take action today. Implement a solution, starting with revoking the 2017 permit and pumping out Miller Lake. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary Singleton.
My name's Gary Singleton. I live in the Port Orange area. I feel compelled to comment on the behavior of certain members of this council during last meeting when you were selecting members of the Charter Review Commission. It was an appalling disregard for the process of representative government and a demonstration by certain members as what I see as an utter contempt for Volusia County citizens. We, the people of Volusia County, elected Chairman Brower to represent us to the best of his ability. He honored our trust by nominating responsible, conscientious people of good character to the Charter Review Commission. Nominees who would make thoughtful, reasonable recommendations for this council to consider. People your constituents would want on this very important commission. But rather than accept these nominations made on behalf of Volusia County citizens and absent any credible objections, certain members banded together to fabricate excuses to falsely justify a no vote. This was the blatant demonstration of contempt for Volusia County citizens. It was a shameless political maneuver intended to suppress the will of the people and load the commission with biased, pro-development members. Members will be expected to make recommendations that are far from being in the best interest of Volusia County citizens. A constitutional republic cannot function as designed when our elected representatives ignore the will of the people. If Volusia County citizens are ever to regain control of our government, it is imperative that we replace you, that we elect representatives dedicated to serving the best interest of Volusia County citizens, not special interests.
Thank you for your comments. Maurice, Linton.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maurice Linton, 359 Miller Road. I am part of the Miller Lake crew, and I just wanted to reiterate the things that Peggy really laid out very well. My property, my 5 acres, is still 2 acres underwater, has been since 2019. I understand in our particular basin there's an ebb and flow to the water levels. I've only seen flow the last few years, no ebb. The request there is, if the water's not going to be leaving the area, the 2 acres, put me in an offer to buy it. The water's going to stay there, I'll sell it. I would rather not pay taxes on land that I'm holding water for no reason. I also have a request. There's a retention area next to Miller Lake that is county property, and it is really overgrown with brush and little saplings, and really needs to be mowed down, and we need to get rid of all the critters and such that are in there, and that is very close to my property as well. I'm not sure who to ask to put in that request, but that would be a big help as well. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Supervisor of Elections, Lisa Lewis. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the County Council. I am Lisa Lewis, Supervisor of Elections for Volusia County, and I just wanted to take a minute to come in and thank you personally for the building that you purchased, not just for elections, but for future growth of county offices. It has been remodeled. We have moved in. We are just still getting settled, but we have at least our warehouse has moved in. We're all together now. And I just wanted to come and tell you thank you. And if you haven't been by there, if you weren't by there before, you may not notice a difference, but those of us that are local, you notice a big difference. On the outside, it has been painted. If you look across the street to where Office Depot and Aldi are, that's what it used to look like. We're totally different. As the previous owner, he came to see it, and he said, "Were you trying to divorce us?" So, but it looks alive now, and I think that will be better for the county also. I did want to personally tell you that the chamber has reached out and wants to do a ribbon cutting for us so we can let everyone know. We've done a mail out, but it's going to be October 21st, and your afternoon meeting, 2:30 or 3 o'clock. So hopefully you can come before you come to the county council meeting, because without you, we don't have a building. And it is very much appreciated. It is laid out so much better than what we've ever had in elections. And I think it's better for the voters. And it is a nice central location coming into DeLand, our county seat. So I just wanted to tell you thank you and look everybody eye to eye and tell you. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for that kind gesture. Jeremy Karaginas.
Hello, My name is Jeremy Karaginas. I'm president of Volusia County Firefighters, Local 3574. I'm here today to just strongly keep advocating for our fire fund to stay flat. I just want to thank a few of you that have reached out, are asking questions, are just considering how that rollback might affect the community. Rollback directly impacts our ability to show up with the staffing and equipment that our community needs, whether it's rescuing families from flooding on No Name Lake, responding to a new motocross track, or adding personnel to ease that paramedic shortage. I don't know if some of you guys pay attention to what's going on in the news, but we're losing a lot of firefighters and paramedics in this county to surrounding counties and cities, making their communities safer. South Daytona is being forced to go down to BLS. New Sombrano may lose a third of their department. And this matters for the county because we contract to those jurisdictions to provide service to the unincorporated areas. So keeping our funding flat is going to help us make up for their shortfalls. I'm going to be grayer or lose my hair more than George is if I keep hearing that this county wants to adopt this 59-minute ambulance response time because we're considered rural. Our ALS fire engines are filling in those gaps for that 59 minutes. Fire engines are already delayed waiting for ALS or BLS ambulances or going out of service when our paramedics ride in. That hurts our primary mission, which the NFPA doesn't recognize. And we'll always be there for our citizens. It should never take longer, though, for an ALS ambulance or BLS to get on scene than it does to Uber Eats a pizza. With the flat funding, we can increase our staffing and help make up for those shortfalls. Again, this is about priorities. Protecting the community is number one, and flat rate is investing in fire rescue. So thank you, guys.
Thank you for your comments. Connie, Colby.
Good afternoon, Connie, Colby, Ormond Beach. I didn't plan to talk right now, but John reminded me of something that I would like to mention about the courthouse. This is the annex in Orange Avenue. I don't know that there's something going on that you're planning on doing any renovation or whatever on that, but I have used that courthouse quite often and the dependency court because I was doing guardian ad litem for about 10 years. And I would like to suggest, if there's planning on this, that the first floor where the dependency court are held, there's a long hallway where the parents and the foster parents sit and wait for the children with the children. The children have to appear about every 6 months, so the children have to be there occasionally. But they're sitting there waiting, and a lot of their parents are in jail, and they're brought to the courthouse. They're kept in some place. I don't know where they're kept, but they seem to walk them through the area where the children are sitting, and these children are saying, "Hi, Mommy and Daddy," and it's kind of a sad situation. So planning forward, give some consideration for how the prisoners are brought into the courtroom so that they don't have to walk in front of their children. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call the last speaker, County Manager, I'm going to ask you at the end, maybe either in our comments or whenever you want to interject on two topics. That because I think you have good news for we are looking ahead and planning, and then also on the firefighter situation. Just giving you a heads up. So the last speaker this morning is Jim Shepard.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Shepard. I've been and I'm in District 1. I was here 3.5 months ago to address a fire sprinkler condition placed on my permit to build a new home in Glenwood Reserve. I've been playing a game of whack-a-mole, if you remember that game, since then with the fire services, growth and resource management, and the assistant county attorney. The arguments that have been provided to support their position have been refuted time and time again. Florida statutes, Florida Administrative Code, Florida Fire Prevention Code, the Development Agreement, and Volusia County Code of Ordinances are all on my side. The intent of the Florida legislature is clear that the code be interpreted uniformly, reasonably, and cost-effectively. Staff, including fire services, would like you to believe that the Florida Fire Prevention Code is a rigid and onerous document that has their hands tied. Let me assure you it is not. In the Florida Fire Prevention Code, there are a number of alternatives to meet the fire flow recommendations. Yes, you heard me right, recommendations. Staff should be able to point to the section of the Florida Fire Prevention Code that my plan is not compliant with, but has not done so because, in my opinion, it does not exist. The times they have attempted to do this, the code was taken out of context or grossly misinterpreted. This is a requirement of Florida Statute 633.208. 29 of the 50 homes in Glenwood Reserve have been built without fire sprinklers. There's only 57 lots in the development. Another one of these homes at 3501 Dunstable was built in 2024. Rachel owned this property and was faced with the same issue. Rachel became very, very frustrated and sold her property on July 7th, 2023. She disclosed the fire sprinkler requirement to the buyer. The buyer said, "I'm a contractor, I think I can get around it." Sure enough, the contractor built a home without fire sprinklers and received a certificate of occupancy on March 28th, 2024, less than 9 months later. The contractor is a large tract shell home builder that apparently has connections with the county. What a coincidence. Again, I'm asking for the same rules that were applied to the developers to be applied to me. You can't continue to explain the 29 homes that were built without sprinklers as a mistake any longer. Please review what I've told you and direct the county manager to cause my permit to be issued. Thank you.
Thank you. County Manager, when I don't think there's anybody that sits on this dais that would accept a 59-minute response time, and I'd really like to hear from you or Suzanne when that occurs. Does that occur?
Mr. Chair, members of council, I think what Mr. Karaginas was speaking to is that the National Fire Prevention Association, FPA, sets national goals for ambulance response times, and we use those national goals to review our emergency performance in the county. The NFPA goals for both urban and rural responses for non-emergency calls is 5959. That is what is set across the country. These are non-emergency calls. Think of a sprained ankle or another call of that nature. Now, e-calls are emergency time-sensitive calls. In urban areas, the goal is to have a paramedic, at least 2 responders, one being a paramedic, on scene within 9 minutes in an urban area and 18 minutes in a rural area for a time-sensitive emergency call. We're fortunate in Volusia County because most of our fire districts, in fact, I think almost all of them at the current moment, have paramedics on their fire trucks. So we have what I'll call a dual response system. Both fire trucks and ambulances are sent to these emergency calls, and the national goal is to have a paramedic and an EMT on scene within 9 minutes. Our system response at the 90th response time, that is the measurement, is 7 minutes 40 seconds in Volusia County for urban e-calls. So as a system, we're performing very well to meet those national standards. We do have many fire trucks and sometimes our ambulances, because sometimes the fire truck is first on scene and sometimes the EMS ambulance is first on scene, often sooner than 7:40. That is the average of the 90th percentile. In previous meetings, I think Mr. Karaginas has mentioned that sometimes the fire truck is having to remain on scene 15, 20, 30 minutes waiting for an ambulance to arrive, and it's taking them out of service to be available for another emergency call, and that is not ideal. But we looked into those response times, and when that is happening is generally in rural areas for non-emergency calls. And that is something we can, try to work towards faster non-emergency responses, but that is a matter of cost and resources. And we are doing, our focus is on those emergency time sensitive and emergency non-time sensitive calls. So, there's statistics. This is a whole science. I will assure the council that our emergency medical team and our EMS team and our fire teams are reviewing our responses on a monthly basis as a group. They're looking at our performance. They're looking at outliers, any exceptions where perhaps an ambulance or a fire truck was not able to respond within those goals, and looking for ways to either reposition equipment or to improve the system so that we don't have those 10% outliers occurring any more than we absolutely have to. So the rub is in our rural areas, like most of rural America, we do have our fire stations often positioned in our rural areas, and they're often the first to respond to those rural calls. We're a big county. I think I've heard it mentioned we're roughly the size of the state of Rhode Island. It does take time to sometimes respond, and in non-emergencies, we have to make sure we send the right equipment to transport someone if they do want or need to be transported, and keep the other equipment in correct position to be ready for those emergency time-sensitive calls. So in short, that's the response. I'm very proud of how our fire and EMS teams are working to provide what I think are excellent response times in our community. I know I'm working with Mr. Van Cleek, the director of our Emergency Services Department, on some ideas he has on how to even better improve our rural responses to get those fire trucks back into the station quicker, and we're going to always look at ways to further improve. But that's the mention of the 60-minute. That's the non-emergency, non-time sensitive request for transport.
Okay, thank you. That's when you hear that, I couldn't just let it go. I appreciate the detailed explanation. Certainly not what we want for an emergency call. Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. And Ms. Conchin, thank you for addressing the urban at 9 minutes and rural at 18 minutes. And the county's urban, I believe you said the average time was around 7 minutes. So it just has me scratching my head this afternoon when the union president got up and asked us to not go to the 59-minute. What was that about?
Well,
you can't speak for him.
Let me do two clarifications. The rural e-calls, I don't think I mentioned the 90th percentile response. It's 12 minutes and 50 seconds, which is sooner than 18 minutes, which is the national goal. So again, very proud of our fire and EMS team. The 59, I think those are the non-emergency calls, the person who really probably could transport themselves to an emergency department or an urgent care, but they are asking for an ambulance transport. And when we send a response team there and it's the fire team that's there, they wait for the ambulance to relieve them.
Right. I mean, they're out of service. But correct me if I'm wrong, when a fire truck goes out of service, isn't there a plan to have a backup to help if the situation arises? I mean, they have a plan in place.
That's a very good point. Yes, agreed. And on any fire call, you have multiple engines that are responding. So that is the backup strategy.
I'll just end with two last comments. I have every confidence, and I'm a little biased because he came from Ormond Beach and I worked with him, but I have every confidence in Fire Chief Joe King for the county of Volusia. And I just want you all to know, management to know, I've had people in the community who are in the know, in the life-saving business, who say, you have the best fire chief in all of Florida. They really respect this man and the work that he does. but I'm still scratching my head about why we were just. Did I miss something whenever he spoke about the 59 minutes? Did he focus that on non-emergency, or was that like making people think that was possibly an emergency number we would get to if there was an emergency? 59 minutes? Yeah, you can't answer that. I know. All right. Thank you, Chairman.
Councilman Johansson.
Yeah, I apologize to drag this on, but George, Suzanne, or I thought I saw Ryan back there. If we were given a budget already, but if we went flat and got that money, my concern is overtaxing the citizens year to year. So I think we have a pretty good fire and probably EMS reserves. Now, I know what we use reserves for. I know what we shouldn't use reserves for, but sometimes we get money, and I'm concerned that if we tax the public at the flat rate and we have these reserves, the big question comes up every tax year is, what about the reserves? So I want to be clear, if we go to the flat rate, could we adequately spend that this year? Or do we have a plan, or should we, if the flat rate's the place we ought to be, or the place that the union thinks we ought to be, should we better include them in the conversation during the budget season to come up with how they would spend that? It doesn't seem like if I said go to flat, George, you would have a plan to use that money, other than for people maybe.
Well, if you recall in our conversation, we owe you, and we're prepared to come back at the next meeting with a plan of what we would do with the money if we stay at flat. Okay, so that's coming to you at the next meeting, and so we'll go over options of what could be done and how it could be spent. And I think in the short, like I said at the meeting, you would be looking at capital. Could we speed up other things we were doing? That would be some of the question. But as far as day to day, that was, and I do have to say, the fire department, all the division heads, and department heads, that's who makes the budget. Ryan doesn't make the budget. Ryan is great, and he does a lot of great stuff, and he makes sure we do things correctly, and he makes sure how funds work together. But the budget is created by the division and department heads. They're the one, because they have to live with it. So that's a big mantra of mine, and that's why we don't have normal budget problems and people overspending or anything, because they develop it, they bring it to us, and we go through it with a fine-tooth comb, or at least a comb, and then we all decide, and that's what comes before you guys is the budget. So
I appreciate your time. Thanks.
Councilman Kent.
Yeah, briefly, Chairman, thank you. And Mr. Johansson, thank you for your question, because I think it really does hit the nail on the head. And George, a little perplexed when you first started talking about you're coming back with where we could spend that money, and then I think you kind of drilled it down into capital, because that was my question a few weeks ago. Was hold on a second. So our fire chief, our division heads came with a budget to George, which was approved, and this budget that was presented to us, everything we needed to do for our folks in fire is in that budget and squared away. Because I'll be the first to tell you, I'm not your guy if you want someone to play cheap and not give our first responders what they need. I want them to be paid well. I'm going to advocate for the sheriff to have the best helicopter in the business. I'm going to advocate for our firefighters and our paramedics to have the best vehicles they can have. I'm going to advocate for those things. But just to get more money, My bosses are the taxpayers of District 4 of Volusia County. And I can tell you right now what they want. They want to keep that jingle in their jeans, and I don't blame them. So, you know, if it was a different story where the county came and said, hey, you know, we're gonna ask for a flat rate or even higher than that because we need to perform our basic tasks, okay. But that's not what I heard. Thank you.
And that'd be correct. And on top of it, I would say, and we have money in reserves, as we've stated. So if something does happen, we can always make sure that they can do that. So that part is just being responsible. But again, I look forward to the discussion at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to speak up more toward the part of process. And I'm just concerned that we dove into this item that was unagended. It was sparked from public comment. That's not how our rules and procedures govern. And I get it. It could be important to you or me. So what is going to be our protocol? If anything's important to any one of us, then we can just open up and just deviate from the agenda and just derail everything and talk about it, then let's have it, Wild Wild West. I prefer that we stick to the agenda. If we have an item we want to talk more about, we either talk at the end or agenda it. So it's not fair to the public either, in my opinion, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to express my
I'm not afraid to say David's right. I'm not afraid to say it.
Okay. Thank you for expressing that. I think I gave the county manager the opportunity to speak now or at the end of the meeting, but to let that stand, I think the public deserved to hear it. It was a pretty hard accusation that they're waiting 90 minutes for an emergency call, and people worry about that. And we also, Joy said it very, very well, we support our first responders, and none of us want to be painted as a council that looks at 90 minutes and says that's okay because we can save a few bucks. That's not what we're doing. It's not where we're at. So, obviously, I broke protocol, but I wanted to give the county manager time to not just leave that on the table.
No, Mr. Chairman, the topic was important. I agree with you, and it needed to be addressed. I don't have no beef with the addressing or clarifying those comments. I think for me, it's more is where do we draw the line on that? Because I'll just tell you, it was a concern for me that a member of the public came up here and said 4 of us were unconstitutional. Basically what he said in some of our actions in the past. I would have liked to address that, but I didn't because it's not the process. I'm okay with whatever we decide. Let's just follow it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. That takes us to item 1, approval of the agenda.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion to approve by Councilman Robbins, second by Matt Reinhardt, Vice Chair. Without changes, Danny, you're okay. All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? And the agenda is approved as written.
Mr. Chair, we did ask for that one item, C1,
Yes.
to be removed.
Yes. If you look, on item C1 that was added late has been removed late to come back at a future date. So we will skip that one. Consent agenda, I would like to ask for item I, just for comment, to have Jonathan Edwards speak on that for comment. Is there any other items for comment?
Mr. Chair, I'd like item A.
For comment?
For comment, yes, sir.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, item C and G just for comment.
And that was by Matt. And is there, Danny Robbins?
Motion to approve consent agenda minus items I, A, C, and G for comments only.
Let me ask another question that I didn't ask. Does anybody have an item they were going to pull for a vote? Okay. Then motion is to approve, except for I, A, C, and G for a comment.
Comment, sir.
Pardon me?
Comment, please.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you. I'm just a little confused. If these are only comments, why are we not voting on all of them right now?
We're voting on all of them.
We are?
The motion on the table is to vote for everything, and then we can have comments on.
Oh,
those
I misunderstood.
once approved.
I thought it was approve all of these except for these for a comment. I'm good then.
I might have used the word accept. I'm sorry. Okay. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Consent agenda is approved, 7-0. We will start with item A from David Santiago, contract task assignment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and colleagues. If Cyrus can come up, and this is, again, occasionally I'll pull this item just to have a little bit more discussion, more for the general public. And this is an economic development presentation, though I don't want you to go through the whole presentation. Cyrus, if you can give us some highlights, and then if you could expand a little bit on some of the airport news that's happening.
Well, good afternoon, gentlemen, Mr. Chair, gentlemen of the Council, Cyrus Callum, Director, Aviation and Economic Resources. So we had a very informative queue this past Friday. Luke Parrish gave a presentation kind of highlighting what's going on with regards to construction and manufacturing activity throughout the county. And we had some really good panelists that were personal entrepreneurs that started out as single business owners, and they were able to grow, pulling up their bootstraps and grow their business within the county and contribute towards hiring individuals to help boost their staff and so forth. But one of the biggest things, one of the highlights that Lou wanted to point out is the fact that we have these non-employer establishments. So entities kind of like these entities that started out that were presenting at the queue. And there's a huge opportunity for us to help those small businesses as opposed to going out and trying to recruit these large companies to be employers. With all of these entities, there's somewhere in the neighborhood of 5,500 establishments that can actually benefit from the services of our new innovation hub to help grow those businesses from single earners to being employers of people that are in our county. So that was the biggest highlight. And then the other thing, the unemployment rate is up to 4.2%. For a lot of people, they would naturally think that was a bad thing, but actually it's a good thing for our economy because it means that there's more capable employees out there within the workforce that you can actually add on to your business if you're a small business owner. So good opportunities there. Airport. So we just recently had an announcement. We have been fortunate and capable to bring JetBlue back into our market. JetBlue will start service December the 4th to both JFK, New York, and Boston. And this will be daily service. And so I strongly urge everyone here within earshot of my voice to buy tickets. Right now, they're $59. They're on sale now. And I would also be remiss if I didn't mention Breeze and our Akron-Canton service that starts up September 3rd. So airport is booming. And so we're looking forward to these opportunities, and hopefully these draw in more travelers and more people that want to come to our area and spend money at our beaches, our hotels, and generate towards our economy.
Two more questions. I'll ask them both together. So that now, would that be 5 individual airlines that we have pulling out of Daytona? And I heard a rumor that we might be seeing a Caribbean destination. Is that a rumor? If you can't share, that's okay too.
Well, I've been working with a variety of sources now that we do have JetBlue to have some discussions on the potential for some service to the Caribbean, since JetBlue has some market share in that arena. We're a good ways away from that. We want them to get up and started and get established with the Boston and New York flights. However, that is something that's on the table.
And 5 airlines now.
And 5 airlines, that is correct. We got
is that
5
the most ever?
I wouldn't say the most ever. 1990 was our heyday where we had probably all the major airlines. We had about 8 or 9. Okay. But in this new day and age, yes, this the busiest that we've been since the 1990s.
Thank you. Good job. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Robbins?
Here. Cyrus, how are you?
I'm great.
Good,
Thank you,
good,
sir.
good. Hey, how are we looking for pad-ready sites out at the airport or anywhere else in the county? And do we have a list that's going to be coming available to share with the community or like CEO Business Alliance that does some recruiting, Team Volusia,
Right.
anything
right.
like that?
So we're working with Team Volusia with regards to setting up the list for county throughout, since they're our economic development recruiter and they have the contracts with the site selectors. They've been diligently working with that. Now at the airport, we have a variety of sites, in particular parcel 62, where Oral Arrow has announced that they're interested in coming in. We still need to work out some details with their LOIs and get some designs and schematics out there, but they're coming. And then we have parcel 61, which in partnership with our Public Works Department, with Ben Bartlett, we were able to make that area pad ready. And we do have a variety of interest. Just met with one earlier today in terms of pad ready, ready to create some economics on the airport. So
Good, good. What else can we do and how much more property do we have in and around the airport to get more sites ready, kind of turnkey ready for somebody to come in there and go vertical? Do we have a list or something that we can prepare?
So actually, we do have an on-call consultant that is actually doing an analysis for us right now that is giving us an idea how much it would cost us to get a lot of the raw land that we have around the airport shovel ready. We have a huge parcel to the south. We call it parcel 66. It's about 300 acres, and it's the first domino in our stormwater management program that's required, of course, as we try to make this land pad ready. We have to make sure that we're meeting all stormwater requirements. And so with that, we'll be able to use some of the uplands that are in some of those parcels to develop property there. But the consultant is going to give us a well thought out list with the type of land that we'll be able to develop and how much it's going to cost for us. So that's actually in process right now. So once that's complete, I'll be more than happy to share it with the council.
Mr. Robbins, on top of that, I think Team Volusia maintains the list you're asking about as far as countywide sites. That's something they're constantly working on, and we could get with Keith Norton. But you know, they're out selling the county and recruiting from other areas, and they work with the various municipalities and realtors, so they know what land is out there besides the county. And of course, we're part of that list, depending if it's for aviation uses.
Were you done, Danny? Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. You hit on the one thing with Aurora. I was kind of curious where they're at, but thank you for that explanation because we've heard about that a little while back, and I know it takes a while to get things vertical. I get that, but it's nice to hear. I did have a question with respect to the parcel 66. Is that our biggest?
It's our biggest parcel right now.
That's what I thought. Where is that at exactly in relation to the roads?
So those of you that are familiar, we have USS Lexington in Pelican Bay, that intersection there. Parcel 66 is northeast of that road. Actually, a portion of
I was going to say some of the infrastructure is already in there, correct?
It kind of slices to the parcel that's adjacent to that connects to the new Amazon facility.
Yep.
So
up to where the county maintenance ends.
That's exactly it. Up to and we do have plans to create an additional spar on that road to connect up to Bellevue Avenue Extension, and then we've been in extensive discussions and we've been working with the state DOT about what our alternatives are with Bellevue Avenue Extension.
So that'll have another road out there. That's the one you were talking about naming it after David Santiago, correct?
Well, we can
Just
talk
kidding.
about that.
Road to the landfill. Road to the landfill. No, thank you very much. And the FAA, do they have a say in what we can put out there and what we can't? They have a big say in that, correct?
Yeah, everything that's on airport property, we have to get
I knew that. I just kind of wanted to clarify that because some people were saying, well, you could put this, or this out there, and that oftentimes doesn't fly without the approval of the FAA. So.
That's exactly it.
And I will tell you, you saw me today. I visited your airport. We still have room. We can bring some more in. So I was going to say that, but
that's the mission.
Brought a family member in. They only want to fly in and out of Daytona. So we're telling all our family up there. So
that's music to my ears. And like I said, everyone.
It was worth the stop in Atlanta. So they had a layover in Atlanta for 59 minutes. It was 58 minutes and 59 seconds too long, but they appreciated the service that they got. So
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
And fortunately for those that are traveling to New York and Boston, you will have that opportunity to fly nonstop here for the holidays. And so we are really looking forward to that opportunity.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I just want to applaud your work because my understanding is that, since Avello, when we had that huge incentive package that we gave them, we were able to secure Breeze and now JetBlue, which is incredible, without nearly as large of an incentive package. Is that right?
That is 100% correct. As a matter of fact, no taxpayer money will go towards this JetBlue service.
And that is awesome. I think that's great. Is it fair to say now we're becoming a destination for these airlines?
Definitely we are. And I would be remiss if I didn't speak of our partnership with the CVBs. It's very important that we had access to some of that airlift capital to help push the message out to some of these markets. So it's been a huge collaborative effort between all teams and all parties involved.
Well, that's a big feather in your cap. Thank you.
Thank you.
You need to get a cap. Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Cyrus, the secret sauce seems to be working, and the Pistons are firing again at Daytona International Airport, and positive things are happening. I'm really pleased that you talked about JetBlue and no taxpayer-funded incentives for them this time around, and I was very, very happy when I read that these were going to be daily, nonstop flights. That's wonderful. So I guess I ask you, it's 1986, man. You're in that Smokey and the Bandit black Trans Am, and you got the pedal down, man, and you're starting to redline. What do?
We just keep driving.
You redline it.
Yep,
Absolutely.
we keep driving.
All the way.
Absolutely.
Don't take your foot off the gas, Cyrus. Thank you.
My comment to my staff is once we celebrate, we're already too late. Let's keep it moving.
Mr. Chairman, my screen isn't working when I speak.
Still not working? Yes, Councilman Santiago.
Thank you. I just wanted to add, as everybody said, great job. And I know you guys, we have professionals running it, including you. And your leadership clearly makes a difference. I just want to emphasize that now that they're coming and, we're building up to whatever that year was, please make sure our teams, including our partners outside that partner with us, that we're focused on maintaining them.
Absolutely.
Right? Because it's not easy. It's hard to get them.
Yeah.
It's probably even harder to keep them. So I want to make sure we don't lose. And anything you need from this council to make sure that, we're doing everything county-wide to make sure that they're successful and keep bringing tourists or being an access for our residents to leave and come. So just, that's more of a soapbox statement, but.
I appreciate that. And like, I want to reiterate, wherever we can get the message out to the citizens of Volusia County to use this airport. It's one thing to get this air service. It's another thing to keep it. And if we're not averaging 85% load factors and that airline is not making money, they will leave our market. So we got them here. We are answering a lot of the questions that people have had over the years. Now that it's here, you have to use the service.
$59 flights help.
$59 help.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's all good news. Before we move on to C, we have a public comment on item B. Cindy Harris.
Thank you, Council. Cindy Harris, District 3. If you approve this letter, it's just one step closer for more flooding in Edgewater, and I wanted to bring to light to the council members who weren't present last night. CMEX has a terminal for aggregate storage not far from this location, just in New Smyrna Beach. Last night, Edgewater City Council voted unanimously to fight back against SB 180. They voted unanimously to join the coalition. They also voted unanimously to back you on amending SB 180. They stood up for their citizens. if you approve this letter for Titan, Florida to come in and do a aggregate storage right there in Edgewater, it's just going to bring more burden upon them. FDOT doesn't need that storage unit right there with CMAX has storage just a few miles away. So I'm pretty much begging you on behalf of Edgewater not to do that to them. It's just going to bring in more development, and they don't need that when they're backing you to amend SB 180, and they're joining the coalition, this little town of Edgewater. So please don't burden them anymore with more development. When they're supporting you, they need your support now. This is just one step forward if you agree, if you agree to this letter. They're fighting hard to protect their city. They're fighting hard to protect their citizens and their businesses. So they're looking upon you to help support them. This is not needed in Edgewater, when just a few miles down the road, there's already one. So please take that into consideration when you look at this item B. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, item C, Matt Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Item C, I just want to bring clarification to this. And George, you and I just talked about it. This is just the front part of the building where it experienced some of the damage just at the Justice Center at 251 North Ridgewood, not the annex. And this is the windows or brick or whatever that
Right, this is there's some damage that's
resulted.
occurred to the existing Foxman Center, and this is just a facade work, brickwork that's there. It's not anything to do with any expansion.
Nothing
or-
interior, nothing expansion, so I just want to clarify
Right,
that.
right.
I know when they saw courthouse, and we think that Mrs. Colby brought up some good points. In my previous career, spent a lot of time at the annex over on Orange Avenue, and there are some needs there, and we've discussed that, and there is a plan in the mix. So,
Yeah, this is
but you
more of
brought
a
up some very
routine
valid points.
upgrade to the facade. I think there's, again, some bricks that have been a problem and some windows, so.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Can we do G? Or?
And go ahead and do G.
Thank you, Chair. This, I just wanted to commend Tabitha. I know she's here. Thank you very much for what you bring to that area. Yes, it's in my district, so I'm a little biased on that, but what is offered at MOAS is truly phenomenal. And the use of what you have done with the ECHO grants is, you can write the book on it. So thank you very much for all you do. This is well needed. When I went into detail, I thank you for meeting with me about some other issues recently. If you have not had the experience to go out there and have grandchildren or children, I mean, dinosaurs, come on, this is awesome. So definitely, I just wanted to commend you. I saw you sitting there. I didn't want your time to be wasted, and to give you the recognition you deserve for what you do at MOAS. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, and that concludes the consent agenda discussion. Yeah, that's the one I pulled. Thank you. You weren't going to let me forget, were you?
I will if you want.
Yes, this is concerning parking at the around the Ocean Center.
Yes. Good afternoon, council members. Jonathan Edwards. I'm the internal auditor. And like you said, we're here to discuss the parking operations at the Ocean Center. During 2024, the Ocean Center hosted 118 events with more than 500,000 guests. And the parking operations included the garage and the south and west parking lots. Last year, it generated over $3.6 million in revenue, and the county contracts with LAS Parking, and we are in year 7 of the 10-year contract. We conducted direct field observations during 4 actual events to assess the real-world operations. We found gaps in contract oversight, which impairs the accountability. LAS promised to conduct customer surveys, but those were not performed. LAS has not submitted audited financial reports or bank statements. Doing so would help enable the Ocean Center staff to independently verify that all parking revenues received were reported. And LAS employs their own internal auditors who go on site and conduct audits of their parking operations, and they come to the Ocean Center at least once a year. However, those reports were not reviewed or followed up on by the Ocean Center staff. Staff do not have a standard operating procedures or a policy and procedures handbook, which would help provide guidance for overseeing parking operations. Before I move on, I wanted to make it clear we did not find any theft or fraud by Laz or any of their employees. However, we did find significant control weaknesses that create opportunities for skimming revenues. Some of the issues creating these weaknesses were differences in pricing for Ocean Center events, which cost $15 for a parking spot, versus the Peabody events that cost $10 for the same parking spot. Since last October, the Ocean Center stopped accepting cash and received only credit and debit cards for the Ocean Center events. However, up until this month, they were also accepting cash for the Peabody events, which caused confusion to some of the customers. We did observe this causing tensions, as I said, with the customers who became quite upset. And essentially to the customer, this appeared as if the employee was defrauding the Ocean Center. In fact, a few customers even accused us auditors of defrauding the Ocean Center. Laz employees also were using generic logins on shared credit card machines and using the names of Revenue Audit or Alan Lazowski. And when auditors struggled with a credit card machine not accepting a customer's credit card, the customer offered us cash to pay for their parking spot, and the Laz employee instructed us auditors to take the cash and then charge our own personal credit cards after our shift was done. They said this was common practice in the event that a credit card machine goes down during operations. Laz employees use plastic cash bins, as you can see here in the picture, instead of cash registers to store cash and tickets, exposing tickets and cash to weather elements into the customers. And we also observed that Laz supervisors seldom checked on employees throughout their shifts. Again, these issues created many opportunities for parking attendants to skim revenues. We identified significant safety issues that could lead employees to rationalize or justify the skimming of revenues. As seen in the picture, attendants are placed in the middle of the lot and were almost hit by a school bus. This was not a one-off. During those 4 days that we were there a total of 18 hours, and we observed this on many occasions. Think school buses, trucks with large trailers, boats being towed. There's also no shelter for attendants at the lots. And we know this is Florida and the daily afternoon storms and showers, but no consideration for the attendant safety. We noted there were no breaks for staff and no safety clothing, as you can see in this picture. And we also noted a lack of parking space availability and a lack of coordination. The attendants are placed at the front entrance, but cannot always see who is leaving the lots. On April 10th, the Ocean Center hosted a national cheerleading event, and the Peabody hosted a Frankie Valli concert that evening. On this day, the parking supervisor was using a golf cart to help locate open parking spaces in the back. However, their shift ended 2 hours before the concert started, just as the concert goers were arriving to park. And soon after, traffic was brought to a standstill, as you can see in the picture. We observed very angry customers, some leaving their vehicles to yell obscenities and vulgarities at the employees. And the city of Daytona had to send a public works employee to help with traffic, and eventually the police department had to come and help. They described to us which streets were backed up due to the parking situation, as you can see on the map. As I've described, there are several opportunities for parking attendants to skim revenues, and there are also several safety risks present that could lead to attendants rationalizing or justifying their actions. And finally, we all have pressures from personal bills, medical bills, living beyond means, or whatever else life may throw at us. All three of these elements of the fraud triangle are present currently, meaning that the person is highly likely to commit fraud. Again, we did not detect any instances of fraud, but the risk of fraud is very high. Laz auditors projected an annual revenue loss of $48,000 at the Ocean Center, which sounds like a lot. However, it can be quite easy when you break down the math. It only takes 6 tickets an hour if there are 6 events per month. And the Association of Certified Fraud Examiners estimate that organizations lose approximately 5% of their revenues to fraud. For the Ocean Center parking, that equates to about $180,000. And again, if there are 2 people involved colluding together, it only takes 5 tickets per hour for the 6 events per month. In 2024, the Ocean Center averaged 10 events a month. Finally, we had 17 separate recommendations to protect parking revenue and help ensure employee safety. These recommendations will help close the gap on the opportunities and any justifications of the fraud triangle, things that we as the county can help control to help reduce the risk of fraud. We also included recommendations on contract management and oversight. I will say management agreed with all the recommendations with the goal of implementing them all by the end of this year. Lynn and her staff began working on the recommendations as soon as they became aware of them. And I would like to thank the Ocean Center and Laz Parking employees for their assistance during the audit. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you for going through that. That's exactly what I was hoping you would do. When I first saw this, my first reaction was we need to get rid of Laz. I've always supported contracting. One of the reasons that the public will sometimes oppose us on that is because a contractor, they say, will not take good care of their employees as we do. That happened here. Leaving employees out in the 98-degree sun, in rain, with no cover, no protection is unforgivable. So again, my reaction was, let's get rid of Laz. I've talked to you about it. I've talked to the staff about it. And please correct me if I'm wrong. I think you agree that you're happy with the procedures that the county's put in place to give them an opportunity to do what we're asking them to do, what they should have always done. And then, so now it's on your shoulders, Director Flanders. I hope you have time for it. I know this is important to you. It's important to me also because this whole council is asking you, and you've answered our call to bring in good musical groups. You've hired people. We're looking forward to that. This will ruin it if this happens. So both of you, are you satisfied with the strategy of the county to correct this and make sure it doesn't happen again? Okay. You have time to do that?
I think Lynn needs to address.
Yes, I would like to address something. Thank you for the opportunity. I want to acknowledge the findings, and I want to provide clarity on where we stand. I have over 25 years of experience in parking operations, beginning with the 1996 Olympics in Atlanta, and most recently managing large-scale parking operations with third-party contractors in Atlanta at the Galleria at the Cobb Energy Center, and in conjunction with Truist Park and the Atlanta Braves for all ancillary game day parkings, including major events for World Series and concerts. That said, when I arrived at the Ocean Center, I identified deficiencies within the first 90 days, and we began corrective action. So this wasn't surprising what we have found in the audit. I have a very detailed list of all of the items that we put into place prior to the audit, but I will just summarize with saying that some of them that were the most significant to me, having as a CPA and having been an auditor that has actually audited parking operations, we immediately started transitioning events to a cashless parking for the Ocean Center, not the Peabody, but for the Ocean Center. We were asked by the Peabody to hold off on cashless until they could make proper marketing announcements to their guests because of the demographic they serve. We started standardizing rates. We presented to you all twice for an addition to go from different pricing structures to one flat fee of $15 plus an overnight. We started tightening reconciliations for staffing parking that would eliminate vendors vending out staff that may or may not work any longer for the Ocean Center. We eliminated an outdated accounts receivable practice, and we started writing clear operating procedures with LAS, in conjunction with LAS. As with any third-party contractor, it is important to note that we manage a contract, and that we did. We don't manage their staff. So we look to LAS for these recommendations and these best practices because they are familiar and up to date with what happens in the parking industry. Despite our noted improvements that we talked about, we continue to see management issues from our operator. I raised concerns repeatedly, phone calls, emails, even stepping myself into the parking operation on several occasions to manage it personally. Jonathan mentioned obviously that they were doing the audit this year. I was excited that they were doing the audit, and we deliberately scheduled the audit on a complex date or schedule of dates. So I wanted to ensure that all the issues were captured. I could have stepped in to mask the problems that day, but I chose not to because a candid audit was necessary for long-term accountability. As Jonathan noted, we have no evidence of loss of revenue, and we continue our process to ensure that Volusia County keeps all the revenues that belong to Volusia County. That is a commitment, and we continue that. The result was exactly what was expected from the audit. No surprises to me. Most importantly, though, LAS, who was here with us today, they responded immediately. They terminated the manager within the day. They installed a knowledgeable replacement, Alex, who is here with us today, who is well-versed in parking operations, and they are actively correcting the deficiencies with us as a partner to them. We are also exploring and continue to explore the enhancements that Jonathan had mentioned, but that we already had in process, and that was putting an LPR system on our flat lots. And that was also putting a loop counter in, which wasn't mentioned there, but a loop counter so you can see how many came in, how many came out. The difference each day, is the potential for somebody's theft, and you go reconcile those numbers. While the audit was tough, it did validate our concerns, and it triggered the changes that we need. And we are confident, I am confident, that our operations are on the right track and with a stronger oversight and just a clearer plan moving forward, and that is with the help of Laz. So Laz is here if there's any questions you have of Laz. They sent their regional VP to talk to us tonight.
Okay, thank you. We do have another council member that would like to speak. I would accept nothing less from you. I would expect nothing less from you. So and that's why I've done this, because you needed to be able to speak. This is like exposing our dirty laundry, except that you had already exposed it. You and Jonathan worked together. Again, I'm sorry, there's Laz people sitting here. I wouldn't have kept them, but I got to trust you and county staff that it'll work. So because when Troy gets the red hot chili peppers here to come, we need parking, and that's the last thing I'll say before I give it to Troy is I want the council to realize that I'm sure everybody read through this report. When that happens, when you start filling seats, we're going to need more parking somewhere. We don't have enough now when there's two events going on, so we got to be looking ahead and make sure that we have enough parking. We have two other council members that would like to speak to you. First, Troy Kent, and then David Santiago.
Appreciate it, Chairman. Thank you. And to George and Lynn, we as a council, we cannot invest the kind of money that we've agreed on behalf of the taxpayers and put plans in place and then have epic failures with traffic like that, where I believe in the past we refunded people because they missed their shows because of traffic nightmares. That cannot happen. It just can't happen. And to Jonathan, I am so appreciative of your unbiased audit and opinion. And Lynn, I would expect nothing less, like the chairman said, because I feel like you're loaded to the gills with integrity. No one should jump in and try to change the way things constantly are, how things constantly are. I was shocked when I read through this and when I heard publicly here tonight about the triangle of opportunities that can happen. This is wildly inappropriate. And Chairman, I don't know that I'm actually there with you. I feel like this was so out of bounds. Like I want to go, George, how long till you can hire people for city staff to run it and we'll just keep all the money and tell me how it's going to work financially, because I'd rather have it in-house at this point. Like I am beside myself that we have a contractor whose employees were taking the cash and then saying they're putting it on their own personal debit card. What? Like if that doesn't scream fraud, I don't know what does. I am not at your comfort level. I am extremely concerned. Lynn, I have tons of faith in you, and I'm glad that you feel better about it. I'm glad the VP has come into town to talk to us and try to make us feel better. But at the end of the day, I feel like the taxpayers are getting cheated. And, you know, there's no fraud that was found, but taxpayers, I think you took it on the chin, and I'm not okay with that.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wouldn't rise to the level of saying that we need to change it, because there's certainly some areas of needed improvement based on the findings. I don't put it as a 3-alarm fire. I'd say it's problems that need to be addressed. I think we can probably look across all entities and find issues that we can fix. That being said, though, I don't understand the operations on how the parking works completely, so I'm a novice to that part of it. But there's a part of me that says to me, why aren't we using up-to-date machinery with arms and people putting credit cards, like when you go to you put your credit card in, the gate opens and lets you out. Why aren't we using that technology?
We do have that technology in the garage, so it's
Why can't we deploy it
the
other
flash
ways?
system. We have handheld remotes in the surface lots with the plan to put in the LPRs in the surface lots.
Yeah, but that still requires manual, right?
LPRs, no.
Well, the LPR is a license plate reader, right?
Yes, exactly.
But it's not going to charge them.
Yeah, they'll have to put in their account information to charge the credit card through the LPR. So yes, I mean, you'll pull in as the LPRs work, and then you get a QR code and you put in your information, and then it charges your account.
So we're going to that 100%? Is that what you're saying?
In the flat lots, yes.
In the flat lots. So what other lots are there?
Just the flat lots in the garage.
Oh, the garage is already automated.
The garage is already automated.
So then
with
everything will
flash.
be 100% automated after
Correct.
that point. Okay.
Exactly. And we're
Sounds
purchasing.
good. Sounds like you got a plan.
Yeah, purchasing
Thank you.
handhelds that directly communicate with flash as well. So the plan is in place to move forward with that.
How long to deploy that? 100%.
We're hoping by December 1st, but January 1st should be the latest.
But we have 3 years left on that
We do.
What happens at that point?
We'll put it back out for bid, the contract.
No, I mean, what I mean is if
We keep the equipment.
And now let me clarify my question.
Okay.
If we're projecting to deploy this 100% automation, but I'll use that term, by December, you said? And we have 3 years left on the contract with this company, what are the terms of that? If you're not aware, that's okay, but
If you're talking about like they'll adjust their staff, if you're talking about what happens to them, there still have to be management of the site. It's still on the garage as well.
A lower level of service.
And keep in mind, even with automation, it's of course we're getting better and better at every day because what we've done with the beach and other things. There'll be a burn-in period, and you're going to need people there to override things and make sure that we can get them to that event.
Okay, thank you. That
Even
makes
at the
sense.
parking that we have had, sometimes we've had to stand people there to help people use the machinery. Because we do have, all sorts of people that come to our events. And I think that's the issue with the Peabody. The Peabody felt like a lot of their employees, their attendees, really still wanted to use cash, and they didn't want to be deterred. But we just, as you see, it's necessary to go to a cashless, given, again, what we're up against to make sure we are safe. For
That makes sense. Human intervention is still going to be required in some levels.
Right.
I'll just insert my opinion. I don't know how far along you are with the LPR and that part, but I hate those apps that when you go to a place, it's, download this app, sign up, name, address, all of this stuff. And I'm sitting there angry as you can add in some words there, and I got to go through this. Why can we have, if that's where we're going, can we have a hybrid where I just go, put in my credit card, pay, gate opens? Because that works on almost all the major hotels where I just attended a conference and I paid when I left. Here's my credit card. It opened up in 30 seconds or less. I'll leave that there. Don't answer that. But if we can find a way, I'm sure I see some heads shaking out there when I said I hate those apps. So, yeah, there we go. Anyway, just my thoughts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Reinhardt, and to the council. Remember, we've got two people from LAS here. If anybody has questions for them, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the full automation explanation that is coming to play. And I have to piggyback on what Mr. Santiago said with respect to make it easy, as easy as possible. And I appreciate that. Mr. Kent, that was probably the biggest thing that alarmed me was that specific incident. I respect that because that kind of blew my lid when I saw that. Even though there was nothing discovered, that still leaves a propensity of something bad to happen. However, I've never been a throw the baby out with the bathwater kind of guy. My understanding is that hopefully was an isolated. I don't know. Hopefully that was corrected and that person's gone. That would be a question I would have. But I've never been an advocate of someone that likes to just get rid of the entire company that we've had a relationship with over the actions of one or a couple. I think that goes negative for us as well. But anyway, so I have the discomfort a little bit, but I have the comfort in you. And I have, you have my utmost respect. And I am very, very confident that you'll take us past this. But I am interested to hear a little bit more if Mr. Kent, I see, wants to speak again. So thank you very much.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you. And very briefly, Chairman and Mr. Reinhardt, I especially Mr. Reinhardt, I hear what you're saying, but I heard Jonathan say, correct me if I'm wrong, the individual that did that said it was, the words I heard was common practice. So it was common practice. That's what they did. So that's why my heartburn is still there.
Okay. Don't see any other comments. Thank you,
Thank you.
Director, for coming in and talking. Thank you again, Jonathan, for exceptional work. We will move on to item 3. Yes, we did. Item 3 is a confirmation of appointment of Raymond Tyner to the position of Department Director, Growth and Resource Management.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm very happy today to bring before you Raymond Tyner and ask for the confirmation of his appointment to the position of Department Director for Growth and Resource Management. Ray has got a lot of experience. Of course, he's going to be replacing some big shoes with Clay Irvin, but we were fortunate enough in our hunt to not have to go very far, right up the road to Palm Coast. Ray has been up there. He provides over 28 years of proven experience in planning and growth management. Actually began his career as an environmental and safety manager in the private sector before he went to the city of Palm Coast. He's been up there in Palm Coast for 23 years as he progressively advanced the roles of environmental planner, planning manager, and currently the deputy director of community development. He has spearheaded Palm Coast's first comprehensive land development code, established innovative special assessment districts for infrastructure funding, successfully guided the city's qualification for the National Flood Insurance Program, and streamlined permitting processes to be more efficient and customer focused. He's won many awards, received the 2025 Regional Award for Excellence in Planning and Growth Management. He has a bachelor's degree in anthropology from the University of South Florida, nearly 3 decades of experience, and I'm very happy to bring him forth for confirmation today.
Move to approve, Mr. Chair.
You're looking at us like, well, what do I do now? We have a motion to approve the nomination by David Santiago. The second was by, was it Danny Robbins? Okay. And we would love to hear from you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. And good evening, council members. First, I want to express my sincere gratitude for the trust that our county manager or deputy county manager has in me for filling this position. I also want to recognize Mr. Clay Irving himself. He has many years of dedicated service here. He's built a great team, and he was committed to this organization. And I have great respect for the foundation that he had put in place, and I'm looking forward to taking that baton and moving forward as well. After 23 long years at the city of Palm Coast, the time is right for me to move on with this new challenge. The role provides an opportunity for me to apply not only the environmental background that I have, but also the growth management as well. On a personal note, I do have to thank my wife, Carrie, for 35 years who has been by my side of doing public service pretty much all my life. And also my daughter, Viviana, she's 11 years old. They could not make it tonight, but she always reminds me how important it is for good planning, growth management, for the future, for our children. So I am really deeply honored for this opportunity. And if I'm confirmed tonight, I really look forward to working with your team and making our citizens top priority. So thank you for your consideration.
Comment, Mr. Chair?
Thank you very much. We have several questions or comments. Councilman Santiago's queue isn't working, so I'll let you go first, David. I don't know who was first.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, guys. Sorry, I can't see the screen at all. Who's queued up?
Wow.
Welcome, hopefully in a few minutes, and I just wanted to make a statement. Your bio speaks very well for itself. My ears perked up with the anthropology thing, but I'll have some private conversations with you on that in the future. I don't know if you heard it, when we had our last meeting in the position, I made the statement that it's the second toughest job in the county. I'm happy that you're taking that on, and I think this council has been supportive of that role and understanding of the toughness of that role. My ask as an individual council member is apply the code fairly to everyone, regardless of where they come from or from economic scale, from the top to the bottom. If there's a problem with our code, follow the channels and we'll address it. So that's my ask, and that's kind of my MO as an individual council member. So happy to have you here.
Thank you.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Tyner, unless things go sideways here in a few moments, I'd like to be the second to welcome you onto Volusia County. A couple of things I appreciate. I appreciate you mentioned Clay Irvin. He has set the bar for me with land use planning since the beginning of my political career. So I'm pleased that you mentioned him. I'm even more pleased that you talked about your wife and your 11-year-old daughter. It's hugely important to me that you mention your family, and that it brings that center back to you with your daughter when you think about planning and her life and things like that in the future. So I'm appreciative of that. My last piece is you have a last name I've only heard one other time. Any relation to Tori?
No, I do have a lot of relatives in Lakeland, Florida. That's where
Okay.
my dad, 11 brothers and sisters. He was a World War II vet. He's not around anymore, but that's where a lot of my Tyners come from.
Just since you were from the area, I was going to say, Tori Tyner was an excellent health teacher at Seabreeze High School back in the day, and I didn't know if you had any relation to him, but hey, welcome.
Thank you. Councilman Johansson.
Thank you. I'll give you a welcome because I know this isn't going to go sideways, but hopefully you've watched a meeting or two, or you're going to sit down and watch the rest of this one, God willing, and midnight doesn't come. And to understand what we feel about growth and development. There are some things that we all here hold sacred, and one of the things that we worked with Clay with since I've been here and even before that is try to get to yes. Try to figure out a way to get to yes. Your staff will do a great job at that. But walk in the office every day. How are we going to get to yes today? And if you can't, you can't. I get that. But we try to do what's right by our citizens and everybody that's a property owner. Everybody that's a property owner, I consider a citizen. So welcome aboard. You got a great team. I hope we didn't poach you away from our neighboring municipality, but if we did, let us know, and we'll have the right people between you and them to prevent bad things from happening. But welcome aboard. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions. Have you relocated from Palm Coast to unincorporated Volusia County?
No, sir. I actually don't live in Palm Coast technically, but we have a house there with my family, so have not relocated.
You're going to commute?
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay, that's fine. Next question, and I think I need to ask you to please don't go into any detail, but I'm assuming, and I don't want to assume, I'm curious, while you were at Palm Coast, if you were involved with the decision concerning a fuel distribution center.
Yes, we actually were.
That came on your
They
desk.
came on board with us, and we actually had a code provision that required a majority, a supermajority of our council. It didn't go very far, but they did approach us for one piece of property.
Okay.
Yeah, but they're
All right. Thank you very much. Any other questions? No. Then we need to vote on Raymond Tyner for the position of Department Director, Growth and Resource Management. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And you are confirmed unanimously, 7-0. Now,
Thank
with
you.
an official welcome.
All right.
By the way, every meeting is Ben's birthday, just so you know, Ben Bartlett, every meeting. It's a tradition.
In item 4, County Manager George Rechtenwald, I'll let you take this away too for another
Yes,
confirmation.
thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm very happy to bring before you for confirmation and introduce you to Gus Sombrano. He is going to fill a position that's been vacant for a little bit, the Assistant County Manager. Just so there's clarification, Suzanne's not going anywhere. She is the Deputy County Manager. And this position actually works out of my office, is the assistant to the county manager. Assistant county manager is the actual title. And it's going to fill a need that we've had for a while for special projects. As we all know, we have over $400 million in projects that are hitting the streets through our Transform 386. And of course, the county has taken on the big role of managing these projects for the cities as well. Gus will be part of that effort, along with other efforts of special projects that get thrown our way, redevelopment. He has extensive experience, and we can go down through that. He's been a transformational leader for 27 years. He began his career down as a planner in the town of Davie. He advanced to the city of Miramar as a senior planner and rapidly ascended to Director of Economic Development, Revitalization, and then Director of Community and Economic Development. His visionary leadership delivered extraordinary results with over 7,000 new jobs and $250 million in capital investment in the Miramar community. He also went on to serve as the Assistant City Manager to Hollywood, Florida, where he managed a $600 million 5-year capital improvement program. He has very impressive academic credentials. He has a master's degree in urban planning, bachelor's in geography. I think he did his master's work up in University of McGill University in Montreal. He's been recognized nationally, including prestigious awards for ICMA and honoring his 25 years of service. And he has proven expertise operating at the executive level, and I'm looking forward to having him help us continue the work we're doing and follow through on a lot of our projects and goals as we go forward.
Motion to approve.
Was that you?
Yes,
With the motion, we have a motion to approve by Vice Chair Reinhardt and second by Danny Robbins. We have a member of the council who would like to speak to you. And do you want to hear from him first, or did you have a question now?
No, I'd like to hear from him first.
Okay. And then we also, so we'll do that. And then we also have a member of the public who would like to speak on this. But go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you, Gus Sombrano. Good afternoon, everyone. Honorable Chair, Vice Chair. It is beyond exciting to be here today. Volusia County was the first place I applied to when I considered leaving the South Florida area. And I'm here. And it is as close as I'm going to get as to a dream, a personal dream, a professional dream. And when I came to Volusia, it was just magnificent. The I've grown up in urban areas all my life. So to see the special nature and the special place that Volusia is, it's something that really needs to be preserved and looked at very carefully. I say that because we all know that Florida is being paved like a parking lot. We've just been growing. So to find a place like Volusia, it's just we've got to protect. And but I'm also from an economic development background, so the balance between those two are critical because the economy needs to flow in order to be able to do everything else. So it's that balance I think is very important. I think my skill set and my love for nature and rural areas and green spaces will help try to balance that based on your policy direction and direction of the county manager. Excuse me, too long in city government. I apologize. But, I traveled a little bit in the county, and I'm very impressed. I'm a new resident of Port Orange. Sorry, not unincorporated, but still. I was instantly impressed by Port Orange. I got off 95, and I expected what I usually expect when you get off 95 into a community. That's not what I got. And I said, wow, they really put some thought into this, and it was refreshing. And then the land, everywhere I've gone and people I've talked to, they all say it's a gem, and I agree with them. So this is a beautiful place, and I'm very proud to be here. And I'm particularly proud to be here from a public service perspective. I take that very seriously. I've been in public service most of my life and career, and I am blessed to be here today and blessed to be in front of you. And I have to mention also my dear wife and my 4 children. Our 4 children, 2 boys, 2 girls, are all grown up now, but they couldn't be here today. But the ones that can watch are watching, and they're anxiously awaiting to hear the news. Thank you very much.
Very good. Thank you for speaking to us. Councilman Kent.
Yeah, just a couple of comments. Gustavo, welcome.
Gus,
and
please.
Gus, welcome. And
Much.
a couple of things that I really enjoyed hearing from you. I enjoyed that this is the closest to your dream job that you've wanted to have. I love that you mentioned your wife and 4 children again, and family. That core piece is important. But man, tickling my buying bone when you talked about not turning everything green into pavement, and then that fine balance. So I appreciate hearing that. I noticed the smile on the faces of my colleagues to the right when you said that you found your home in Port Orange. So Reinhardt and Robbins and Jake Johansson down there all smiling. And I thought, would it have killed you to just travel 11 more miles north to Ormond? But my Ormond friends are probably like, listen, we have enough in Ormond. Yes, see, I see him over there saying enough right there. Welcome.
So much.
Glad you're here.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd be remiss. I had one other thing. Council, I don't meet a lot with George. We just don't have a ton of meetings. George and I had this conversation a while back. So my one question to George when this came up was, and Suzanne, I'll say this publicly, I don't know that we got off to the best foot whenever I first got elected. And I say that just for a little background information. I wrote George, and basically what the email said was, Suzanne's not going anywhere, right? Like Suzanne is staying because she is a task master and she gets the job done. And that's a compliment for you, Suzanne. That's what that was all about. Now I'm done. Thank you.
So I'm going to be working for a taskmaster?
Yes. Yeah.
I'm ready.
In high heels. Okay. Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, Gus.
Thank you.
And I actually, when I saw your name, I did write down Gus because I could go by Matthew and I say, no, call me Matt. So it is Matt, just so you know. I'm very excited to hear that you're on the east side of the county in Port Orange. And even if it isn't in the District 2 part, even if it isn't, lie and tell everybody here in District 2 that you're preferred over there. So welcome aboard. George, you get tired of us calling you? And is that why you had to?
No, we just know.
So we're gonna have it
for
on
one
speed
thing, we
dial?
want to keep Suzanne, right? And the idea really is it's trying to cut the 60-hour work week maybe down to 55. and get stuff done. So that's really, we need
So a lot of the projects and stuff will go through Gus.
exactly,
So-
and help us with other things, covering with the cities.
Have I got a project for you?
And for us to be out more, because we'll get, as has been noted in my evaluation, to get out more, and that's my intent. And this helps me
Good deal.
with that as well. And I look forward to his skill set, though, is going to be very helpful because of some of the things that he's done. We'll get into that later on, but certainly, P3s, on some large projects that may be coming our way. He has experience as well that we don't have here today.
I definitely want to say that with Gus coming on board and Mr. Tyner, I would love the opportunity to sit down with them at some point so they know more about us.
Well, that'll happen.
That's important. So welcome aboard. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For joining us. Very excited to see what you have in store for us.
Thank you for taking me.
Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Gus, welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Happy to bring on board. I did like some of the balance that Troy said, that you said, there's a balance between those two very important things. And, one of the things I don't tell George, but I'll say it now, he makes some good hires. He makes a lot of good hires. So clearly, we're members of the public elected body, and, we often get commentary. So to bring on somebody like him that has that experience on both sides and balance is key. It shows that not only the commentary that we're hearing, but you're hearing is a result of what a good balance the public is asking for. I believe in generally. Not everyone, but we got to do generally speaking. And, Troy, I'm the same way. I rarely speak to George, not because I don't want to, it's because he's getting the job done. I'll agree with your commentary on Susan, Taskmaster. Do you do concrete, Susan? I'll tell you the joke later. Sorry, this is joking. Hey, I wanted to say welcome again. We keep it light here. We like fast presentations. You'll learn that one the right way. And every meeting is Ben Bartley's birthday. Thank you. Welcome again.
Thank you.
Have you been assigned an office yet?
Yes.
Did anybody give up an office?
No. It was.
He took Troy's office.
Do I have an office?
Where are you?
It's a very small conference room next to Suzanne.
No, we have him down next to Suzanne and John Booker. Down on that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We're going to hear from a member of our public now, and then we'll vote on you. Cindy Harris.
Cindy Harris, District 3. In my career of 45 years in management and for the last 25 years traveling the state, I had some clients down in Davie and Miramar and Hollywood. I spent a lot of time recruiting employees, and so I took the time and I researched Mr. I'm going to butcher it, Gus. He's very qualified. I was very impressed with his LinkedIn profile and everything. What concerned me a little bit was that I couldn't find a Facebook profile or any other social media. It was yes. I was very impressed.
Yes.
And then I started thinking, assistant county manager. He's overqualified for that job. And then I got here and I heard what he's going to do. I think he needs his own department, to be quite honest. I really do. And I look forward to speaking with you, and I can't wait to meet you and talk to you individually. And I think as a taxpayer, I think we should actually spend the time to do that on anybody that's hired on our county staff, because we're actually paying their salaries. And I think more of our citizens ought to take the time to do that and actually research who we're hiring. But giving a 4-day notice is not really enough. I think we ought to actually give a notice that, hey, we're looking for this position. We've got these candidates. If you're interested, here's their resumes. That's what I think. So if you confirm him, I'd like to spend a few minutes with you after the meeting, if you don't mind. Thank you.
And so it begins, Gus. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Harris. And we have a motion and a second to confirm. Do you have anything else you wanted to say before we vote?
No, thank you.
Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And welcome to Volusia County.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy Troy's office. Okay. Item 5, budget resolution, State of Florida Department of Environmental Protection. This is going to be a tough one. We have to approve the receipt of $2,093,000 of revenue.
Move to approve.
Second.
Oh,
go ahead, anybody.
Motion to approve by David Santiago, and the second was by who? I heard a number of them by Troy Kent. Did you want to say anything?
Just, I want to give Mike Ulrich credit for going out and getting $2 million for a $4 million project that we were already going to do to increase our wastewater capacity in that area.
He's good at
A
that.
long list.
Yes.
A long list of revenue procurements.
Good job.
Yes.
Do you do concrete?
Did you do sprinkler systems? No.
He supplies the water for the sprinklers
Okay.
sometimes.
Okay. Any questions from council? The motion is to approve. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the vote is 6-0. We just had one leave the room. We'll get him when he comes back. Thank you very much. Well done. Item 6, budget resolution for current fiscal year 24-25, second mid-year budget fund reconciliation. Ryan Osowski.
Good evening, Council. Ryan Osowski, Chief Financial Officer. What you have here is an item that we typically do at year end, that this year we took on a mission to break these up into increments as we know about them. These are the transfers that we identified during the budget process. You'll see that most of them say that they were presented during the 5-year forecast as part of the estimates. There's one that was not part of the 5-year forecast presentations, but it was in your recommended budget book. And then there's one additional one for that we've identified for a grant for $61. They're all interfund transfers, so none of this is new spending. It's all just moving money in between funds. And the final piece of this is authorization for an additional interfund loan from the Ocean Center to the parking garage with the terms identified in the agenda item. If you have any questions.
Any questions?
Second.
We have a motion to approve by David Santiago and the second by flip a coin by Matt Reinhardt. Questions, comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Ryan, you do amazing work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. On item 7? Okay.
You want to do it before he gets down here?
Item 7 is a quasi-judicial hearing on a vacation. Before Tad starts, does anyone have any ex parte that they need to declare?
None. And if that was
No
a
one
motion, then we'll
anywhere.
second.
And Tad, hold on 1 second. I need to back up to item 5. Danny, you were out of the room, so that makes it 7-0 on the revenue acceptance. Item 7, Tad, for a vacation. You don't need one.
Don't we all?
Did Danny make a motion? Yeah, Troy seconded?
Yep.
Good pitch.
I've been working on it.
Motion by Robbins, second by Kent. Presentation was brief. Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And item 7 passes unanimously, 7-0. Item 8, Ordinance 2025-20, amendment to Chapter 72, Code of Ordinances regarding special exceptions. This one won't be quite so fast.
Welcome. Carol McFarlane, Planning and Development Services Director. This is a second reading for Ordinance 2025-20. We talked about this at the last meeting. The council talked about needing to have more time. This is to discuss. This is a fairly short agenda, so we'll be able to use our time wisely. And at the last meeting, it was recommended for approval with no changes. So I did want to talk a little bit about what is a special exception, so we all know the focus of this. A special exception is a land use that would not be appropriate without applying conditions to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. So we're looking at conditions that control the location, landscape buffer, safety mechanisms. So we have special exceptions such as borrow pits, communication towers, recreational areas, and think of the special exceptions as a way to apply like only if statements. So this use could be acceptable only if they don't operate, or they only operate on the weekends, or it could be acceptable only if they don't use loudspeakers. In other words, you may have heard this called checking the boxes. It's a special or quasi-judicial hearing, so I'm sure you've heard a lot that if the application checks all the boxes, that it's allowed to be approved. In the special or the quasi-judicial hearings, the council acts more as a board, applying adequate criteria to the special exceptions. So there is, checking all of the boxes. So the board has, in some ways, some limited abilities that if it meets all of those criteria, there's an obligation to approve it. So when we first started talking about this process a little more than a year ago, there was an idea of if we have conditions that have to be met to be approved, and we all understand what those conditions are, maybe we should just go ahead and let them be approved with a lesser standard of public hearings. So fundamental part of our zoning ordinance is that there are three types of uses. There's uses that are approved by staff, which are permitted by right. There's conditional uses. They're very similar to special exceptions in that they have the conditions of approval, but staff approves those and there's no public hearing. And then we do special exceptions that have two public hearings, one with the Planning Commission and the second is with you guys. So what you see here is it's kind of one end or the other, right? It's approved by staff with no public hearings, or it's approved by council with two public hearings. So maybe we want to talk about a middle ground where there's maybe just one public hearing. We have 137 public or special exception uses. Our zoning code was adopted in 1988. We've definitely done updates to our special exceptions in that time, but it's been a while, right? So it's a good time to go through all of the uses and make sure that we're applying our approvals adequately. Most recently, and I believe it was 2021, we removed we started to allow accessory dwelling units. So one of the biggest special exceptions uses that we saw coming in over and over again were garage apartments. So and that really substantially reduced the number of special exceptions that staff processed. So we're starting to whittle things down. So again, I think this is a good opportunity for staff and the council. Just to look at special exceptions over the last 10 years, the map shows where these uses were. They're kind of everywhere, all throughout the county. We do about 8 special exceptions a year, and only 2 special exceptions have been denied in that 10-year period. And most of our special exceptions are rural uses, which of course, considering our size and our land uses, that makes sense. The top one is recreational areas. We are a tourist economy, just like most places in Florida. So we have uses like paintball and hunt clubs. Borrow pits and communication towers are also one of the biggest uses that we process. So when we first started this process, going back to February of last year, council came to you guys looking for kind of a philosophical approach to the ordinance and how we should structure it. because we do have so many zoning classifications. It's a really voluminous ordinance. So there were 4 key things that we decided to focus the ordinance on. One was allowing staff authority for uses to be approved by right if they can be adequately controlled by using existing regulations. The second part was allowing staff authority to approve conditional uses if there are nuisances and impacts that can be managed by the special criteria. The third one is that PLDRC could be the approving authority for uses that are not compatible with residences or businesses due to its impacts on property values. And lastly, that the county council authority be only used for uses that are not compatible with residential or business uses due to life safety or quality of life concerns. You've been given the glorious spreadsheet. You should all have 11 by 17s of these. And I just want to point out as quickly as I can, because again, we're going to be going over this for a while, and I hope I know how to use this screen right. Obviously, the special exception uses, that's where you're going to see the 137 uses. This middle column, these are uses that are already allowed, or the zoning classifications where that use is allowed by right. So we are not moving those. Those are staying where they are. They're just here so that everyone can have a frame of reference for what zoning classifications it's allowed in and what zoning classifications do we want to take a look at. So the existing special exception classifications are here, and these zoning classifications, we're looking at changing them to these approving bodies. So by right, conditional use, etc. Lovely drawing. If I do say so myself, it's very difficult to get this to clear, so I'll just move on. Hopefully, there we go. So there's 62 uses that staff was looking at taking down to the by right category and approved by staff, as well as conditional uses. 50 uses will be moved to PLDRC approval, and 25 uses staying in the purview of the county council. So just to wrap up what this purpose is, it's a wide-scale change to the zoning ordinance. We're going to be here a little while tonight. We don't get a lot of special exceptions, so as far as staff's concerned, it's not like it's going to save us, half of our time during the day, right? This is going to be something that only happens 8 to 10 times a year. So really the benefit is for the business owners who are coming in to get the special exceptions. Can save them at least 2.5 months in the approval process, if not more, if you start looking at all the materials and planning that goes into putting in that kind of an application. So with that, we're really excited to bring this ordinance forward. It is compliant with the recent Senate Bill 180 in that there's nothing in this ordinance that that makes anything more restrictive. This is all about having less restrictive regulations. We did have 6 public workshops on this, most recent being last council meeting. So for this discussion, we've got 4 questions for you guys that we can go through the spreadsheet together and see if there are changes that you want to make. I'm sure there are. We kind of expect that with 137 uses. So we're going to go through each category and see which ones need to change. So grab a drink, grab some popcorn, and we can go ahead and go through this. So the first question for council is, what uses are you seeing in the spreadsheet that are listed as by right that you think should have a public hearing or have some sort of higher level of review?
Okay, thank you. Councilman Robbins?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any Carol by right. I just wanted to ask some kind of preliminary questions, as we did last meeting, because as I suspected and could have counted on, we automatically get tagged for certain things. So I want to go ahead and put it out in the open again. So I'm going to ask you some very direct questions. Special exceptions, you briefly went over it, is in a nutshell property that is already pretty much zoned for it as a permitted use, correct?
It's listed as a special exception, which
Right.
is alongside the permitted uses in the zone.
Right. Is there an appeal process with a staff level conditional use?
Yes, the staff level conditional use and the appeal process for the PLDRC, both of those go to county council. So if conditional uses, if they're appealed, they don't go to PLDRC, they would come straight to you guys, as well as the PLDRC ones.
Okay. And for PLDRC, there's public speaking available there and an appeal process, correct? Okay. Good to know. Does any of this, by eliminating any of the bureaucracy, does this favor or exempt developers, development orders, PUDs, anything like to that nature? Because that was one of the things that I had predicted, and my crystal ball was right. So can we just get a clear answer for that?
This shouldn't have any bearing on planned unit developments. We're just taking one category and putting it in another place. So special exceptions as they exist right now don't impact planned unit developments, so it would still be the same scenario. Did that answer the
Yes.
question? Okay.
Thank you. In the event we do make some more of these conditional uses, I see a lot of them, the property zone industrial, but we want to run them through 10 additional processes when they have a piece of property that's properly zoned. For this type of scenario, in the event that there is a complaint, whether it be noise, an air curtain, whatever the case may be, do we have code enforcement to address that and a system in place for enforcement action to maintain a healthy situation for those instances?
We do. We have code enforcement staff now that deal with these kind of complaints anyway. We get a lot of businesses that move or expand and they don't think to check, all of the regulations in the local area. So, we have a fairly robust code enforcement system, but it is by complaint. Staff does not go out looking for issues. We don't do drive-bys checking to see if anything bad is happening. It's purely based on neighbor complaint.
Okay. And when somebody is buying a piece of property, I know the answer to this, but is there a way for people to look this information up? For instance, if they say, hey, my neighbor might have backyard chickens. I don't like backyard chickens. I don't want to live here. Is there a means for our constituency to look this up? Or is it readily available?
They definitely have a way to look this up. So if you're looking to buy a property and you're in your due diligence period, you can, of course, access our zoning map on our webpage, and you can also access our code on municode.com, where you can look at your zoning classification and see what uses are listed as permitted or special exception. We also, even though the conditional uses and the approved by staff, they're not public hearings, so they don't get public notifications. So if you're trying to do a chicken coop, backyard chickens, your neighbor is not going to get a certified letter of it. But what you can do is we do have an interactive map, again, on our website,
Right.
where you can see all of the permits that are on a certain property. So you don't get that notice, but it's very easy to find out what's happening.
So people are able to do their own research where government doesn't have to, or they don't have to hold government's pocket every step of the way. There's okay.
Correct.
That's it for now. Thank you.
I just have a couple of general questions first. If on the green, on the what is currently special exceptions, somebody comes in and they want to buy build circus headquarters. It's one of them on the list. Right now, it has to be approved by a special exception, which means going through PLDRC and the council, or just staff?
Correct. It's both,
By
yes.
both.
So all of the special exceptions that you guys have reviewed were first reviewed by the Planning Commission.
Right. How does that occur under by right? Somebody comes in and says, I'm going to put a circus headquarters in I-1, and we just say, okay?
So it would be what's called a change of use. So if you're going from a vacant property, let's start with vacant land, and you want to build a circus headquarters, there are, again, existing land development regulations that if you're going to cut trees down, you need a tree permit. If you're going to be digging holes or putting in fill, then you need stormwater. And those are things that apply to all of our uses. So if you're developing the land under certain thresholds, there are permits that you have to get now. Is that close to answering your question? Oh, so if that's from vacant to one use, if you're changing from an existing use to another existing use, we would be looking at the thresholds of how many trees are you taking down? How big is the stormwater pond? And that handles the review on the staff level.
So all those requirements still apply.
Exactly.
By right doesn't mean that you don't have to do anything. You just told us what you're going to do, go do it.
Right. Well, yeah, it means you have to come in and get permits from staff, right?
Okay. I think there's some misunderstanding about that, but there is, I keep getting a note from my,
Because the monitor's broken.
his screen isn't working. You can't tell who wants to speak. I think the public has a concern that, and I happen to agree. And in fact, I think I have 8 items that I would like to just quickly list. And I would like to see them move from a by right back to either, at the very least, to PLDRC, preferably to PLDRC and county council. But the public's looking at this and saying, look, we know there's zoning. We have zoning in place that gives us the first layer of protection. But then we have you that we elect on the county council, because sometimes things change in zoning areas. We've seen that here on this council, and we would like to have you, the people that we can hold accountable, our elected representatives, to have that last look at it and say, yeah, this is still good here. I happen to agree with them on that. And so I'm just going to list real quick the 8 concerns that I have. And I can tell everybody why when I'm done if you want, but it's animal hospitals, bars and liquor stores, circus headquarters, farm worker living facilities.
Mr. Chairman?
I almost said.
Chairman, can I just suggest something so that we can help maybe achieve what you want to? If we can just do one by one and then maybe make your pitch.
You want to do that now? Okay.
That way we can say, yeah, we agree with you or not agree and move on to the next one.
Okay, animal hospitals. And here's my concern. I'm not against animal hospitals, but I've had to use them, and I know sometimes animal hospitals, it's a lot of traffic, sometimes late at night if it's an emergency room, and I think maybe surrounding businesses, neighborhoods might like a little extra protection on that than just by right. Anybody else have any pause on that one, or everybody's good with it?
I'm actually with what you said, because we have one in our neighborhood that had just opened up, and you're right. The traffic issue was right on US 1, and it increased tremendously late at night. So you are correct. I would agree with you on that.
Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Animal hospitals. I see just the zoning classifications here. I don't believe it's a blanket. So if you look at the zoning classifications, you'll see A1, A2, which are large lots, commercial, agriculture, design properties, right, that are already pre-zoned in preparation for traffic or commercial farm operations. So it wouldn't really divert much of anything, in my opinion. Then you go on to the additional zoning of classification, industrial 1. That's the high, in the I2. Those are the highest traffic and uses, out there, the highest properties out there, which, we all kind of supported a few meetings ago and even last meeting. And then MH3 is a mobile home park. I know that there's some MH3 left. I know we've tried to phase it out over the last 20 years in the county that I know of, but also mobile homes in those zoning classifications. Those are high traffic zoning classifications when it comes to that. So I don't think it's out of the ordinary, Chair, based on the zoning classifications and what their intended uses are already assigned.
What's FR?
I believe forestry resource.
Oh, okay.
And what's the minimum acreage is 20, 25?
20.
So if you take some of our rural settings, and our properties are zoned size-wise and already zoned for it, it's you can't really compare it to a more urban setting, in my opinion. So, when I look at all these, Chair and Council, it's just another hoop. So that's my 2 cents.
Matt, were you describing because you had me on the traffic piece, and I was going that way, but are you in a more urban setting? Is it okay? So that wouldn't apply to these classifications. Yeah, I was going there, but once I hear the designations of the property sizes, I think we can just leave it the way it is in my proposal, Mr. Chairman. That's my thoughts.
Okay. Any other thoughts? Everybody else is comfortable with it?
Just leaving it as is?
Yeah. Okay, bars and liquor stores.
Just to clarify, Chair, we're leaving that one as is?
As is proposed.
Well, that's the
Proposed?
Yeah, I'm not sure how I'll vote yet. I'm trying to get the sense of the council, and the sense of the council is leave that by right.
How about we just vote on it right one by one and keep moving along? Does that make sense, or?
Ooh, why don't we just
then we got to vote for all 180 of them or whatever there are.
Yeah, we want to get through the A's and the B's. But
I just
yeah.
want to eliminate any confusion.
Yeah.
I think whatever we amend, Danny, or we agree to, we'll just vote on that and let it fall where it may.
If we
Gotcha.
amend it.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Okay.
As a group.
Because right now I'm outnumbered on that one. I still have a concern with it, but I'm trying to get the sense of the council. Bars and liquor stores for the same reason. I just think we need to be the last defense for that for the public.
Carol? Can you explain to us what B3, B4, and B5 are? These aren't like RR, RA, and some of our, so these properties are designed for, and correct me if I'm wrong, tell me what B3 is.
B3 and B4 are general commercial. B5 is what's called highway commercial. You see it on thoroughfares. So those are where it's allowed by right. Under the B8, that is the tourist business area. And then you'll see the OCV and the OMV are zoning classifications in Osteen. That's the Osteen Core Village and the Osteen Mixed Use Village.
So this wouldn't allow, in your opinion, a bar to be put in a neighborhood off of Maytown Osteen Road, the second left and the third gate on the right, look for the moonshine still. That wouldn't happen, right?
Yeah, these are, those three, B8, OCV, and OMV are commercial zoning districts.
Okay.
What is OUR?
Osteen Urban Residential.
Okay.
Right. Okay, I got it.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification with me, are you suggesting just any bars and liquors, regardless of where they're at, they should come through us? Is that what you're proposing?
Yes, to go through at least PLDRC, just so that there's public comment on it. A lot of these, if it's by right, there's no public comment allowed, so we're not giving the public any opportunity to say how this affects them or not, and I just think that's part of our responsibility.
I want to try to get there, if I could, Mr. Chair. Just so I understand what we're proposed on the paper here. If we leave it the way as proposed, if I'm understanding this correct, the section that says B8, OCV, only those classifications would be required to have a special exception?
Correct, the B8, OCV, and OMV. So the B3, B4, B5, SWC, the Southwest Activity
By right,
Center,
according to this.
those are by right now, and we actually can't change those. That would be inconsistent with Senate Bill 180. That would be adding more restrictions if we wanted to take the B3, B4, and
Right.
B5 to a public hearing or conditional use. So it's
So it's only the ones in the third column?
it's only the B8, OCV, and OMV.
But that still would require a special exception.
The by right would no longer be a special exception.
Okay. I wanted to make sure I was accurate there, Mr. Chair. So, and B8 is what? I know I'm sounding repetitive, sorry.
Tourist commercial, so lots of hotel areas.
And how many parcels? I mean, I've never seen a B8. I know there's some tourism areas right there across from the flea market, but those are in the city of Daytona. But it's like one of these things where I'll let you go ahead. Sorry.
Yes, my encyclopedia, my walking encyclopedia says that's in the North Peninsula area on the beach. Is that right? Yeah.
Troy, that's in, what they're saying is in your district. Do you have, I don't want to do something that's going to potentially hurt. I don't like laws, but I don't want to sandbag you either. You know, I see this stuff, and Chairman, I respect your views on this, but I mean, B8, it's a business tourist area. If it complements an area and it's already zoned for it, but
Yeah, there's tons of if my recollection is correct, up in Norman Beach, there's tons of B8 zoning up on A1A. There's also some residential zoning up there. So it's interesting what can and cannot be allowed. And that goes with not only businesses, but then with short-term rentals, things like that. You know, it ties in as well. So I've just been one that I've advocated, you know, like if I don't live on A1A, I live 1,400 feet from the Atlantic Ocean. So I'm not in a B8 commercial zoning district. I'm in a residential district. And if you buy a house on A1A, you very well could buy a house in a business district. And someone could purchase that property and turn that home into a business because that's the land use, that's what it is. I'm big into that. I'm big into, like, you know, the land use is what it is.
so it's fitting. It wouldn't be out of the ordinary.
And you bought into it. It would not be out of the ordinary. B8 would not be out of the ordinary.
So just for clarification, if I could, Mr. Chair, so for clarification from me, would you be okay with just accepting this proposal for the B8 to be by right, or do you want it to go to PLDRC for bars or liquor stores?
You know, you're talking to a guy who's always, it's always gone to our planning board or now PLDRC and then to the commission and now a council. That's what I've always known. I also, in the back of my head, I'm remembering us our first 2 months together, giving staff their marching orders and saying we need to be more efficient and effective. We need to be streamlined. So I'm being very cognizant of that as well. You know, I'm not one of those that the sky is falling. We're giving staff, you know, an open-ended ability to ruin our area. There are fear mongers that are going to do that and going to preach that and put that out there. I don't think that's the case.
So you'd be okay accepting this recommendation here? Okay, thank you. I'll take Troy's lead on that.
Okay, and I'm not trying to join the fearmonger crowd. Right now, these are allowed by special exception, and we haven't had a problem. If we go by right, the public has no opportunity to voice an opinion on it. If it's next to their house or next to their business or whatever, I'm just trying to protect the public, to give them the ability to be able to speak up about it. And that can be done with a PLDRC meeting.
Yeah, and Chairman, I want to clarify, not that I need to, but I want to clarify. I was not putting you in that category of fear mongering. I gotta tell you, I feel like this entire council, whatever this not last year has happened, we've been working more cooperatively together. I don't feel like there have been jabs back and forth. I want you to know publicly that was not towards you, but there are comments and things I've seen in the community that I feel like it's fear mongering. But I certainly hear what you're saying about at least allowing this to go to PLDRC so that the public can have a comment on it. But also in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about the majority of this council saying we wanted to streamline the process.
We do, and I agree with that. I think there's 52 of them in green. I'm talking about 8 things that I have a question about. So far, the animal hospitals, bars and liquors, the majority of the council seems fine. And I don't say that in a disparaging way. That's how it's coming out here. Circus headquarters. Is Osteen okay with having a circus headquarters? Have anybody from Osteen?
We have members of the Osteen community on our PLDRC board. They did a pretty close magnifying glass look at the Osteen categories, and that one was not discussed as needing to move. We don't have any circus headquarters. I've never had a request for a circus headquarters, something that we did way back in the olden days. Was it Barnum?
Clyde Beatty.
Barnum and Bailey was actually out in west of DeLand by the railroad tracks.
We have a member of Osteen on the PLDRC, and she was, she's in touch with the residents of Osteen. She had no problems with this.
So the recommendations for changes from the PLDRC, which she was a member of, are shown in red on this.
Okay.
There's none on the first page.
If Osteen's okay with it, then I'm just trying to make sure that they're being heard.
Can I ask for a clarification question? I'm kind of, I asked inside my brain, and then Suzanne said something. I'm looking at the front page where it says Circus Headquarters by right, I-1.
I-1, yeah.
Is that Osteen only?
That is not an Osteen.
So why are we worrying about what Osteen thinks about
There is
Circus
some
Headquarters?
I-1 in Osteen that's
Okay.
existing.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but it's not in the O categories, which is where the local plan is. There's also some.
There's I-1 elsewhere too, right?
There is, yeah. I think there's a cutout from the local plan, little donut hole, where there's some I-1.
I gotcha.
Okay. Thank you.
And thank you.
Farm worker living facilities.
Chair, which page is that on, Chairman?
It's still on first page, 3/4 of the way down, farm worker living facilities, special criteria. And the reason I bring this up is I've been involved in one before with a cut foliage company, and it greatly affected the surrounding neighborhood in an A1 situation.
Which one are you on, Mr. Chair?
Farm workers living facilities.
First page.
What page is that?
And it's on the first page still. And again, every one of these, my concern is that if we go by right, the public has no opportunity to voice their concerns or opinions on it.
And we do have special exceptions for those from time to time. We have processed those in the last 10 years.
But this moves it all to by right.
Correct.
Chair for me. I actually agree that that it would go to PLR or PLRDC on that one. I agree with the chairman on that one.
I'd be okay with that one also too, Mr. Chair. Of having at least go to PLDRC on that one.
Don, did you have something?
Unless somebody changes my mind. But.
I have 3 names up. I'm still not sure which one of these you're on, so I'll go down the road and give everybody a chance. Don, you were just calling.
I don't know if Danny was ahead of me, though. I don't want to cut.
Go ahead, Don.
Well, it says, what exactly is the number of units specified per parcel size?
That is. Over here.
Come closer.
Scott Ashley, zoning manager. It's based on your acreage. You get one, if I recall, one for every 5 acres of property, 1 unit, farm worker living unit.
And how big is the size of this 1 unit?
The has to be at least, I think, 720 square feet.
So we're talking about one 720 square foot dwelling per 5 acres.
Yes, sir. The larger property you have, the more units you can get.
And so A2 is 1 for 5, right? That's a 5 acre parcel.
That's the minimum, yes.
A1 is 2 acres, 10.
10 acres.
10
yes.
acres, so you get 2 dwellings. Forestry Reserve is 20 acres.
20 acres, yes.
Mr. Ashley, I don't want to interrupt, but that 720 square feet, that's a minimum?
That's the minimum.
But is there a max? Sorry, Mike.
No.
It's fine.
No max, so you could build a, how many families are limited per unit? Or people?
So each single-family residence, residential unit has 6 unrelated people can live together as one family.
And guys, my concern is, we're all about workforce housing. That seems to be the trend. And why not have the actual farmer pay for the housing as opposed to the taxpayers? So I don't know if we want to limit the number of people per dwelling, but I'm really in favor of doing this by right because we are trying to be less restrictive. If anything, we got to help the farming community, and I want to be more attractive to farmers. I'd rather them come here looking to set up some sort of industry as opposed to somewhere else. So I don't know if I necessarily want to see it as an unlimited size dwelling, but it would be nice to allow a certain amount of housing by right.
And
if we can agree on that as opposed to.
And something to consider to probably meet a middle ground, Chair. We approved garage apartments, I believe, as by right too, right? So I think
Accessory
it's either
dwelling units.
ADUs that were 50%. Chairman, I feel a lot like Don. We either subsidize it or we allow it. We're all promoting agriculture for obvious reasons in the county. I think this would add to it. I do see some concerns, but again, they're large parcels that are designed for that commercial agricultural use, whether it's people or whether it's machinery, combine, whatever the case is. But Chairman, I'd be open to put if we have to, just like our ADUs, we can do it 50% of the primary overall square footage. Is that something we'd be able to do as a maximum to
I'll let the attorney answer that.
meet a middle, you know what I'm saying?
Good news, I'm taking it out of your hands. So this bill, there was a bill passed this legislative session. It's SB 700. It is the FDAX bill. So it's got a preemption specifically on farm worker housing. And what it does is it preempts local governments, and it has a lot of, but it sets up its own criteria. Okay. So, for example, and this is something we don't do. So it says, okay, local governments, you're preempted, but here are the new standards. The dwelling must meet health safety, life health safety provisions. Housing must be maintained in a neat and orderly manner. All structures must be located 10 feet apart. Square footage of the housing may not exceed 1.5% of the property's area. Housing site must provide, setbacks, front, rear, side of 50 feet. And then, it can't be located within 100 feet of the property line. It has to have screening or masonry wall. You can adopt less restrictive provisions, but they still need to meet Department of Health provisions. And the housing site must be removed if they ever come in violation. If it's not being used for legal verified agricultural housing for more than 365 days, if the property loses its agricultural designation, if their Department of Health permit is revoked, or if it's occupied by a person who is not a legally verified agricultural worker. So, and then the property owner is subject to increasing fines. So there's a new Florida bill that came into effect this July regarding farm worker housing. So you can go less restrictive than the state on those specific standards, but the use, if they have their agricultural designation, would be allowed.
Does it mention who's Who's up right now? Okay. Let me just ask a quick question on that list, because I didn't hear it, maybe I missed it. Is there anything about verified citizens?
Potentially. That'll probably be a legally verified agricultural worker. I think that is an existing system that allows farmers to sponsor certain members.
Right.
So I don't think
Common
it's,
practice.
Yes. So I don't think it's a citizenship requirement. It is you are here legally, but you are verifying that they are.
You might be on a
worker.
visa. Did you have a question?
Yeah, just a quick question, Paulo. I assume, because you mentioned the health department, they're the ones that are doing the inspection process for that, monitoring it? You
Yes.
said clean and tidy?
Yes.
And I'm curious as to how
Both
often
them
that
and
is done.
FDACs. Not entirely sure. They probably have to craft specific rules for the
Okay.
health department and specific rules for FDACs.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Danny, your name's still up. Did you get done?
I think he took the wind out of everyone's sails there. I was ready to talk about the next one.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, Paulo, would mobile homes count towards, would they qualify under this, or does it have to be a brick and mortar?
I'm not
dwelling?
sure because it needs to meet, as long as the mobile home meets federal housing standards, because mobile homes are, they're issued that certification from HUD. They don't get your standard building permit. They are kind of a vehicle because they're on a chassis, a movable chassis. So, if they are permitted under the federal regulations by HUD, potentially, yes, they could be used as a,
Plus it said if they're not kept tidy or the people aren't qualified, it is to be removed.
Right. So that's why I'm wondering if
How to remove, yeah.
I'm wondering if we're qualifying mobile homes as acceptable under this
Yes.
ordinance.
And that
What's
is
MH3?
That is specifically
Mobile home.
correct in the zoning code.
Yeah,
Right, but
MH3 is mobile homes, right?
But on A1, could you put a mobile home?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah. I think we made a change around 2-3 years ago.
Well, A1's allowed mobile homes for a long time. We also added it to the A2 and the A3 and the A4.
In
all the
F4,
As.
okay.
Here's Mike. I live in an agriculture community, and maybe more than 9 times out of 10, this isn't a problem. There's mobile homes that fern companies put workers in. Nobody even knows they're there. But sometimes there's drug problems, there's crime problems, there's noise problems, loud music till 3 o'clock in the morning or whatever, and then the neighbors have no recourse. I would like to have the neighbors have a recourse beforehand, because I don't think anybody goes in and checks any of it for cleanliness or anything. In fact, unless something's changed, I can tell you it hasn't, because I've seen some serious problems with agricultural companies that provided it and had major issues. So
are we discussing the consensus of PLDRC for this one or not? Oh.
Yes.
Yeah, so my comment on that is that going to PLRDC is not going to judge who moves into that home and how loud they are. It does give the neighbor an opportunity to say, I don't want you to be loud.
Right.
But, okay, I won't be loud, and then I'm loud. And that happens, it's not just here, it's any neighbor can be loud, obnoxious, work on their cars till 2 o'clock at night, and no PLRDC and no elected body is gonna be able to control that. And if it's not, if we do it at that group, it might not be the next one. So I don't know how other than giving people an outlet to complain, which there's a right to.
Well, let me ask this, Jake,
stop
because
it.
you may be right, and so clarify this. If it goes to PLDRC, can't they put, you can do this, but you got to turn your music off at 11, or you got to...
Absolutely.
You have to have certain standards.
We have standards in code enforcement and noise statutes right now. We already have a law that tells you can't do noise. So why do we put a law in on top of the law saying we don't have noise? That's my point. Everything that people are concerned about, trash, parking, any rule that we already have, any noise rule we already have, smoking dope, doing meth, those are all illegal activities that are addressed in other laws. It's a concern of the neighbor, most definitely. But we already say that when we have these discussions, that it's already, Paulo's always, no, it's addressed by law. It's addressed by law. I think we're in the same boat here, unfortunately or fortunately.
Mr. Code Enforcement, does it help any at all to have a special condition put on something than just with the laws that we do have that Jake's talking about?
Yeah, so the approving body of a special exception it has an obligation, in fact, to apply conditions that will help the application to meet the intent of the code and the comprehensive plan. So there are times where we talk about conditions for things that don't happen in other circumstances, right? Like, I don't want to pull out individual projects, but like some of the recreational areas that we've had lately, we've had limits to the number of dogs that could be on site at one time. That's not something that's necessarily in our code, but in order to meet the code and the public health, safety, and welfare, we can add those. The PLDRC can add those to a special exception. So if it's by right, you only have to meet what's in the code already.
Mr. Chair, if I can add to that, just to kind of clarify, especially, I get where you're going. I think we've done that in the past. But for purposes of this particular topic, in this particular category, what additional conditions could we add or possibly add that are not already covered, like what Jake said, in our ordinances that are already, I'll just use the term illegal, right? So I'm trying to find a way to thread that needle, but what could we potentially add to a, what is it called, farm worker living facility? I don't know.
David, I'd take it one step further, Chairman, just so we could try to accommodate you better. What conditions, you listed noise, crime, check for cleanliness. I'd hate for someone to visit my son's room after a long weekend of fishing. But I get it, and right to privacy and, the Constitution. What conditions, Chair, are not addressed that you're concerned about that we can possibly help you with?
Well, Jake just said all of these are already in place, all these conditions. I just asked the question, does it give code enforcement any extra authority to, when they get a call about music at 3 o'clock in the morning, which is not uncommon, does it give us any extra authority, or is the sheriff, we just call the sheriff and he's got to go out there or not?
As a by right, it would not have any additional conditions that aren't already on the books now.
But Danny's asking me what other conditions could we add to make it.
I was just asking.
And I don't know if there are any. So that's why I say I think it's important that the public gets to have at least one bite of the apple and say, this has been a problem in the past here or not. Matt Reinhardt, you had a question?
Yeah, I did. Chair, I was looking up, back in 2021, House Bill 883, which made it mandatory for individuals that were reporting code enforcement issues to give their name and address and made it public. Yeah. We saw, and I worked code enforcement in New Smyrna prior to coming to council, we saw a dramatic drop in those that were reported. So if we make that condition, I guess maybe I'm getting a little bit too much in the weeds, but it may be applicable to later conversations about this. If somebody from the public is there and said, hey, listen, I want a condition that the noise level be kept or whatever, like we're saying, and the PLRDC says this is the condition, and then they say they violated that condition, are they going to go right back to the PLRDC and say, hey, they violated your condition? Or are they going to have to go to code enforcement? They're going to not go to code enforcement because they don't want to give their name because it's a neighbor. Correct?
That is correct. Code enforcement complaints have to give their name.
Exactly.
I believe unless it's in environmental.
Unless they're
Or unless there's a
protected.
life safety,
Yep. Well, their name still has to
or
be given,
Name is redacted.
but their address is protected. It can be protected. But what I'm saying is that may not really accomplish anything by going to code enforcement because they're not going to go to code
But
enforcement.
Matt, if they go to PLR,
I'm saying if they go to PLR, then it's on the record then.
they're
Exactly.
gonna.
I get it. I get it. I'm just saying. I don't even see them reporting it then, to be quite honest.
Then it's not
Gotcha.
that big enough of an issue. But at the end of the day, though, we're just trying to cut the red tape down.
I understand.
So there's things in place. It's no different than any other complaint that we get. We have processes. Or Carol, I know we've done certain things too, like hey, let's try this out for a year. Like the canines. Hey, you guys better be on your best behavior. We're taking this. Do we still have that right to do that, or does staff have that right to say, hey?
No, that would, if it was by right, we would not have that. The special exceptions do have a provision in the code that if there is a code violation on the property, on the special exception use, that the zoning enforcement official, who you just
Right.
appointed tonight, would be able to revoke the special exception and make them go back to. I did also learn just little things that you learn every day, that we actually don't have to call it PLDRC. We can just call it the Planning Commission.
Good job.
I just got used to PLDRC.
Council, I don't have a problem with leaving it by right. Everything seems to be enforceable, and we have methods to enforce it. So.
Don Dempsey, is that a new?
Well, no, yeah, I agree with Danny and Jake. We already have laws in place to regulate this stuff. If we have a place where controlled substance, I know you were saying drug houses and stuff like that. Anybody who maintains a place like that is actually subject to Florida Statute 82310, which makes it a third-degree felony to monitor something like that. So, there's that outlet. And we also have nuisance 823.01, all nuisances that tend to annoy the community or corrupt the public morals are misdemeanors of the second degree. So there's criminal liability if you're maintaining a situation that's annoying the neighboring property. So that's in place. And you can also, as a citizen, if you're not satisfied with the sheriff's reaction to whatever the situation might be, or you're upset with the county, you can still file a civil injunction against that neighbor and to prevent their conduct. So there is recourse. My goal is to make, I agree with Danny, I want to make the agricultural environment more welcoming to farmers. And we also have to be careful. And Paulo, I don't know if you're here, but we have that Right to Farm Act that basically says you can't classify certain things as nuisances. So I don't know if this is going to violate SB 180 if we start regulating farm activity. I don't know if you've researched that or not. I'm not well versed.
So that's
in the Right to
slightly
Farm Act, but
different. For the Right to Farm Act, basically it says, farms that have existing farms that have been in operation for 1 year cannot be declared a nuisance. So, so to the extent that regulation on farms on bona fide agricultural property, there's more than just the Right to Farm Act. It just basically says they are exempt from building codes and all county codes except for the floodplain. So that's essentially let farmers farm is the rule. For the farm worker housing, the state preempts it when it is a bona fide farm that is, classified as agriculture. So whether you leave it by, approved by PLDRC or by county council, the new statute says that the government entity may not adopt or enforce any legislation, regulation, or ordinance to inhibit the construction or installation for this type of housing. So that's kind of the check on any type of special exception. I don't think it specifically says you can't do that, but it says don't use it to inhibit the construction. You can condition some things in the special exception itself, but you can't start adding new restrictions in the ordinance because that runs into a bunch of other things such as SB 180. It starts to become a more burdensome restriction now. That's a part of your land development regulation. But you can leave it as a special exception, and then so long as it's not inhibiting the construction, put in some conditions on there.
So we've been preempted on it, but we can't say no, but we can put some special conditions
Yes, yeah.
that doesn't affect construction. Oh, okay, that actually makes sense. There doesn't seem to be a taste for that. Again, my whole purpose in this is that I think we're robbing the public of any input at all in what happens in rural neighborhoods and in their community. The last two I have are really, could be really detrimental. Poultry farms, one of the most toxic, smelly, horrible thing. I mean, I'm talking about an enclosed poultry farm that they're
What page?
page 2. Poultry farms, and then pulp and paper manufacturing, drive through Bunnell, or Putnam, I'm sorry, excuse me, Bunnell, through Putnam. I mean, both of those things, the neighbors far and wide need to be able to have a say in that, I think.
Chairman, for the pulp and the paper, would you consider that an industrial use?
Yeah, I think it is an industrial use.
Okay, because it's,
I know it's listed as I-2, but it's not by right now. We're moving it to by right, so nobody has any say on it.
But
I mean, think of Whole Road.
But it's an industrial use and it's an industrial area. And if you really want to stretch it to, pulp and wood is also to and logging is a ag product, a farm product. So you're kind of damned if you're doing, damned if you don't.
It was poultry farm. Okay. I don't think so.
No, but you see what I'm saying though?
No, I don't.
Oh, well.
So go ahead and say it.
It's an industrial use.
Yep.
Where else would we like to have it? We can't put it in RR in our neighborhoods. We can't put it in A1, A2, A3. We can't put it in MH3. It's in an industrial. It's not like we're putting it out of somewhere that it shouldn't be anyway. That's the whole point.
Again, think of Whole Road. It's industrial. I don't think it should just be open-ended that anything can come here. I think that we should have some control in our county of what happens in our county. Do we want certain kinds of industrial? So right now, you'd have to get a special exception. If we move this, it's by right. We can have
so I'll give you a perfect example.
A highly toxic poultry farm or a pulp manufacturer.
So there's a pulp and manufacturing right by Sunday Road on 44. There's probably 8 to 10 homes within several hundred feet of it in my district. Not one complaint, right? It's right along the major highway.
Good.
Homes are next to it. Poultry farms, I kind of feel like Don. In order for that business to be profitable, you need a big piece of land.
No, you don't. But I farm, you don't, but that's okay.
Excuse me, Jeff. Thank you. And I grew up on a farm with several hundred head of cattle, and all that stuff as well. So just staying on task here. I'm supportive of whatever we can do agriculturally. And where's poultry farms at?
It's halfway down on page 2, and a poultry farm, I didn't read your description of it, but a poultry farm that I'm talking about looks like a greenhouse to somebody riding by. It's not a lot of land. It's just the opposite. It's packing 6,000 birds in 300 square feet, and it's horrible. I don't want to just...
I agree, Chair, if that's actually the case, but I'm looking at forestry is 25 acres. I'm looking at A2. How big of a property is A2?
5 acres.
Okay, so that's a big piece. How about A3?
Well, that's scratched out.
Scratched
out. That's all scratched out.
As far as
Right, yeah, so if I can, the poultry farms are a little nuanced because we had PLDRC did not want to, they wanted to leave FR as by right.
That's good.
So where you see it scratched out, A2, A3, A4, MH3, and OCR, those categories, the A2 to the OCR, those are in the county council approval category.
So they'll still come to us.
Correct. Everywhere except for the FR zoning. Right.
Yeah.
How big is FR?
20 acres.
20 acres?
That's yeah,
That solves your
poultry
concern, Chairman?
farms.
With that clarity?
Well, maybe I misunderstood. It was trying to eliminate some of that stuff. I don't agree with some of
Only
that.
FR.
Trying to,
Which FR is one, if anything, you just buy two A1s, and that's, you know, I mean, we're expanding it, not contracting it, so it would be, make it on 20 acres instead of 10. 10's already by right.
But here we complain about we complain about eggs, but we want to regulate. Tell them that we don't want any poultry farms.
Exactly.
If
You know,
I
so-
could
oh, no,
add,
I didn't say that. Just to clarify, I didn't say I don't want any poultry farms. I want real poultry farms. I've been affected by one of these. My family owned 30 acres next to a farm that was 40 acres and put 2 greenhouse poultry farms. They sold the property. My family had to sell the property and move because it was so toxic. It was making everybody sick in the neighborhood. So to me, that's not a poultry farm. Chickens should be able to run around and express their chickenness.
so the definition of a poultry farm is for 100 fowl or more. So it's,
Wow.
it can be a little bit smaller scale than I think what you're describing.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I wanted
But
to
we
ask
don't have
you,
a say on
if it's FR only, does that change your opinion? Because it's only affecting FR.
20 acres.
Forestry resource, 20 acres.
25.
I don't know if it changed your opinion. I'm trying to understand.
It doesn't, but, it doesn't change mine because I've been involved with it with 30 acres, and it was unbearable. You couldn't breathe to go outside.
So help, I'm trying to thread the needle, just so you know my goal. So if it was 30 acres, the intent here is you kept saying that you wanted the public to be able to say something. So in that scenario, I'm just trying to play that out. The neighbors come in and say, I don't want a poultry farm. That's it? No
Yeah,
poultry
just
farm
like
goes there?
happens now at PLDRC or county council, they can come in, they have an opportunity to express their position to either us as elected or PLDRC as one of the busiest boards in the county. If we do this by right, they don't have a voice.
And in that process of getting this, remind me, I know there's different steps. Is it quasi-judicial, process-oriented, certain boxes that need to be checked legally for a vote, a yes or no?
Right. The by right can still have conditions on it in the sense that there are existing regulations. And we do have some very specific zoning code requirements for specific uses.
Let me stop you there because I want to hone in my question clearly because I'm trying to figure out. It stays whatever, it goes to PLDRC, this, and some concerns were expressed. We got this farm that wants to come now. A couple neighbors come out and say, I don't want it because I'm not going to like the smell. That's what I think I kind of heard, right? Is that a category for the governing body to determine in their way to give this person that request or not? You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, that is what, in the scenario that you outlined, yes, the Planning Commission would be able to add conditions that are in addition to what the code already requires to satisfy that specific complaint.
Okay, thank you.
So if I were a planner working on that, scenario, I may say something about, we'll have increased setbacks to where a neighbor's house is, or to add, I don't know if there's anything to take smell away, or to add some sort of obstruction.
You're saying they can do that if it goes to by right,
If it goes to public hearing.
Public hearing.
which is not by right.
Correct.
So by right, you wouldn't be able to put in some of those conditions?
Correct.
Okay.
But I must ask for something to clarify, Ms. McFarland. Under the green belt, right? Florida Statute 163-3162, subsection 3. A government entity may not exercise any of its powers to adopt, enforce any ordinance, resolution, regulation, rule, or any policy to prohibit, restrict, regulate, or otherwise limit an activity of a bona fide farm operation on land classified as agricultural land pursuant to 193.461. So if it's a bona fide agricultural establishment, why are we even talking about it?
So that provision applies if they're compliant with best management practices.
Right, and
So they have to show us that does best management practices to override the standard county rules, is there a conflict between the BMPs and like a setback provision?
Sure.
If so, we step back and say, okay, all right, that's fine.
But under that, condition, the property appraiser looks at that to make sure that everything is BMPs. I wouldn't suspect someone is going to have 600 chickens for a hobby. It's going to be a bona fide farm, which we can't do a darn thing about anyway if they meet the criteria. So why are we here?
This is a very appropriate. It's a chicken and the egg scenario.
Yeah.
To get that bona fide farm classification, they have to show it's a commercially viable thing. And to one of the criteria, not the only criteria, but one of the things that the property appraiser looks at is, are you adequately zoned? Is this, is the local government, is this use kind of allowed? It's one criteria. So that it's kind of, which one goes first? Is it the ag classification by the property appraiser, or is it the, yes, you can do this under the existing local government zoning? So, a lot of our farmers, they're like, well, I want to get my ag classification, but, your zoning says I can't do this particular thing until, I get my ag classification. So that's kind of what we
No, I understand it, but I just see it. If someone's going to go to that extent of making that type of investment, it's going to be for commercial agriculture, which falls under the statute and the requirements and BMP and all that stuff. So, Jerry, I do see what you're saying, but it's a tough spot too, because we need these things, right? And
really, you should think about, okay, what if there isn't a BMP for this type of farm activity? If there's nothing from the USDA or FDACS or Department of Health that regulates a specific aspect of a farm.
It's chickens, though. This is not a new species or subspecies. This just didn't happen. We're talking about chickens, same as we're talking about cows or hogs, So, again, I'm beating a dead horse here.
Okay, so Don Dempsey.
Yeah, just Apollo, if you could stay up there, though. I mean, it sounds like if we leave this as is, that there's no remedy for the neighbors, and there is a remedy. In your scenario, Chair, I'll bet you dollars to donuts that they didn't go to the courts to get an injunction. No.
Well,
they could have, but they
didn't
didn't.
answer, but
Well, I'm sure they didn't, because people don't do it. It amazes me how people have, after the hurricanes, my neighbors, they're all out burning, tree limbs. And so my whole neighborhood, depending on the wind, I smell smoke around the clock for weeks as people are, that just comes with the neighborhood. And, if this is a nuisance, though, you have recourse. Even if this is by right, there's still recourse. It's a criminal. In your scenario, it's a second-degree misdemeanor. So all nuisances that tend to annoy the community or affect or injure the health of the citizens, it's a second-degree misdemeanor. I don't know if you ever called the sheriff and went to Larissa and said, hey, you got to prosecute this case because it smells like chicken crap 24/7. It's affecting our health. But they don't do that. Or they don't go to the appropriate court and seek an injunction to stop it. They just, it's my biggest fear is that we're going to create an environment that may scare off a poultry farmer. They may just go to another county because they're not as heavily regulated as we are. And, it's a process to go through this. And I really want our property rights to be as business friendly and agriculturally friendly as we can. So there is recourse for the neighbors other than just making it go through the PLDRC or council. Thank you.
Okay. There may be here. The situation that I gave to you was not here. It was in Ohio, and it was probably everybody here's dreams. You didn't have to get a permit to build your house. You just build it. So what it did was clear out a neighborhood of minimum 10-acre lots because nobody could live there because the ammonia was so strong. The workers would have to go in with hazmat suits to work it. And so I don't know if that will happen here, but right now it's a special exception. And so, but you're telling me, I think, that there's no difference between a special and exception and by right now because we've been preempted.
Well, it depends, when the order of things. So if they do not have an ag classification from the property appraiser, your special exception rules apply. And you can condition it, you can deny it, but the moment they get that ag classification for a bona fide commercial farm operation, then that heavy preemption under the Right to Farm Act kicks in, and it severely limits what the county can do if a county rule or regulation is in conflict with best management practices on running the farm. That county rule or regulation does not apply to that bona fide farm activity. So really, it's the scenario you're looking at is someone who wants to get a poultry farm started and they don't have their ag classification, or in the event that they want to do something that's not specifically covered under a best management practice of the state or the federal government.
Okay.
All right, this chicken's dead. What are we doing? Doesn't look like there's consensus to change it, Mr. Chair. That's just my opinion.
Nope, doesn't look like there's any consensus there. So that, Carol, I think, if it doesn't look like anybody else had anything on the green.
I did, Chair.
Okay.
Just had a couple quick
Councilman
questions.
Robbins.
I apologize for interrupting, but we actually talked about the poultry farms first talking about farm workers. So I didn't get a notation for what we were doing with the farm workers.
I don't think there was a majority consensus.
Leaving it the way it is? Okay, thank you.
Carol, quick question, just so I understand it fully. For the schools, parochial or private, it looks like we're good on some of the other zonings, but just to be clear, we don't allow it in B1, B2, B3, B8, I1, I2?
Those are currently special exceptions.
Okay.
So,
okay.
So
Got it.
the cross out that you see, the FRA1, et cetera, those were moved to PLDRC.
What were they before this?
We had them in the by right category for the recommendation. So right now they're special exceptions approved by council. Our first round of recommendations was to make all of them by right, and the Planning Commission asked for some of the zoning classifications to move to the PLDRC. So it's kind of splitting it, so it's not all or nothing.
Yeah, so the Bs are by right, but also too, schools or private schools are a good thing, or daycares, church schools.
Catches a lot of different uses.
Right, and all those are decent sized properties, probably much larger than some of the one or B2, B3. I don't have a problem with allowing those. They're good things for a community. They bring communities closer. I don't have a problem with those going by right for those reasons. Same thing with the riding stables. This is agricultural, horses, stuff like that. We're excluding A3, A4, which are agricultural classifications. MH3, bigger pieces of property. We already discouraged mobile homes in a lot of instances, and some of these other ones are. I'd like to make all those by right. The schools and parochial private by right.
Hey, Danny, I'm lost. Could you just pick on one? Stay on one and let's go to the next one.
Well, they're already on here for by right.
Yeah, but they crossed out. They split them up, chair and council.
So you want to add those back in?
Yeah, make them all by right. I mean,
all the crossed out ones.
I don't see why. I don't see why not. It's something good for any area. Same thing with riding stables. I mean, that's good stuff. I I was a little confused, Carol, because I have the old list here, and then the new one has these crossouts, and it was a little confusing.
What was your reason for doing that? What was the thinking?
That was something that PLDRC asked for, and I know there was an email from Emily Bush that was sent this morning.
Yeah, it was pretty complex for.
Yeah.
On schools?
And it's just like going back to the chair's item for poultry farms, you see FR, but A2, A3, A4, again, bigger pieces of property are crossed out to still go to PLDRC. Evident. So I'm like, possibly we could have got.
So the reason for schools, I'm reading from an email that I believe was forwarded to you guys from Emily Bush, who's on our PLDRC, says schools can have huge impacts that can cause harm to our agriculture and residential communities. Therefore, it is suggested that schools.
Carol, you have to eat the mic.
I have to really talk into it, apologize. Schools can have huge impacts that can cause harm to our agriculture and residential communities. Therefore, it is suggested that schools in these zoning districts are still reviewed at the PLDRC level. Mainly, schools have traffic impacts that should be reviewed and evaluated by the public to ensure they are compatible and accessible to those using the school and those living around them. This use does not include public schools, only parochial or private.
But, in my response to Ms. Bush is we have one of the highest school board taxes. We have deficiencies there, and I don't want to get ahead of my skis, but we all know some of the issues for something in the community where a private person wants to come in and take that burden off of our people and in the community and be more intimate with that community. And we have building standards, we have stormwater, we have traffic, we have impact fees. We're going to have all this stuff. Why keep going? And I wish I would have seen this other copy. Why are we doing,
Danny, aren't schools also governed, don't they have licensing from the state?
They have,
Whether they're private or not, so there's requirements on the state level too.
that might be a better question for Mr. Ken. That's not my wheelhouse. I don't.
Because I think they have to make their case to the state in order to get issued a license to be a school. And a lot of those things are
It's already covered. There's
covered in that.
So, Council, I'd like to allow those schools, parochial, private, in all those sections by right. We already have requirements that cover every way till Sunday in terms of protection of the community through our permitting process.
Councilman Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. I respect that, Danny, but I'd have to disagree on one point. And the reason being is in my district, right on Clive Morris Boulevard, where Clive Morris and Big Tree are, which is a very busy road to begin with, it's a county road, there is a small parochial school that is there. It's a private school. And the school has been around for forever. My bonus sons both went there when it was across the street at the church. They acquired this property. It was a small building. It met their needs. But as we see the trend here nowadays, there's a lot more kids that are going either homeschooled or going to a private school. That school has gotten bigger and bigger and bigger. They're now looking to expand that school. But if you were to drive down Clive Morris on any given day, and I've already approached Ben Bartlett on it, because the traffic is absolutely horrendous on Clive Morris Boulevard. And there's been several accidents there.
Coming from the school?
Coming from the traffic coming from the school. So there's the principal takes it upon himself to go out there and direct traffic, which is dangerous for him. But I'm just saying that if I know that in my neighborhood at our HOA, which is right there near there have been people that talk to, I wish we had the opportunity to be able to voice our opinion about that. And I'm only naming one school, but I just want to give that food for thought.
No, you're right.
And, I argued the other point where I agreed with the chair on the other, but I accept it. This one I really got to stand firm on. I think, to be quite honest, that this is accurate to leave. I mean, that was a compromise made by the planning board to me, and I think that some of those zonings that they're talking about should go in front of the of the PLD,
Which specific,
PLDRC.
which specific ones, Matt? We got.
Well, the ones that are listed, I'm good with. So,
Okay. So you're good with B1, B2, B3, B8, I1, I2?
mm-hmm.
And what different traffic criteria would those zoning?
Well, I think the one we're talking about is, if I'm not mistaken, B1. I'm not sure.
Oh, it's a commercial use, but
Commercial use, yeah.
what different traffic? How would they be set up different from the other zoning classifications?
I think the requirement would have been to add in certain traffic lanes and things that could have been conditions that were put on that, on that site.
Is there setbacks from intersections where they'd have to do a turn lane, regardless of a traffic, any of that stuff?
Well, yes, there's all kinds of design standards for traffic. I think when you're talking about schools and the creep that you are experiencing, whether one in your neighborhood, and by creep I mean it just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger and
Right.
creeps up, right? Every year it's a little bit more. At some point, they need to redesign their parent drop-off or add more lanes for buses, whatever the case
Right
may
now,
be.
there's nothing governing it, so they.
Right,
Is
because
that in
with
the city though? Matt?
It's in the city, yeah, but I'm just saying if this existed in the county in the unincorporated area, the same could apply.
Do we have anything? So if that was in place, what I'm hearing, then zoning classification. Is there any? Wouldn't really matter. But is there any way to regulate or say, hey, if it goes over a certain square footage,
it's the
you
number
got
of students.
You got certain number of students. You have to resubmit an updated site plan, site plan or whatever. Is there? I don't know. We've never faced this before.
Yeah, it's a good question for what we're talking about because special exceptions are so guided by the conditions that we put on them or are allowed to put on the special exceptions. So this exercise was a very broad level, right? If we were to look at a certain special exception that we wanted to change the conditional uses, the ones that are already listed in the code, that's kind of a higher level research project than what we're doing here. Certainly, that's something we can look at in the future. I would hate to come up with a condition ad hoc while we're here without discussing it with our traffic folks. And
so, what I can do on that, council, if it's okay with you, approve it as is, or if there's that R zoning that's equivalent to the B in terms of the acreage. I'd be willing to do that, and then you can bring that back as a single item to say, hey, this is what we got. But I'm good with that, Matt.
Okay, I appreciate it. And we're going to see more of it with
popular. Yeah.
Well, that and the schools that I'm thinking about, not so much the parochial school, but there are a lot of these homeschool that are popping up where they go to because I taught at one for 2 years over in New Smyrna, and they're becoming more and more, and they're probably going to go into those more rural areas where a lot of those kids are homeschooled, and it gives them the opportunity for like 2 days a week to go to a classroom environment for homeschool kids. We're going to start seeing more and more of these.
Councilman, this wasn't a jail job?
Believe it or not, I did it after the jail. I taught for 2 years. I wanted to be like Troy Kent. I want to be like Troy Kent.
Do we have Suzanne? Did you have something?
Yeah, Suzanne Conjun.
We'll be bringing this back. I'll just note that
Okay.
in my experience of dealing with school development, the biggest issue tends to be traffic impacts and whether the neighborhood is appropriate as the schools get larger. So I'll suggest we look at, maybe different classification of review based on the number of students. So a school of 20 students may be very appropriate by conditional use or some,
Right.
low-level staff review, but there is no size limit in this use category. So you're gonna have to, yeah. So we'll work on it.
So you're suggesting we take this off the list and bring it back?
No, I think what I heard council say is approve as presented tonight, which,
Right.
and then we'll bring it back for
Okay.
further discussion to see if you want to further
Yeah,
revise.
I didn't know if you were changing that.
That sounds good.
Or suggesting a change to it. That's fine.
And then, so we have consensus on that or direction. Riding stables, again, I see where it's allowed with special exception. Then you have these other ag and larger classifications as well. I'm all for it, getting these kids outside, promoting agriculture, promoting this lifestyle. I think we need more of it. And I'd recommend just making that acceptable across all those zoning classifications, A3, A4, MH3.
What was the title?
Riding stables. I remember for a long time we had one in Port Orange right there by I think north of Herbert. They're right in the city, and it was a dynamite, until growth caught up. But we need to try to, I think, keep this stuff alive.
Okay. I like it the way that it is, and mostly it's because of Osteen, that they have they want to check on it because it's for some of the same reasons. It was schools, traffic, lights, manure piles, things like that just so that they have an input into it. And I guess tonight I'm for public input onto 8 of these things. I actually didn't have these 2 on, so I'm glad you brought them up. But because I like riding stables and schools the way that it's been presented to us here.
And I agree with you, Chair, as well. But do we have standards that already address some of these? And the people I speak to in rural Osteen, when I hear that, it's keep it rural, keep rural activities. We don't want growth. We don't want these buildings. So my thought process is, Chair, if there's a riding stable on it, would we rather have that, or would we rather have apartments coming in front of us, or an industrial business, or a land use change? So this is pretty much damage control on the front end as well, and keeping that way of life alive in our rural. That's my thought process with it. I don't know if we can agree on that or not, but it's better than just like the motocross discussion. It's better in conservation or this than putting 1,000 homes on it. So, Council, do we have a consensus on the riding stables across the board there to include A3, A4, MH3, OTR, ORE, and OCR as an allowable? Don?
I'm with you. One of the things I'd like to highlight is the fact that when hurricanes come in South Florida and people are trying to evacuate, one of the hardest things as a horse owner is getting your horses somewhere safely. And so when these people from South Florida are running from a hurricane, they got to load up their trailers, they got to take their horses somewhere and stable them somewhere. And so having all these additional locations, these maybe single horse or 2 horse stables could maybe take that in as a side business to house some of these evacuated horses, because that is a big issue. And yeah, and I just agree with everything Danny said. I mean, we're trying to keep agricultural, and so I don't see the harm in what's being proposed by Danny.
Anybody else have any objections? No?
Well, yeah, I like it the way that it is, but it's okay.
We have the riding stables as consensus for all those zonings that are crossed out.
So all by right.
Right, all by right.
And I promise it's much easier after we get past the greens.
Okay.
We're almost there.
And then did the schools, did the poultry. Carol, what's SWC and SWR?
Southwest Activity Center and the Southwest Residential.
And where would off-street parking areas, what would that really apply to? Because like A1, big piece of property, commercial ag, A4 or 2A4, that's all commercial ag, RR, 1 acre parcel, RA 2.5, R1, and they're all big parcels. What's the deal with off-street parking, and why is it only allowed in SWC and SWR?
So off-street parking, hold on, let me confer with the attorney real quick. One of the issues that we had when we were going through this exercise was finding uses that were the same but called slightly different things in different categories. And I think this was one of those, because off-street parking areas, the definition is that they're not on the same parcel. So recently we had a restaurant in Marina, that had bought a parcel across the street that was in a different zoning classification. So they wanted to turn that into their overflow parking, and that was a special exception. So that's what off-street parking means. So I think these two uses probably needed to be combined because they're both looking at 72-293 subparagraph 14. So it's the same criteria for both of them. So I think this may have been it's in two places,
Right.
spelled differently.
Why? So with that being said, why would we limit that on like A1 to A4 when I can park 100 pieces of machinery on there if I'm ag and associated with a bona fide ag? Same thing with RR, and there isn't anything you can do about it, technically speaking.
Right.
If it's ag. So I'm just trying to see why.
That's
What's the
also
point?
in the email that I got from the PLDRC member this morning, and I hate trying to read other people's words, but because we just got it today.
I want your professional opinion, Miss McFarland.
So
understand.
it was that the difference is it paid parking or is it tied to a specific use? So do you have a parcel in a random neighborhood, maybe that has more than one commercial area, and they're sharing a parking area, or paid for parking next to an event, like the temporary campsites or some of the bike week, speed week.
So if they wanted to, they can come to us and make the ask, the appeal, if they had one of those other zoning, if they wanted to do it on, like, for instance, A1 to A4, they can still come to us and we'll be able to review it, right, to see if it fits. Okay, I'm good with that one.
Well, when you say us, remember that, does that mean that you want this to be reviewed as a special exception at the planning commission level or at the county council level?
The stuff that's crossed out, the A1 to A4 to RR, RA, R1.
Correct.
Where's it at right now? PLDRC? Or
I
staff?
believe so. Let me double check.
Of course, right now, it's by county council through to public hearings, but I think the question
Well, I
is,
think-
what is their recommendation?
Where was it moved to?
Yeah, that's fine.
And
I'm good with
I
that.
have this nice big thing. So yes, it was PLDRC.
I got two old sheets, so that's why I'm asking these.
I think you have the original sheet that went to PLDRC.
Okay.
The one that has the couple of red additions and subtractions is the post PLDRC.
So, thank you. Moving on, I'm good with that. Moving on to backyard chickens. I know there's some regulations with that where you obviously.
Wait, that's another category?
So we're in the pinks.
Can we finish green first?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm
I
sorry.
thought you wanted to do each one, and let's vote on those with because where we've ended up is that there's no changes except for riding stables.
Yep. And then the
And the
schools.
schools.
Chair. They're going to bring the schools back.
Different topic.
Okay, who are we missing? Just David? And actually, I don't know if we can vote on anything with that. We've got two members of the public that want to speak. Why don't we call on them now before we vote on anything, and then they've had their say and know that they've been heard. And they're both still here. Gary Singleton. Did you wanted to speak on this item, and then John Nicholson.
Okay.
going to say, but I'll repeat it. My name's Gary Singleton. I live in the Port Orange area. Special exceptions are there for a reason. There are reasons these uses were not included in the original zoning. There are reasons special exceptions require a separate process, a process that requires public notifications, public meetings, citizen input, and approval by elected representatives who are directly accountable to Volusia County citizens. By right ignores all of the reasons these exceptions were not included in the original zoning. By right eliminates the process that recognizes citizens' right to voice their concerns before this governing body. By right gives developers and property owners the right to grant themselves special exceptions. Just a few examples of special exceptions, they're already listed, most of them: bar or liquor store, pulp factory, poultry farm, tannery. Imagine a developer obtaining a zoning for a business no one finds objectionable, thus avoiding having to address any concerns of the neighboring community. Then granting himself one of the above-mentioned special exceptions. Use of the classic and deceitful bait and switch. It's a done deal. No public notice, no public participation, no government reviews, no adjudication by our elected representatives, no accountability. Developers are accountable to themselves and their investors. The PLDRC is accountable to those who appointed them. Only our elected representatives on this council are accountable to the citizens who elected you. We did not elect you to diminish public participation. We did not elect you to presume to know what is in our best interest. We did not elect you to ignore our concerns. We did not elect you to silence our voice. None of what you are proposing is wanted by those who elected you. Your constituents do not want more giveaways to developers. Your disingenuous claim of seeking to improve efficiency is no justification to eliminate the essential right of Volusia County citizens to participate in our government. Volusia County citizens deserve better. We deserve representation. All overlays with additional protections, such as local plans, should be exempted from all special exceptions. Volusia County citizens went through a rigorous process to secure additional protections for their communities. Now you propose to simply erase that security, to give developers the right to bypass those additional protections.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. Age has an advantage. It's called institutional knowledge. Been there, done that. Okay, where I grew up was the Levittown in Miami. In the middle of all the farm community, they built 200 houses. We were one of them. All right. 2 blocks away was a chicken farm. Okay. Block to the west of us, horse ranch. We had cattle. We had orchards. Those were my neighbors. That's where we played. Okay. To this day, it's still the county. There are 1 million people in the area, but it's still the county. There are cities all around us, and we are a little isolated county. Southwest 87th Avenue, county to this day, all right? Started with a little school when they integrated. Kindergarten, first, second grade, because they didn't want them to go to a black school, because they were assigned to a black school, and these were $1 million homes. So they had their little school. And then it grew and grew and grew. Then another school started. Then the Jewish people wanted their little church because they have to be within walking distance. Remember the group that came before you? They needed their school. And it started out as a little school. And then Riviera Day School came in. 1,000 kids on this road here, and then 500 here and 600 there on one 2-lane road. It never grew because all the houses were there and you couldn't expand it. These things have a way of happening, and I'm seeing it for here. I saw things that happened in Miami, and I told Daytona Beach when Maurice and Margaritaville were planning on coming in to Daytona Beach, made comments because I saw what happened in Miami. If you see it once, it's going to happen. That little tiny bridge on LPGA was going to back up. No, don't worry about it. We're gonna widen it in 40 years. It's not going to be a problem. All those houses out there, well, they're not going to be there really for another 25 years or so. It all came, and it's going to happen here. So when you change these rules, yeah, we can go on the internet. How many people do you really expect to go on the internet every single day to see who's building what? No one's going to do it. So all of these things that you're saying they have by right and they can put in, well, you can sue them later. Well, that's too late. Once they've invested, they've invested. So don't take our rights away. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Carol, there you are. Want to make sure that, I think you're right. You said when we get past this, it's smooth sailing. I've only got two more things after this. But you did want to take each section and get a vote on it, put it to bed.
Make it easier.
So if somebody wanted to make a motion on the green section, the by right, I think that where we end up is the consensus, majority consensus was everything is presented as presented except for riding stables and schools.
I think that's accurate.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. So we have a motion, I'm going to write it on here, by Matt and Danny. Did you make the second?
Yes, sir. Okay. Yes.
There's another, oh, I'm sorry, I covered it up. Connie Colby, I'm sorry. Walk on up if you wanted to comment on this. And we haven't voted yet. I won't call the vote until you come up. So everything stays the same except for riding stables and schools. We'll listen to you and then, yes. Pardon me?
Connie Colby, Ormond Beach. I see this is all about Chapter 72, and one of the things I see, if it's underlined, it's supposed to be something that's being added, and I like the fact that during this meeting, Mr. Santiago put in there, apply the code fairly to everyone. At the very beginning of this section 72, we have an underlined section that says, the county, this is new, county uses on county-owned or leased land shall be exempt from the provisions of this chapter. I don't think that's quite fair. If it's I think the rules should be for everybody, and exempting the county from rules is not fair to the people of this county. As far as the PLDRC, I'm kind of trying to see how it goes along with, in Ormond Beach, we have the Site Review Planning Committee, which is where everything starts, and then we go to planning, and is there a midsection here between this department and the council? Is there something that comes in the middle of that? I'm not sure, but this PLDRC leaves no room for the people to have any say after this. They get to decide for us. We didn't elect these people. I think we should have more ability to have says on what's coming into our county. And as far as when the meetings are, it would be nice to have some kind of notification. Is there a notification that could be sent out that we can sign up for so we know when these meetings are? Or could you put little posts in what meetings for the week in the paper? It would be helpful to know when these are because they're not really well-known meetings as far as I know. And I think that's really all I have to say for right now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. County Manager George Rechtenwald. Your name came up somehow. All right.
Me?
David Santiago.
Are we going to be voting after this, Mr. Chair? Or you have another public comment?
Nope, that was it
Okay.
on public comment, so this is closing comments.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to bring attention to, I'll just come out right out and say some fake news that might have been shared here. And that this is some type of developer's gift or anything like that. I know, Danny, you asked some questions along the lines of that. It's important for the public to understand that most of the developments that some people may not like go through a different process. They go through the PUD process. That's a negotiated process, and these things don't generally apply to them. They go individually on a different issue. So this is no developer's gift. This is probably for your smaller mom and pops, a small business owner, a family business on their own farm, things like that. That's who this is applying to. So if anybody tells you that this is a developer's gift, they are fake news. Thank you.
Okay. I just wanted to make one last comment. Don, you've talked a lot about, as you always do, your desire to protect private property rights. I don't think there's anybody up here that disagrees with that. I certainly don't. For me, that also extends to the private property rights of all the people around all these affected areas that we're talking. Let's go to the poultry farm. I think we ought to be zeroing in on what kind of poultry farms we allow, because they're not all equal. But instead, we're opening up even wider. And that's there's 52 items here. I had questions about 7 of them. And that's my only reason why, is because I think all of those affect the private property rights of everybody around these 7 different items. All of them, but most of them are just, it's not going to kill anybody. It's not going to hurt anybody. So I don't know where the balance is when we talk about private property rights to include the people that live in a neighborhood and then the fuel terminal comes in or whatever, wants to come in. And so I just think we should be more cautious. So I'm a no on this just for that. And I hate to be, because this is really good work that you did, Carol, and your staff. And the PLDRC and everybody involved, but we're cutting out the public's ability to have a voice in it other than calling the sheriff's department. So, Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. And sometimes I try to understand the motives behind some of the scenarios that are often presented to us in this us versus them scenario, like we don't care about the people that live there, other people, or this singles out people, or this hones in and helps out only. These things help out everyone, and everyone is entitled. What we're doing is guaranteeing that they are entitled to the same rights as their neighbors and as everyone else. This shouldn't be an us versus them scenario, because that's not the case. This strengthens the property rights of everyone. If you go down, of everyone, I have not heard one well, I've heard a couple in some of this that have asked government for more regulations in their lives, said hardly no one ever. So, I don't like the scenario that we get put in, us versus them. And I think we're on the right track, Council, when it comes to this. This list presented, and it's going to get better here shortly. And we're all entitled to the same thing. I'm not falling or buying into this and pitting people against each other. That's not the case. That's not why we're here, and that's not why we're doing it. Thank you.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, I'm not proposing that we allow poultry farms everywhere in the county. I mean, I know, Troy, you live in a subdivision. Or I thought you did. I'm sorry. Okay, but there's more dense neighborhoods. I mean, if you want to be away from the country life, then you go live in a neighborhood. But if you're going to live in the country, you got to expect some of the country. You do? Okay, there you go. But I mean, if you're going to live in the country, you got to expect that, people are going to be burning, after, I mean, you're just going to have to deal with more. There's going to be the odors of cows and the chickens and all that stuff and poultry. And I just want to make it less restrictive. There are options. I mean, I don't want to leave the impression with people that by making it by right that they have no recourse, because they do. It's just people a lot of times expect the county government to fix everything. But, there's a reason why we have a courthouse and a court system. And if somebody is violating your rights, when I just recited a lot of the rights these property owners have, if it's a nuisance, go get an injunction against them. I mean, you have recourse. My goal is to make this more friendly, especially for the agricultural community, because I want to attract agriculture into this community. We want more ag, we want less development and more agriculture. How are we going to preserve all this land for agricultural purposes unless we give incentives for the farmers to come here? So if we offer a more welcoming zoning policy, we're going to maybe draw farmers who otherwise may have gone to Lake County or Marion County or who knows where. So I want to make it welcoming for the ag community. That's why I'm kind of pushing things the way I am. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks. I appreciate, and I'll just say this, and I'll be done. This is quick. Again, my whole purpose for doing this is to give the public a chance for an input. Do we remember when the whole fuel farm thing came up on Hull Road? The reason we have zoning is to prevent stuff like that. And sometimes we get zoning wrong and have to go in and check it. Sometimes zoning is right, but there's still areas where that shouldn't occur. This gives the public a chance to come in and speak to that. But more than that, it gives us to hear, because we don't have all knowledge. We don't get everything right. Zoning is not always right, and our decisions are sometimes not always right because we lack knowledge and lack some specific information. The public has been incredibly effective and good at coming in and bringing us research and giving us other things to think about. I don't want to cut that out. And I think we lose something in good government when we keep reducing the public's ability to speak to their government. And yes, we do have recourse afterwards. I've been working on it for years on Audubon in DeLeon Springs, where we approved home-based businesses. I was for that. I'm still for it. But there's problems with a home-based business there that just ignores the law. The sheriff's department is called 3 or 9 times a week. It still goes on. And there's no recourse to those neighbors who are begging for help. I want to avoid that where we can. So, Jake Johansson.
Thank you, sir. One of the things that I've been talking about a lot here in the past 2 years, I've been sitting up here and out in town when I communicate when people are complaining about so-called overdevelopment, is where's the development happening? It's happening on old farms, right? 40 acres, 60 acres, 100 acres. And in order to prevent those developments from happening, we have to keep farmers farming. So in order to keep farmers farming, we need to make it easier for them, or as easy as we possibly can, to allow them to use their property in the best means they know. And I think this takes a good shot at saying, ag guys, Samsula folks, out west guys, people that have farms, even, I mean, heck, there was a horse facility on Route 1 in Port Orange that just sold. We got to tell those people, we want you to stay, we want you to be successful, and this is how we're going to help you do it. And I'm with Don. There are a lot of, we get a lot of complaints after we've approved a special exception. Some complaints we've got from people that have had existing zoning classifications by right, and there's still problems. So technically, if you want to give the public more of a say, move everything to county council. We don't do that. So we have laws to take care of this stuff. The problem is everybody thinks government is the answer to their problem. I got a problem. I'm going to go to county council. The sheriff doesn't work for me. I don't care. You're my county council member. I got a problem. That's a civil issue. I don't care. I voted for you. We have to start taking responsibility for ourselves and be good neighbors. Don't make your poultry farm smell like you know what for the remainder of the people around you. And number two, if you have a civil problem with a neighbor, work it out civilly. So I think this sets us in the right foot to do what's best for the ag community and prevent further development to the development that apparently people don't want around here. So I'm all for the buy rights wherever we can. And I'm good. Thank you, Chairman.
Are we voting on this?
Is this yours?
Oh, no, I'm
Yes,
just ready to vote.
Okay, the vote, the motion on the table is to, pardon me?
I'm going to let you restate the,
Okay.
I was going to try to do that, so I'm glad
The
you
motion
didn't
on the
clarify.
table is to approve the first two pages and two lines, the green section, except for the changes that were made to schools and, what was the other one?
Riding stables.
And riding stables.
Mr. Chair, my notes said on the schools you were approving as presented by PLDRC,
Yes.
and then we were coming back for more discussion later. So I think I only have the riding stables changing to all by right, and I just was asking for clarification.
Yeah, that was my intent.
Okay. Does everybody understand the motion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye.
Can you confirm who the motioner and seconder was again?
The motion, I thought I wrote it on here.
I believe I may have made it.
The motion was by Danny Robbins and the second was by Matt, I believe. You take responsibility for it?
Yes, I do. Actually, Danny, I made the motion.
Okay. Matt Reinhardt made the motion, Robbins made the second, and the vote was 6-1 on the green by right. Okay, Carol, take a stab at...
Mr. Chairman, can I just add, guys, we're coming on this clock quick, and we took a long time on that last one. Let's try to hold ourselves to some level of efficiency.
This is a big.
Okay.
No,
we're dealing
I'll
with,
clarify what I said. Is we had a lot of repeat. There was a lot of duplicative, and I don't need to hear anybody's commentary twice. I'm clearly listening to everyone once. Brother, I love you, brother, but I get you.
Wait.
So looking at the pink, starting on page 3 of your big spreadsheet, there are a few of these here that are already conditional uses. It says it, backyard chickens says requires conditional use approval, and the farm animals and fowl are conditional use. We're actually taking the mobile food dispensing vehicles, which is in a different section of the code, but it is a conditional use. So that one is technically already a conditional use. The rest are special exceptions that we're moving over to the conditional use criteria. So those are approved by staff. There is a special permit involved in it. It's not very expensive. So we have conditions for all of these uses, and it's up to staff to apply those.
Good. That answers my first question was under whose conditional use? It's staff according to criteria. I'm good with all of these except for one. I want to make it broader. I think I'm the only one, maybe except for Danny, that actually is in agriculture. I certainly support agriculture. And so anyway, I'm just going to leave that where it is. The first one, backyard chickens, it's too narrow. You need to keep no roosters. You maybe need to have, because I prefer, and most people do prefer, this will put me out of business partially from what I'm about to suggest, but people that have chickens usually like to let them run free. I don't, because they tear up my garden where we grow vegetables. So you should probably have some kind of a conditional use that they're either confined or there's a fence to keep them out of the neighbor's property. I'm seeing heads nod, so maybe you already have that. The other thing would be, why 5 chickens? They need at least 12. They'll get 8 eggs, and that's not even breakfast for many families.
Yeah.
Why is it 5?
So interesting that you bring that up, because there were some months ago you guys actually were talking about backyard chickens. So it's on our list of things that we're researching. We're getting close to the end of that research. So we were actually going to talk to you guys in a couple of meetings, maybe 3 meetings or 4 meetings from now, about those criteria.
So, but you would prefer us today to pass it as is?
Yeah. Yes, please.
If the chicken goes to the neighbors, can the neighbor have a chicken stew?
Yeah. Yeah.
They're supposed to
I think
be
that's
a
fair,
coop.
because they're pretty.
They're supposed to be in a fenced area, and they're supposed to have a coop. It's a
It's the
little.
neighbor's chicken at that point.
There's
Yeah,
some very specific
dogs.
requirements.
Neighborhood dogs gets the chicken if you don't have a fence. Okay, thank you. Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a couple. Carol, farm animals and fowl. I see it's a conditional use. What are the reasons why that couldn't be by right like some of the other ag? Because I'm seeing rural agricultural designations here where. Right, but the RRRA, MH4, and MH8 are not. Those are all rural classifications. Yeah, that's going to be something I'd look at, council, for by right.
We are pulling up that
Farm animals
290
and fowl.
subparagraph 10 so that you
Okay.
have all of the details on that. Oh, thank you. I see. It means that you have to have the ag classification. We'll let Scott Ashley, zoning manager, answer that.
Okay, part of the issue right now, under the rural classifications that are listed, they allow only the keeping of farm animals or raising of crops as a accessory use to existing residential property. So in the RR, if you have a home, you can have for personal use only, not for resale, animals, farm animals. And also, the specific code section you're referencing is intended to prevent farm animals in an urban classification. It already allows it in the urban and rural, the agricultural and rural areas. It's specifically listing those classifications that are not allowed. So this is kind of re-emphasizing some of that, but it might be if instead of having a restriction of having a home, we do it by conditional use through a staff review process.
My question, Mr. Ashley, is RR a rural 1 acre lot? Is that a rural designation, or is
A
that
rural
an
residential classification.
Okay, so that's not urban, so we don't have to worry about that. How about RA? That's 2.5 acres.
That's a rural agricultural estate.
So that's not urban either. How about MH4?
That's a rural mobile home.
Okay, we're on a roll here. MH8, is that rural or urban?
That's another rural mobile home.
All right, council, I'd like to go ahead and make those by right as well. That's going to be my first recommendation. And we cleared that up.
Suzanne, did you want to interject?
I was just going to ask Scott for the council's benefit. Scott, what are the conditions that would not be applied if it went by right? Because this is allowing it by staff review with certain conditions. So in RR, for example, what are the conditions on the conditional use that would be eliminated if it went by right?
Through the conditional use process, there would be a staff review. There's also a notification to adjacent property owners that would be required.
No other standards?
Pulling that up real quick for you.
And what does the staff review do?
Well, we go through an application process where we may look at how many animals you're talking about proposing in this scenario, possibly limit that based on the acreage of your property, estimate. If you want a horse, well, general rule of thumb is like at least 1 acre per horse because of how much they eat. So do you want to allow somebody to have 10 on 1 acre? That may not be appropriate. So things like that as far as the staff review, but it's no specific to that use. It's just general conditions that we'd evaluate on a case-by-case basis on the conditional use.
But, in that case, council, that's what a feedlot is. You can have a 1 acre, you can put 10 horses in there. If you have the food to stabilize that, what do you think feedlots are? So that is exactly it. Not saying that I would do that, but that is standard in practice. And we've heard, this is just, listen, if there was something that I thought that would hurt these rural, now that we separated rural and urban, clearly, but this is the stuff we've all been encouraging, and I didn't see or hear anything that was overwhelming or compelling to live as you see fit to now asking the government for every damn thing in your life. So this just goes along with everything I think we've been talking about. So thanks.
I did want to point out, I apologize, that there is a condition. The condition is that the use is only valid for 2 years. So every 2 years, those property owners are supposed to come back and get application. But I can definitively tell you that we have never, ever processed a conditional use for this, for farm animals and fowl.
Move to accept Danny's recommendations in this section.
Second.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, as to bed and breakfast, is there a reason why we don't include FR and A1?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
I didn't know we were moving on just yet.
I didn't know either. I thought he was commenting on this.
I didn't know if we were doing the whole pink plot.
No,
Well, he just made a motion for farm animals and fowl to move them to by right.
I'm sorry.
Don, I'll try to get through the couple other ones quickly. I'm sorry. There was just...
Danny made the motion. Who made the second? Was it David Santiago or was it vice versa?
I have Mr. Santiago, Mr. Robbins.
Okay. Okay. So the motion is to move farm animals and fowl to by right instead of conditional use. I have one question on that. Do you have any data, any of you, of how often, because I know it's happened, I've watched it, where too many animals on a farm have had to be rescued and moved off because the horses were emaciated and dying? I think there's a reason that Scott mentioned that we look at this, because unfortunately, people don't always do the right thing. No data?
I do not have any data from animal control on that.
But there's laws, I think, that protect that chair. That can happen on a 100-acre piece of property or can happen on a 1-acre piece of property.
Okay. Any other comments? Jake Johansson.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the question, what would, in response to that question, which was a good one, is what would a conditional use special exception PLRDC or council do to prevent a applicant from raising animals improperly? How would we tell them as a conditional use, you got to raise them properly? I would think that would be a given in every situation, and so I just, the concerns everybody has are important to me, but I don't know how our stipulations, be them conditional use, PLRDC, or council, would prevent some of these things from happening. Some of them are going to happen. We give people driver's licenses and tell them not to speed. Some people speed. Some people drink and drive. It happens. And we have ways to prevent that. So I think, although we are silent here, I think there is some public health way to prevent or otherwise stop, because we do it all the time with animal control, people from treating their animals poorly, I think. So that's how we would control it, not here at the zoning level.
Okay, thank you. But I think Scott Ashley answered your question, Jake. He said they go out and look, and I've never heard this. I was really glad to hear him say it. He's actually using pretty widely accepted agricultural wisdom that you don't put 10 horses on 1 acre. So it gives them a chance to go out and prevent something before the horses die that have happened in Volusia County, have happened in DeLeon Springs and other areas, and not just horses, hundreds of dogs, hundreds of cats. So they can go, at least they have a crack at it to go out and make sure, what is the intent? I think, Scott, if I understand you right, is he still there? He's hiding from me. You go out and look at the property, and they're going to tell you how they're going to do whatever they're going to do, and then you can say that's not.
Through the conditional use process, yes, we would. At this point, there are no specific standards for the farm animals, but it's similar to mobile food trucks, backyard chickens. The code already has conditional use standards. We would be looking at the information provided by the applicant, doing a review of the site, make sure they're in compliance with the standards that are listed. And so that would be, again, if this is to be made a conditional use, we'd have to provide certain guidelines and standards that we have a process standard, but in specific standards to the farm animal, we would be looking at acreage, number, all that as part of that general review for that specific use.
Well, right, and that's what I think that's proper. And right now, that's what you're asking for is conditional use, but we're being asked to change it to by right. So then you won't have the opportunity to go in and do that?
That is correct.
Okay. All right. Okay, Councilman Robbins.
I think we're ready. We're at the vote.
Okay,
Chairman.
we're voting on one line, the farm animals and fowl, moving it from the proposed conditional use to by right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Aye. And I think that was 2 of us.
Then, Chairman, I'll package this all together because I see the same trend, guys, for these conditional uses, and I'm just trying to cut this down. So, for instance, I'll package fishing docks, wharves, and piers. It's allowed in B7 and I3, but here in B8, why isn't B8 allowed? It's a commercial use just like B7. So I look at this stuff, so I'm going to say fishing docks and wharves and piers by right in my motion. Group homes, you're going to have to explain that to me, Carol, here at the end. Mobile food dispensing vehicles, B1 to B9, that's all commercial zonings. BPUD, same thing. I1, I4, industrial. All this stuff is business related. Make it by right. Why are we adding more to these people's lives in acceptable zoning? Outdoor entertainment and recreational uses and structures, all commercial zonings that or what's all commercial zoning. So B4, B5, B6, B8, those are all commercial. Why? Why is it even coming to us if it's already zoned? Parking garages, special event centers. Where else are you going to put a parking garage? Why wouldn't it be by right in a special event center? That's where you want it. So by right, recreational areas, we're going to leave that one alone. Single-family residence for owner or manager on existing permit or permitted on B2, B4, B5. All these are commercial and industrial. If they choose to owner-operator and live on site and they're good with that, by golly, let them do it by right. So my motion will include fishing docks by right, mobile food dispensing vehicles by right, outdoor entertainment and recreational uses by right, parking garages by right, and single-family residence for owner or manager of existing permitted by right.
What was the last one?
Single-family residence for owner or manager.
I'll second that.
I'll clean up a lot of this stuff.
Okay, the motion is to make 1, 2, 3, 4, those 5 categories by right instead of conditional use. The motion was by Robbins and the second was by David Santiago.
And then, Chair, after the vote, I'll come back to group homes because I have an example.
Okay, Paulo.
Mr. Chair, so the mobile food dispensing vehicles, those are your food trucks.
Right.
So those don't exist by themselves. They are essentially accessory to an existing business. And I think this council had a previous discussion on, where you want these, how long they can be on there, make sure that it's, someone doesn't just pick a vacant property and put a food truck on there. Because we had to balance the statutory preemption with, well, what can we do with food trucks? And also you get into that kind of fight with existing restaurants who don't, they paid impact fees, they paid infrastructure, they developed a site, and they don't want to compete with just the food truck that sets up on a vacant lot. So that's kind of one of the issues with food trucks by right. That's why we made it a conditional use and why it had to be coexisting with an existing business.
What are the conditional uses? Because I see just exactly what it says, Paulo, B1 to B9. Those are all commercial uses. If it's a business, same thing.
Yeah, so
Why?
I'll tell you, functionally, because we get questions about food trucks all the time. Lots of people have food trucks. And I could say that almost all of the people that we talk to about food trucks don't have the property owner's permission. And they try to get sign off from us without the property owner's permission. So that's why we like to get that.
I could see that, and that would leave us open a little bit. But I'll be open to possibly retract that. But then again, council, that's a private property issue. If someone's trespassing on their property, that owner has a liability or a responsibility to be with the law and run them off if that's the case. I mean, so, or if somebody complains, here we have code enforcement. You go out there and check their license. Where's your permission slip?
That's one of the preemptions. We cannot license individual food trucks. We can only permit property. So they have taken away the fact that
I like food trucks, to be honest with you.
So so they're licensed directly with the state under certain standards. So that whole discussion was, okay, we're limited to what can we do with property. Each business property that's existing can have as a conditional use a food truck or multiple food trucks, so long as they meet these criteria. We don't care what food truck.
Yeah.
But
I'm happy, Paulo, but as long as we keep them from setting up in like a residential area. But these are all commercial areas, right? And industrial, IPUD. These are all fitting, but then again too, how about the guys that run the steak trucks through the neighborhoods, or the Schwann's guy, you know? Are we going to regulate them? Yeah, but Kroger's, I mean, all these people.
If I could help, I might be able to add some clarity. What council's not seeing is the portion of your code that has about 15 standards on how mobile food trucks may operate. The food truck that is there for just less than an hour feeding a construction crew is exempted from these. But previous councils, your code has more than a dozen standards that says as long as you meet these, it's a checkbox kind of a thing the way this is. Remember now, these have to go to 2 public hearings. So we're taking them from that to a checklist approval by staff. Make sure they're not in the buffers, in the setbacks, they're not in required parking spaces for the regular business. So I just, in concept, just want to remind you that the conditional use, staff approval, no public hearing, checkbox, you meet these things, you're good to go. And I think without at least looking at the many standards that are in our code, that would basically be eliminated if you just move them by right, or at least give us a chance to figure out how to instate them. You probably need to do that.
We've also only allowed them for the last 3 years. They were not prohibited until about 3 years ago.
I understand it, Council, and I'll be willing to take that off. Ms. Conscience is right, and I see the, Ms. Conscience always right, by the way. But
Okay.
I see the value. I see the value in that chair. So
Let me jump in 1 second on here. Suzanne, thank you for that. I was going to say, Carol, Suzanne, anybody back there, speak up and defend some of these things. If you put them on here, you're not going to argue with us, but just tell us why you see that. What I would like to see, I happen to love food trucks too. I would like to see that whole ordinance come back, and so we can look at those 10 things, because one of our requirements is that you can't leave them there overnight. Why? Why make the owner pick it up and move it somewhere else? So there's things that I think we should debate and make it easier for a food truck operator to operate. So I'm fine if you want to approve this, or if we can get consensus to approve it and just bring it back like we did schools.
I'm on board with it, Chair.
Okay,
I like food trucks too. I'll be happy to do that.
okay. Does anybody have a bell? Because Danny and I just agreed.
Does an angel get its wings?
He's saying just hold on. Okay, go ahead, Danny.
So on this package, I'll amend my motion, Council, to by right fishing docks, the group homes, no mobile food dispensing vehicles, but the outdoor entertainment, parking garages, recreational use, single family residence for owner or manager. Don, do you have any input on the recreational areas for A1 to A4? Those are huge lots.
No.
Should we do it by right or leave it alone?
Well, I would prefer by right only because it's such large acreage that.
You're the recreational guy. Carol, what obstacles or what for those rec areas? What could we potentially run into? And what's classified as a recreational area? Are we throwing frisbees? Are we jumping monster trucks?
See a lot are business establishments, restaurants, retail areas that like to throw outdoor entertainment events. And some of them want to build permanent facilities for those outdoor entertainment events, like stages. And what it does, again, that creep factor of, well, I have the facilities, so now I'm going to have those events more and more and more often. So with the outdoor entertainment events, there has to be an inspection by the health department, the fire marshal, to make sure that all of the accoutrements have been removed from the property. Food truck stages, temporary electricity. So adding the permanent facilities kind of invites violation of the outdoor entertainment events.
But can you guys still is there still a check and balance in place, whether it's noise, if they're up to code, they're not exempt from code and from standards and from ADA and all this other stuff. And I'm going to add that to this motion as well. It's some of this stuff is redundant, guys, but that's my motion. Those 1, 2, 3, 4, all 6 of those by right.
I'm okay with that. I seconded the motion. I'm okay with
I
the
only
amendment.
have 5. What's the 6?
Because I just added the recreational areas once we discussed it.
I got
I
5
already
as
have
well.
that down. but-
So you got single-family residence for owner,
Uh-huh.
parking garages for outdoor entertainment and recreational, right?
Fishing docks.
The group homes, fishing docks and wharves.
I didn't have group homes.
Okay.
Which one were you just talking about? Recreational
yeah,
areas?
the rec
or
areas.
the
Outdoor entertainment and
or outdoor entertainment and recreational areas?
Oh.
It doesn't matter, you're including both of them.
Yeah, both of them, because if you look at it, Chair, they're all, we have standards
the
for all this stuff.
again, I hate to interrupt, but the legacy dog diving was a recreational area. That's one that you saw recently.
Yeah, and if I could just add in, this is another one where there's several checklist criteria. Since we're going from 2 public hearings to the checklist, this would be one, the recreational area, I'd bring back along with food trucks to see if you want to loosen those standards or move them by right, because there's some standards you don't have in front of you that would be
I'm okay with that.
eliminated.
I'm okay with
Yeah.
that. If we're,
I mean, I've got to assume you had some reasons for doing this. Tell us.
Yeah, the reasons for the recreational area is that we do have code in place, like, noise ordinance, nuisances, parking. So we have enough criteria that we feel as long as someone comes to us and says, what are the criteria? How can I make what I want to do fit into all of the different ordinances that apply, right? 'Cause it can be kind of a tangle of regulations to get through. So if we just do it by right, we're going to constantly be going out for, every event with code enforcement saying, but you need to move your speakers a little bit. Yeah, but you can't park there. You try to park over here. If we get that conversation done from the get-go, it makes things a lot easier for everybody.
understood. I'm open to, again, Miss Conscience, suggestions there. So,
For outdoor entertainment and recreational use and
Yes, sir.
structures, bringing it back,
correct. You
not
can,
voting on it right now.
correct.
Okay.
And she can we can lump that in with the food truck discussion.
Food
Yeah, I
trucks
think
and-
approve as suggested, which is move it to conditional
Yes.
use. But whether we eliminate it and take it by right, we'll bring that back to you. You can look at those criteria and decide if you're
Approve it as-
comfortable.
As conditional use. Okay. I just want to make sure everybody understands the motion. You're good with that?
That's,
Yes, sir.
And Santiago?
Yes, sir.
so that's 3. That's the fishing docks, the group homes, and the parking garages. Go to by right.
And the single-family residence for owner manager.
Thank you.
So 4.
Did we also remove recreational areas?
Yeah, we packaged those,
That's with
Chair.
outdoor entertainment.
Okay.
4.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, Suzanne, your name is Deputy County Manager. You're done? All right. Okay, for all of the red, it's really pink, but you're calling it red. Or you call, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we're down to the blue.
Salmon.
Why didn't you speak up?
Well, I did earlier, and then we said, well, we're dealing with Danny's now, and then we'll come back.
I'm sorry.
To do yours. That's okay.
All right, so bed and breakfast.
Yes, I was just curious why we don't include FR and A1 into the zoning, the acceptable zoning, and those are bigger parcels of land, more rural. I mean, I would think those would be the most fitting for a
Where
bed
is
and
that?
breakfast. So I'd like to add
Bed and
FR
breakfast.
and A1 into the bed and breakfast. Leave it as conditional use, but just add those 2 zonings to the classifications that are allowed.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
I'll second it.
Scott? You okay with that?
Because they're all owner occupied required, so why?
FR and A1. I like that. Yeah. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
You made a motion?
Yeah, I did.
Did somebody second it? Okay. All in favor, say aye. All of us. Okay. Now are we okay for blue?
Yes, so the blue ones are going basically from 2 public hearings down to 1.
Right. Troy, are you still with us?
Troy, I'm trying to make this quick, brother. I'm going as quick as I can.
Red? All right, Danny.
Yes, sir.
Well, hold on a second. Don, is your name up for the blue? Okay, Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. This air curtain incinerator, for those guys that don't know, that has to do with burning, force feeding air into the fire. They're no louder than a generator or any other piece of equipment. I've used them many times. I don't see why we're requiring PLDRC to use this, when there's air permits and you contract forestry, usually before you even use an air curtain incinerator, you got to make sure the weather and the wind is right. This is just another requirement on commercial, agricultural, and industrial pieces. So I would say we can do that by right for the air curtains.
Yeah, why is it on here, Carol? Scott? Suzanne, anybody?
So temporary air curtain incinerators are allowed by right. The special exceptions are permanent air curtain incinerators.
What's your concern with them?
So you've approved an air curtain incinerator special exception before.
Mm-hmm.
Those are for properties where debris is brought on site. So if you're just using an air curtain incinerator to burn, debris that is on your property, you don't need to come to us. That's handled by the Forestry Service. But you're really setting up a kind of like debris, yard waste facility to burn, to burn other people's debris on your property, and that has traffic implications. Usually I think we want to make sure it's located appropriately where you're setting it all up, that fire is able to look at it. So that's kind of why.
Paolo, why would they exempt I-1 and I-2, the most intense industrial zonings that we have? This is an industrial act, you know what I mean, or process. Why would we exempt those and exempt large properties like A1 or A2?
Well, because of the act itself, it usually requires a lot of land, or is more appropriate for a kind of a high intensity type activity.
How more appropriate can you get than I-1 or I-2 for this type of service?
Well, usually your industrial properties are not as long as your kind of agricultural areas, where these kind of essentially yard waste
So
businesses.
again, too, then you have larger parcels like A1 or A2, which are agricultural, that now we're saying I2, I1 is not the same or usually as large, but now, too, we're also putting A1 and A2 through the ringer, making them go to PLRDC. I'm trying to figure out the argument, because it's an industrial action or use. We're looking for larger properties, in your words, and fitting to the area. So
the issue is it's an industrial use. You're looking for large properties, but usually those large properties are agricultural in nature.
Right.
So you have that conflict between what is essentially a intense use that requires traffic, and you have a lot of burning in a rural area. So that's why.
Where else would you do it?
Well, that's usually where it goes, but you need the concept is, okay, where in those large agricultural areas is it appropriate to have this use? Because it's appropriate in large areas, but you like drilling down specifically to making sure that it is compatible and not disruptive of the agricultural area.
Here's for instance, they do this in Osteen, right behind the Circle K there at the corner of Doyle Road and 415. There's a big lot there that's all rural agriculture, right? Houses around, all that stuff. They burn there all the time during storms and this sort of stuff. So I'm trying to understand, and I'm not an attorney or Einstein's cousin, but I don't know. I'm trying to realize you're just the nuts and bolts of this thing.
Want to
I don't get
interject
it.
something?
Yeah, I wanted to ask a question if I could.
Okay.
Because I'm trying to follow Danny, but I want to make sure I get on the right path here. I thought I heard you say that this having it the way it is proposed, that if someone in the event wanted to make it, let's say, a commercial business to use this air incinerator in a permanent basis, this is why this could be needed.
Yes.
So that you can put conditions around how that commercial business air incinerator is utilized and where it's placed and those types of things.
Okay.
So the reason I might be okay with the way it's written is because it's a commercial business, and I don't know an incinerator, but I'm going to go out on a limb here.
No, I see what you're saying. But David, let's just say it's not by right, and let's go with their assumption. Why can't staff, in that event, why can't we cut this process in half with all this stuff? Make it a conditional use. There's still checks and balances.
I'm okay with that. That's my point. I think I'd like to see staff to have eyes on it to say, okay, well, it's a conditional use. It has to meet these conditions on where you're going to place it. And so it considers all of the, the neighboring properties, where safety and those types of things. And I know the forestry might be involved, but I wouldn't want somebody to be able to put it on the edge of their property when they have, 20 acres. And I don't know if somebody would do that, but, you don't.
And your code does have setback standards for incinerators for that, so I was going to recommend a conditional use because that sort of ensures we keep that, but makes it more expeditious.
Do you have a problem?
Because it's a commercial business, that's why. If it's somebody's personal property, different.
Do you have a problem? That way we can get this over with. All the PLDRC stuff. Do you have a problem with making those conditional uses and cutting this bureaucracy literally in half?
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
Which ones?
Any of them?
I would have to plead that taking very controversial uses and having only staff work on those all the time is a bit heavy. So to be frank, the reason why air curtain incinerators we're asking for PLDRC for a public hearing is because they are very controversial. It always brings neighbors out.
Okay.
And especially when you're looking at the agricultural zoning classifications, a lot of times those neighborhoods aren't actually agricultural. They're the ranchettes, right? They're the backyard farmers where they just like to sit and look at their horse area, their pastures. So I would hesitate to put uses that become, pun intended, very incendiary only on staff's shoulders, because then we would have a lot of angry neighbors coming to us and saying, why didn't we have a public hearing for that?
Wouldn't those conditions be approved by us, though, as policy, what they are?
Sure.
So I would expect staff just to follow those conditions and apply them equally to everyone, whether it's 50-foot buffer or whatever it might be. So, I mean, that to me is staff's safe harbor. If you follow the
I follow
guidelines,
what you're saying, but I don't think the conditions are as specific and all-encompassing as you would think that they are.
I understand.
So again, the public hearing and having a special exception that goes to PLDRC allows the board to impose conditions. So if we don't have our conditions completely nailed down and tight so that it considers every conceivable scenario, that's what the board does.
David, I can concur with that. And I went through it real quick and narrowed this down a little bit. boat docks, residential docks over 500 square foot. We just did one by right. We can, some of these less intense ones, for instance, boat docks, hunting camps. It says you can't have one in an RC area or A1 tracks or A2 track, come on. So some of these stuff like the boat docks, camps hunting, campgrounds or temporary campsites. I have curb market, that could be staff. Livestock feedlot by right. You can keep kennels by PLDRC. Flea market can be a staff thing. Dairies and dairy products with special exception, that can be a staff thing. Should I give you guys that list right here to speed it up? Okay, I'll make boat docks, residential docks over. I think we already.
So you're proposing all these to go to
No, sir.
by right?
No, sir, not at this point. Not after hearing the testimony of her.
I can see the hunting camps, that makes sense to me. I can see the boat docks, even though, again, we don't have very specific regulations on that. I would object to the temporary campgrounds. Those get really big, hundreds of campers, and we have had fatalities from entrances and exits not being according to what they should be.
So you're recommending PLDRC for that one still?
Yes.
Okay.
Which one, Carol?
Campgrounds, temporary campsites.
How about curb markets?
I don't have a problem with that one.
You don't have a problem with that one. How about dairies and dairy products with special exception and minimum of a 5 acre? Why isn't that, it's highlighted in red. Why is that not a conditional use or by right?
What do you, these, just so we're following?
What's carb market moving to? You've got it to PLDRC. You want to know what he suggests?
Yeah.
David, I'll start from the top. Boat docks, residential docks, staff approval. Or conditional use, I'm sorry.
Conditional use.
Hunting camps, conditional use. Curb market, conditional use.
Hold on.
This is not alphabetical.
I don't see hunting
I don't see
camps.
hunting.
It's camps, hunting.
Oh, yeah. Conditional?
So what I would say is, as you're going through this list, and perhaps I should have mentioned it earlier, where you see the uses, for instance, cemeteries, special criteria, see section 72-293-4, that means we have conditions for it. If you see a use that does not have that number, like right above it, cement plant, temporary, that means we don't have conditions for that. Conditional use usually means that you have conditions, extra conditions.
So, again, boat docks, conditional use. Camps hunting, conditional use. Curb market, conditional use.
What's a curb market?
Is that like the peanuts?
Sorry, I'm a city slicker. I have no idea.
All I see is
flea market.
It's in a
curb market is a temporary setup of fruit market, fruit either by vehicle or cart, temporarily on a piece of property, commercial. Okay. We've probably done one in the last 30 years as a special exception.
Conditional too, Danny?
Condition, I mean, because it says B4, B5, B6 are all
sold. Next.
Yep.
All right. Dairies and dairy products.
I think the concern with that is the CAFOs, concentrated animal feeding operations. Sometimes those can not be very pleasant to be around.
Right.
Are they already allowed under A1 and A2 by right?
Correct.
Yeah. Why are we limiting A3, A4, and OCR?
So right now they just have to go to council for approval. So we're just taking one step back in the public hearings.
Yeah, I would make dairy products then by right, and then
By right?
By right.
Is it just dairy
conditions,
products, or does it include the animal that makes the dairy products?
I'm sorry.
Is this just the dairy products, the bottled, the canned product, or it doesn't include the animal?
Right, you can have cows if you just have an agricultural zoning classification.
So you want to make that by right, Danny, or conditional use?
I can have milking cows on any piece of property I want if it's bona fide agriculture.
So by right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can have it if I'm doing it for profit.
Okay, I'm just writing it down next to it.
What daycare centers, staff, why would that be better with conditional use or better with PLDRC? What's the difference?
Well, yeah, it is with PLDRC right now, and that's for daycare centers that have more than 5 children. I think it's very similar to the school discussion that we had earlier.
How about the flea market criteria? Flea market in yeah, but it's again all industrial, high traffic, high noise, high volume. Here we're adding this.
Well, in some of these uses, you know, I think we've done one special exception for a flea market in the last 10 years, but some of these uses, you know, I think folks would be really surprised to see how many people that we have come in wanting to set up flea markets in vacant properties all over the county. So I would be very cautious with that.
I understand, but how many B5, B6, I1, I2, and I4 parcels do we have in unincorporated Volusia? Probably not that many. See what I'm saying? So if
I'm not going to fight you on it.
no, I don't think there's a lot to fight on.
Right.
Being that we don't have a lot of these parcels, it can only go in these planned areas that were for commercial or industrial. So why? And council, my recommendation is make the flea market conditional use. Staff can regulate that. Livestock, feedlots, all those exemption or all those at the bottom there by right to go in line with our agriculture and farming.
And you're saying that because those are A zonings, right? Yep.
Yep.
Livestock feedlots by right.
Can I interject here as Danny's going down real quick? I just have one question about that one. Can we include, is A1 included for livestock feedlots by right?
So
Or is that just omitted?
A1 allows all agricultural pursuits. So then when we get to the A2 and the A3, those uses start to break up a little bit.
So A1 is allowed to do livestock feedlots by right?
Correct.
Okay, and if I can go back to one, also the daycare centers, are they allowed in A1 by right? Because I noticed that that's omitted as well.
I don't believe so.
Could we add A1 by right?
Sure.
I'm sorry, not by right, but just add it to the rest of the zonings, yes.
I don't see any legal reason
In
why we
A1?
wouldn't be able to, because it's not on
Stay in
the
with
list, so
PLDRC.
as a use in the A1 classification.
Don, you all done? I like you guys are letting me do all this so I get blamed for everything.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
Can you define, what's your definition of a feedlot?
Let's see what it is.
Oh, my Lord.
Are you guys looking for it? It's a quiz to see which of us can find it the fastest. You got it? Any limited area designed or used for mass feeding of livestock. Mass feeding of.
Yeah. All right.
So you wanted that by right?
Yes.
Okay.
And moving down, railroad yards, siding, and terminals, I think we agreed. So I-1, I-2, I-4, they're already listed by right. Why is I-3 exempt from that?
I-3 is the waterfront, right? Yeah. It's on the waterfront. I think we have a limited area, very limited area of waterfront. It's Indian River. We have one parcel.
How about
of the I3.
B7, B6, B5? Why are we limiting the rest of those?
Do you mean why are the B5 and the B6 and the B7?
Yeah, why
going to
are
appeal
all
here?
those included?
Well,
This is
because
a big,
all kinds of materials come by railroad. So if we have some sort of rules that we can put in place as far as what is on the trains that are coming in and being unloaded and then loaded back up again.
Terminals.
Yeah.
So what are you proposing? This is only to PLDRC. What are you
No,
proposing?
I'm good with that. Those were my questions for that, Chairman. Recovered materials for facility as regulated under Rule 62. I2, it's an industrial use. I would make that one a staff or a conditional use.
Just for the I2?
I2 and the A1.
Okay.
Where are you? Which one?
Right below the railroad yards, Chairman.
And I'm not arguing with you, but I will say that the few that we've had have been very, very controversial.
Well, I mean, I2 is industrial. It's no different, in my opinion, than buying next to an airport and complaining about the airplanes. You're buying next to a heavy industrial site that is zoned for heavy industrial. That's what a
And about is the A1.
Yeah,
the
the
I2,
A1.
again, we only have one area of I2 in the county, and that's by Hull Road.
So how about leave the A1, the PLDRC, and change I2 to conditional use?
Yes.
Chris, I hope you're keeping track of this.
This will have to come back for a third reading
Yeah.
because of the multitude of changes you're making, so you'll get to see these all again fresh.
Oh.
If somebody has it. I'm trying to record it all.
I have them all marked here. I can repeat them. So we need to get this over tonight.
Taking very good notes.
Yeah, we can't adopt this tonight with the number of changes, which is fine. That's okay. But you've made,
Good.
yeah. Bring
Can
it
I
back.
get a motion to adjourn?
What is the rural event centers, schools, parochial? We already covered that, right? We're going to be talking about
Right.
that one. What's smoking or airing of sea and freshwater food products?
Very stinky.
So if somebody has a smoked mullet, they can't have that?
As a business where that's the only thing that they do, that's this type of use that we're talking about. And again, it's the I3, so we have one property with the I3.
So everyone else is exempt from it. Why is I3 exempt, not exempt?
Because it's for marine industrial uses.
Is that Oak Hill? Where is
No,
I3?
That's the
Edgewater?
In the heart of fishing country.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that you can't have a sea and freshwater food products? I'll go ahead and make that a conditional use as well. Swim clubs, conditional use. Tennis clubs. I'm sorry.
PLRDC, move all those to them.
They felt like the amount of traffic that they would generate would be unpleasant.
You can have that from a mom or dad that has a at-home business teaching toddlers to swim every 10 minutes, like I do bring my daughter to down in New Smyrna. You know, every 10 minutes from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. in a residential area. So conditional use. I'd say same things with tennis clubs. We want people outdoors. Conditional use. For truck and freight transfer terminals, why is B5 eliminated? or PLDRC and not a conditional use?
Because it's kind of on its own within the B5 area, that's usually along thoroughfares, highways, it's highway commercial. So a lot of times in those situations, you have residential that's backing up to it.
Okay. Is that the same thing for the truck storage and truck stops?
Correct.
Okay.
So what'd you do to that one?
I'm just going to leave it alone, Chair. So would you like me to repeat the list?
Yes. Starting with air curtains.
I'll start from the, there was nothing else on there was nothing on that first page.
A3, what, air curtains, I thought you were doing that.
Yeah, air curtains, the conditional use.
Conditional use.
Yeah.
I think staff asked if you could keep that at PLDRC because of the controversial nature. We've had those at.
Okay. All right, moving to, it's page 4. Boat docks and residential docks is conditional use. And this is all a motion, by the way. Boat docks and residential docks, conditional use. Camps, hunting, conditional use. Curb market, conditional use. Dairies and dairy products with special exception.
Is by right.
By right. Thanks, Carissa. Flea market, conditional use. The daycare centers they're bringing back to figure that out. Livestock feedlots by right. Yes, sir.
On the daycare center, we did add A1.
And on livestock feedlots, we added A1 as well.
You're good.
As conditional use.
The livestock feedlot is by right.
That's the one that it already allows it under all agricultural pursuits.
So we don't need A1.
We could list it there, but it's
Could
already.
we add it just so there's no confusion?
And what was the other one? We added a zone.
Daycare centers, A1.
Right.
Then we had, moving forward, mini warehouses, that was conditional use. We had the moving and storage companies, that was conditional use. The off-site disposal of land clearing debris, I believe that was conditional use as well, that's what I have it marked. We have the recovered materials facility as conditional use. Smoking or airing of sea and freshwater food products, conditional use. Swim clubs, conditional use. Tennis clubs, conditional use. And that's all for that section. And that's my motion.
Is there a second on Councilman Robbins' motion?
Second, Johansson.
Okay. Any questions? Debate?
I'm sorry, I need to clarify. The recovered materials facilities, we were leaving A1 as PLDRC and conditional use for I2.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that correct, Amy?
Yes.
Okay. Don Dempsey.
Well, I have two more things I want to talk about. I'm ready to vote on Danny's motion.
Denied, done. Denied.
Exactly. But I do have two other things. I don't know if you want me to wait. I know there was
Are
confusion.
they in the blue?
Yes.
Well, then we need to do them now.
Okay.
Why don't we
The
take care of
first
it all?
Recreational vehicle, and it's under B6 and B7 only. Is there a reason why we don't have other zoning classifications for RV parks?
Recreational vehicle parks. I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Well, the only allowable use apparently besides the existing two are B6 and B7. Is there a reason why we're not adding more zonings that would be appropriate for an RV park?
No, I would not say that was something that we were looking at. It's adding additional zoning classifications on it. Staff was looking at this as the scope of looking at existing special exceptions and existing zoning categories and how can we lower it. We didn't necessarily look at it as where can we add more uses to a specific zoning criteria, zoning classification. It's fine that you want to do that. That's perfectly fine, but that's just not the way that we approached it.
Well, guys, my thoughts are that we need to make it more expansive. I know a lot of these RV parks are in the agricultural or rural areas, and so if we could add some ag zonings as well as a forestry reserve and maybe some larger scale, B4 type of zoning as well. I just want to make it, as long as it's going through PLDRC, as long as the public's going to be entitled to be heard,
Okay.
let's give the potential investor and property owner the ability to look for more areas to find an appropriate location for an RV park. Because that
Don,
seems-
would you be willing for them to bring that back with all,
Yeah,
and we can add
absolutely.
zones to it? And
That'd be great.
because it sounds like it's, Jake, you just disappeared. Was that?
Yeah, I suggest we go through this list and look at all these things and tweak our ordinance, but not in conjunction with this.
Okay, then the only other thing is, I just want to make sure it's clear on riding stables, that the A3, A4, MH3, that's all been redacted. So we don't want to pass this as is, as it relates to riding stables, because we got rid of.
We moved that in a previous motion.
Correct, so I
Yeah.
want to make sure we're clear that that's been redacted. Okay, I'm ready to vote.
Okay, no other questions. Did everybody has these changes? All in favor of all the changes, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. I lost me on a couple of them. Motion carries 6-1.
Chair, I'm pretty much done with this red list as well. If you want me to go through that one, I can make them suggestions.
Okay, red list for, right now it comes all the way up to county council.
Yep, it's page 6 of the 7. Aquaculture ties in with agriculture and stuff like that. I don't have any problem with that by right. I don't know why it would come to us.
Health and safety, do y'all have a,
It's like feeding farms, right?
At a minimum, I would recommend
Fish farms.
conditional use because we do have standards around there. You can tell that by the reference to 72-293-15.
yeah,
But I haven't looked at it close enough to know any more about recommending whether it goes to public hearing or not.
So it says
Good with that.
including non-exempt excavations, which means usually the way that plays out is you first have a borrow pit, and then when you're done digging up the fill and selling it, turn it into aquaculture.
That'd be cool. Conditional use.
The borrow pits are, or what we call non-exempt excavations. Where is that on this list, Carol?
It's number.
Just farther down, it's under the county council.
Somewhat like previous uses, those borrow pits have tended to be ones where a lot of neighbors come out to voice their opinion about whether they're appropriate in the location they're proposed. Rather than put that on staff's shoulders, it's one I'd ask you to consider maybe taking just to PLDRC, so we make it more streamlined than all the way to council, but I'm a little concerned for us that
you're talking about aquaculture?
the aquaculture and the non-exempt excavations.
Right.
If you get to that later.
Well, if that's going to put, okay, now that I understand a little bit clearer that about the pits, no, that at least needs to go to the PLDRC.
Is that both for aquaculture and excavations, or just aquaculture?
It's all on the same
Yeah,
line.
it's
All right, gotcha.
Why would we not keep the excavations with us? for the borrow pits. I hear staff ringing a bell on that, and I'm like, I'm okay with that. I mean, how many borrow pits are we going to have come before us? But I think we'd be better served if we held on to that one.
Are we able to separate
Excavations or both?
aquaculture?
I agree with Troy.
So how about this? The aquaculture, we can do PLDRC, and if it's a borrow pit, we'll keep it with the council.
So get rid of that, including non-exempt
Right.
excavations. That makes sense.
And I look at, if you go down from here, Carol, and council, asphalt, batch plant, permanent, temporary, you see all these are industrial, right, until you get to equestrian. But you got to jump through all these hoops on industrial property. If it's industrial, why the heck can't they? I would assume that's their right, and that's why they bought the property. So, council, I'll need your help, or David, I'll need your help with this, and we can exclude some of the like the A1s. But if it's industrial, it's industrial.
Yeah, because they would still be required to, even if they had it by right, there's still building standards, right?
There are, and I hate to mention specific things, but we've had some pretty fiery public discourse about allowing all industrial uses in industrial areas, such as fuel terminals.
I understand that, but if we want to go back to the fuel terminal example, we all know what went wrong with that whole scenario. It should have never gotten that far, and it should have never been past y'all's level. So what I'm looking at is to simplify this process and strengthen property rights, and not expose us to and expose staff and expose this council to these weaponized scenarios when you're looking at an industrial use on an industrial piece of property. I mean, this isn't rocket science.
So what are you proposing there, Danny? I'm going along your line.
Yeah, for those asphalt batch plants, temporary cement plants, construction demolition.
Conditional?
No, PLDRC. Yeah. Instead of council.
Well, Danny, hold on. Because I was listening to your argument in the beginning a few minutes ago on how those things played out. Don't you think that's going to play out the same way in the PLDRC? And then what'll happen if it gets turned down there, it gets bumped to us.
Right, but at least it has an opportunity to eliminate a process here. At the end of the day,
I think I'm making your argument along your original lines, because you said if it's asphalt, right, and it's an I-2 and it's a permitted use, why can't we disallow it? Why conditional use would be more appropriate, I think, based on your initial argument, then it's done based on the conditions.
But then that would again put it on staff's back, right?
But it's a right.
Right, or you just make it by right.
Yeah, I didn't mean to go that far.
But you know what I'm saying? We're trying to get stuff off of our plate, but on the other hand, we don't want to get stuff off of our plate.
Yeah, I don't want to get this off of our plate. I'm a hard no on this. Yeah, this is I-2 and I-1. We need to be able to have some control over what happens even in I-2 and I-1, because we've got I-1 and I-2 zones that shouldn't be that anymore. They're now neighborhoods.
But they are,
Chair. And we could change it. You're backing us up further so that none of that can be changed, and neighborhoods will be forced to have terminals and asphalt plants.
That's if that's the narrative.
And right now
I
they
didn't
still
make
have
that
the
motion.
ability. They just have to go through PLD and the county council. That's our responsibility.
If that's what council so desires, by all means. But I remember a comparison when we had the dogs on the beach. It's our liberty to be able to walk our dog on the beach, Chair, by you. But it's not your liberty to use your piece of property, an industrial piece of property, for an industrial act.
Yeah. The dogs on the beach came to the council too. This does, because we don't always get everything right, Danny. We didn't get it all right in zoning, and we need to change it, and now we can't change it because it's in a Bill 180.
I agree, but I didn't make a
Don't
motion.
tie your hands further. That's all I'm saying.
I agree, but that's not what happened. That's the point of this discussion.
That's
And
not what-
I didn't make a motion to do any of that. I'm trying to figure out if there's a piece of the process that can eliminate it and make it an easier process in line with whatever this council wants to do. So please don't put words in my mouth. Thank you.
I'm not the one putting words in your mouth. I'm just telling you, if that's what you want to do to change it from council.
I didn't make a motion to do that, Chair.
If you want to change it to count, I'm telling you that from how you lose my vote. If you want to change it from the council to go by right because it's already I-1 or I-2, no, we have to have some control over the future of our county.
I agree with you.
He didn't suggest that, Chair.
I'm just telling you that if he does that, he loses my vote.
Yeah,
I don't know where he's going yet.
I think he first said PLDRC is what he said first.
Council, is there an easier way to cut this process down in any of these circumstances? I'm an open book here. I'm completely open.
So if I can weigh in, Chair, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So
Your name's not up here, but
no, that's why I just asked if I could weigh in. Never mind. Get the people on there first. I'll put my name up.
Don Dempsey.
Yeah, can I just make sure I'm clear on the process we're talking about, PLDRC versus council? PLDRC means you go to the PLDRC. If you get approved, you're good. If you lose, you can go appeal to the council, right?
Yes,
All right.
that's correct.
Council, these options that we're talking about now, is you go directly to the council, and that's your only pitch, or do you have to go to both PLDRC, pass, and then go to council and pass?
You don't have to pass PLDRC to come to us.
You would be
Just a
keeping this,
recommendation.
the way we wrote the ordinance would be, all of these ones that say council is keeping the current process, and the current process is PLDRC and then council. So PLDRC would give you a recommendation.
So that's kind of just a waste of time, isn't it? I mean, you have to go through the PLDRC to get a recommendation, and it still goes to council anyway.
That's a political
Well, I
question.
mean, I hate to, but no, that's effectively what happens. You have to go through the PLDRC just to get a recommendation. It's nothing binding.
Right, there's no permit or approval issued at the PLDRC right now for any special exceptions, so.
So my proposal, guys, is why, I mean, the property rights, Danny's a big property rights, I'm a big property, I think we're all big property rights guys.
Some of
But
us.
we also like to have the public be able to come in and be heard. That was their big complaint. We don't want to make it by right because they want to be heard. So why don't we just shift all this to PLDRC? The public can come in, air their issues, and the PLDRC will make either an approval or a denial. If they approve it, it's done. If it's denied, they can come to the council, because I, as a property rights guy, like I think we almost all are, if not all, I think we all want to err on the side of the property owner first, but still let the public be heard. But I would like to have that appeal process to the property owner, because I think property rights are what made this country. And so we have to give the property owner the right to appeal to make sure that he has due process and some sort of safety net, so that if he gets shot down by the PLDRC, he can still come to the council and say, hey, they shot me down, but what do you guys think?
So change all these to PLDRCs. What
Change
you're
them
saying.
all to PLDRC.
Make the motion.
I like it.
Thank you. I move to all the council,
Wait,
I don't know how to word it, but all these council recommendations all be switched to PLDRC.
Wow.
Second.
I've got the attorney whispering that wants to make sure you understand, I'm sure you do, that it also works in the reverse. If the PLDRC approves a case and the neighborhood doesn't like it, they can appeal, and that would also go to county council. Right.
And we've had a few times where PLDRC has unanimously approved minimum citizen involvement, and 2 months later and 2 hearings later, we approve it.
Yeah.
We've had many, and you know, last time I did a count, a majority of our quasi-judicials have been 7-0, 6-1, 5-2 votes. So
Plus, there's a cost savings, Jake, because
cost savings for us, cost savings for them,
yeah.
time savings,
Yeah.
everything.
Yeah.
I think if this goes, guys, we're probably effectively scared off our 2 new hires.
Okay, Don, were you done? Troy Kent.
Mr. Dempsey, I appreciate your ability to get the council on board to streamline that process and do that efficient and effective piece. But council, I look at the pieces that the council has to approve, and I'm wondering, in the past 3 years that we've been together, how many airports, landing fields, asphalt plants, cement plants, glue factories, hazardous waste transporters, hog farms, junkyards, and rock crushers have we had come before us? I can't recall one of those. And I'm torn because, Mr. Robbins, I could not, I think, agree with you more about if it is zoned that way, it is zoned that way. And I'm a big property rights guy. But the ones I just mentioned to you, I'm also a big property rights guy for the guy next door also. And they may be zoned the exact same way. But they might have a real legitimate reason why they don't want to have a slaughterhouse right next door. Or a cement plant right next door. I just think that we might be losing sight of this because I haven't seen one of these come before us. So if they do, it's a once in a blue moon event. I'm okay keeping it right where it is. I really am. For the council ones, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with us having our stamp of approval on it. I think that we are blessed with common sense, and I appreciate the hard work and homework we all put into these meetings. But I think there are some things that the community expects us to weigh in on. I just do. And you know, is that playing politics a little bit? Guilty. A little bit. I think it is. But I also think that our bosses expect us to weigh in on certain things, and I'm okay with just keeping it the way it is for the reasons I stated. Thank you.
Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Troy, I have to agree with you. And the reason being is I think there was a gentleman that was here earlier, and we don't always see eye to eye. This gentleman was here. One of the things he said kind of hit home when he said that they elected us, not the PLRDC. And this process that's here today, where it says council will have to go through PLRDC, then us. And you just said it. How many of these have we actually seen? And I love checks and balances. I'm an individual property rights guy too, but I love checks and balances. And so based on that, and based on the fact that our bosses, like you just said, they voted us to make those decisions. I actually make my decision when I see what happened at the PLRDC. I actually read that. I see how many people showed up for that. I encourage people all the time online to be involved in the PLRDC, be involved in your planning boards in your cities. That's where decisions are made. But now we're taking that out. So I'm actually going to be, if that's what the motion is, I'm a hard no. I like the process that it is for what's here today. So, Mr. Kent, I'm in agreement with you.
Thank you. I am too, Troy. I'm glad that you said that.
And Chairman, I'll just say if the motion fails, I will make a motion to keep it as it is. But sorry, Chairman, I interrupted you. I apologize.
That's okay. I know we're trying to protect private property rights. I know we're trying to cut, somebody said cost savings But we also have a responsibility for savings to people's health and our quality of life, and the county council needs to have a say, even in industrial areas. What are we going to allow? Because it could be safe or not safe. Yeah, it could be. Maybe it's in the code that Clorox is allowed to come in and set up a gas company. But do we really want that in the very few industrial areas that we have, or whoever it is? We between Senate Bill 180 and what we're talking about here, there's no reason to have a county council anymore. We could go to ribbon cuttings. We could do a couple other fun things, but we can't do the job that the public expects us to do and be their voice, be their eyes and ears and hearts. We can still protect private property rights, but we need to make sure that the public is safe. And there's some of these things I'd be okay with, but most of them, this needs to come to the council. So I'll go back to the top of the list. David Santiago, you've been waiting for a while because you're not on the list.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's precedence for this, though. Many counties do the motion you made, Don. So we're not charting new territories or trying to take away things that Floridians don't necessarily have. So that's why I'm okay with it. And it works well in many governments. And I think it'll work well here, too, because we have a very competent staff. Additionally, Mr. Chairman, I think, and I get it, you were just making a statement, but where I disagree is, if we pass this, do we revert back? I know you're just talking, but, to just doing ribbon cuttings. Well, my friend Troy here just went down the list. We've dealt with almost none of these in the last couple of years, and we've had jam-packed agendas. So I don't know if that necessarily carries weight with me, that's what I'll say.
But they may.
Okay. As far as public safety, I don't subscribe to that commentary that we are ignoring public safety, because we have, again, very competent staff that have rules and procedures and conditional uses and things and standards that they have to apply. I know most of the times when these things come up here, 9 times out of 10, no one up here is a subject matter expert in the topics that come before us. 9 times out of 10. And we leverage the experts that we've hired with degrees and experience to kind of guide us, and that's the same audience that helps guide the PLDRC. So I don't think we're charting new territory here. Efficiencies for staff, efficiencies for our residents, money savings for us as a county, and money savings for our constituents. So I think this is a good move. And I don't subscribe to, and no one should subscribe to, the fear of things are not going to be safe, because there's no evidence to prove it. I would never say that because there's no evidence to prove it. If there is, I will certainly provide that or find safeguards. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilman Dempsey.
Yeah, and I thank you, David. I appreciate that. And Jake, I'm not trying to take away people's right to be heard. I'm not trying to take anybody's right away, but think about it. All we're talking about doing is making the PLDRC, if we leave things as is, like Troy's proposing, then why even have a PLDRC? The whole exercise is pointless because it's only a recommendation. Well, we get recommendations through emails and everything else all day long. Why do we even need to have a PLDRC if all it has no bite to it? It's, going to PLDRC first, and letting them make the decisions may eliminate, like Jake was saying, a lot of the stuff that we otherwise might see. Now, everybody who comes in who wants to do an airport or a gas and oil, they have to come before the county council, whether there's any neighbors opposing it or not. So look at how much time that takes up when it comes up. And it's just the PLDRC should be able to make their decision, the public can be heard, and if either party doesn't like the results, then appeal it to the county council, and we vet it and see if we want to approve it or deny it. But just to leave the PLDRC to be a pointless, biteless type of step in the process is meaningless. I don't know why we would do that to them and just add to their workload. I mean, let's let them have some bite. Like Jake said, a lot of them may end up just, okay, if they get shot down, then they go away and they give up. Or if the neighbors don't like it, they'll appeal it and bring it back, and then the council has to deal with it. And I mean, like this, it says in the top, it says airports and landing fields. Well, we just passed airports and landing fields in the PLDRC section. That was the second one on there. So there's a lot of things on there that we've already voted on to leave in PLDRC. Airports, heliports, helipads, recreational vehicle parks, railroad yards. I mean, all those are potentially nothing you want in your backyard, but we left all those on PLDRC, and I think rightfully so. I don't think they should be by right. I don't think they should even be conditional uses. It's something where the neighbors need to be heard. They need to have a place to go and express their concerns, and I just think that should apply to all these other ones that are currently in the council column. I'm not trying to take away anybody's rights. Thank you.
Councilman Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. Just briefly to close this out for myself. Mr. Dempsey, I hear what you're saying about, then why do we have a PLDRC? But I think it could be turned around, like, why do you have a council? Yeah. If your PLDRC is going to make those decisions, why do you have a council? Just something to think about. And then the other thing is, like, we've never approved a rock crusher, but I've watched some pretty cool videos of these rock crushers online. And, you're right. I live in a neighborhood beachside. And I don't ever foresee an industrial zoning happening where there's going to be a rock crusher near my house. But you, on the other hand, I think you live on some property. And I'm worried about people like you who could have next to them an industrial zone piece of property and a rock crusher go in, and you coming in here to this council going, can you all imagine the noise I'm dealing with all day long while this rock crusher is running? I'm just saying it could be within a certain distance to your house to where you're hearing this and it's bothering you. So I'm more comfortable, like I said, where I am with the council with it, but we'll see where it falls.
Yeah, thank you. I'm with you, Troy, on this. Don, I forget the two words. You said we have a PLDRC, we're making them pointless, and what was the other word? Powerless, basically. But I know what you mean. I don't see that. I think they do. You know this. They're one of the busiest boards that we have, and they do really good work. And when we get an item back that they've gave an opinion on, I read through the whole thing because I actually love hearing their arguments. I think Ronnie Mills, the chairman, does an excellent job. There's a whole board of good members, but they weren't elected, and our staff wasn't elected. And we're giving off the responsibilities that the public thought we ran for to unelected bodies. And I just want that layer of protection. David, you said there's no evidence that there's any safety issues here, and I am not trying to scare the public. I don't know if there's safety issues here or not, but we're learning every day. We have the highest cancer rate that we've ever had, and we're not sure all the reasons why. We might learn something to be able to make an effect on that. We have a very conservative federal government right now that gets criticized for being so conservative, and yet they're looking at all kinds of standards that are affecting our health. The president appointed a Kennedy to look at our health standards and say, we got to get rid of food colorings. We got to get other stuff that was always by right, that we could just do that. And now we're learning that it's killing our kids. It's making them less healthy. So I don't want to give up that ability to learn something and be powerless and pointless to be able to do anything about it. So I think we should keep all of these where they are, and let's take on the responsibility that I think that the public expects us to have, and still protect private property rights, but we're not cutting ourselves off at the knees.
I was going to respond, but
I'll call on you. We got Jake Johansson, then Danny Robbins, and then David Santiago.
So I'd like to wrap this up, but
You gonna call the question?
the thought that I'd love to, but the thought that these changes we're about to make are going to put people at increased health risk.
I didn't say that.
But that's what people took away, their perception. And what I'm saying is call a question.
I'll second the call the question.
Okay, Carissa, would you call the roll? I believe the motion on the floor, I don't even have a second. Did somebody motion, it was Danny Robbins said
No.
move all the council
Don motioned, I seconded it.
to move all of the council to PLDRC.
Correct.
Mr. Kent,
Wait. Motion was by Don, second was by David Santiago?
yes.
Okay. Now you can call the roll, please.
Mr. Kent,
No.
Mr. Reinhardt,
No.
Mr. Robbins,
Yes.
Mr. Santiago,
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey,
Yes.
Mr. Johansson,
Yes.
Mr. Brower.
No, and wow.
Next item? What do we got?
Okay.
And just one request, council, staff, is it possible, I can just see the headlines now. Is it possible we can prepare a statement in terms of the clarity, on one of our letterheads that you guys do, of to what exactly happened and maybe the process of this, so we can put it out to our people, because I can see this going a million different directions right now and being drugged through the street with the mass misinformation that we currently deal with.
Danny, that clarity should include and I hate to go, because the narrative that's going to be portrayed by some is that this is a developer's dream, that developers for projects still go through a different process, which is typically the development review. I'm sorry, the
So if we can
developer agreement.
If we can explain quickly the PLDRC or the conditional uses, just quick definitions of that for these people, and what this was about, that would help us out greatly. Thank you. And
We'll
great,
get on it.
great job. Thank you for doing this.
That's pretty subjective. How can they do that?
Remember, this has to now, because you've changed it so much, it has to come back for a third reading.
Yes. So that's why I'm here. Because to accommodate the changes and to preserve the notice, I need someone to say we're doing it next on the 4th. So that to continue the item to the Thursday, September 4th meeting at 9 a.m. at this.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Johansson.
Paolo, can all these changes be accomplished and published in time for the publishing of the agenda next week?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
If we're pushing it, I'd suggest we bump it out a meeting, but if you think we can make it.
I heard yes.
So 2 weeks? How long does that give us?
A little bit over 2 weeks, because it's a Thursday meeting for the 4th.
The reason why I was asking is because staff's got to incorporate these changes into the final document, that's all.
And
No, I want to keep it to the 4th. Let's rip this Band-Aid. Let's vote. Staff can do it. They're very capable. We just hired 2 very capable people to help them.
a quick legal question. The agenda goes out shortly, but does the item actually have to be 100% complete? the day the agenda goes out on that Monday night, or can it go out with just the title and give yourself 2 extra days, right? The state statute says adequate.
Right. We'll work on it. I think we have a good staff. We'll see if we can get it in.
No doubt, but we're not tied legally to the Monday at 5 o'clock agenda.
So the requirement is only that the continued consideration be listed on the agenda or similar communication produced at the subsequent meeting. The whole purpose of this is we receive direction on the ordinance. We're making changes. We know what those changes are. We just have to write it.
What was the title of the original public notice?
There's a short title.
Paulo's assured me he will get this done before he goes home tonight.
So the title was doing what you all did, was to shift uses from, the approving authority to wherever.
So you're saying it wasn't broad enough to be compliant?
You did exactly what the short title said.
Okay.
Which is
Government
there's a
efficiency.
list of uses, and we are changing the approval level changing the approval level of those lists of uses.
Thank you.
But you just said you weren't going to do that. You were going to give the public some information.
We're going to get an updated draft.
Yeah,
So
because
the public
if
can
we're just
see
going to
what you're
publish a
gonna have.
title after all this,
No.
that's insane.
The purpose of the
Short
motion would be to not have to do the new advertisement, and the full ordinance will be on the next agenda for the public to see.
Thank you. Councilman Kent.
No, I'm up for the next item, Chairman.
Okay.
I do need a vote. I don't think I
Yes.
have a vote.
Okay, item 9, discussion to allow, what?
Just
We
need a
need to
quick
vote
vote.
on
Yes.
on the date and time. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
Discussion to allow horseback riding on the beach.
Good afternoon, Jessica Fentress, Volusia County Coastal Director. Just to remind everybody, May 20th, we received direction from the council to bring back an item for discussion regarding the potential trial area for horseback riding in northern Volusia County. I'm going to run through this pretty quickly. It's just an outline. As it relates to regulatory requirements, there is no direct federal or state prohibition against the activity. You would have to modify the beach code should you choose to implement this, because currently the beach code only allows service animals and then dogs in very specific identified areas along our coastlines. And based upon the direction you provide today, if we're told to move forward, we will have to have a coordination with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and a consult. We did have a preliminary conversation with U.S. Fish, and we do believe that it is not an insurmountable task to get there. There is regional precedent throughout our portion of Florida with permitted areas in St. John's, Flagler, and we currently have horseback riding in Volusia County right now at Canaveral National Seashore. There is no recent history on horses in the beach in Volusia, so customary use doesn't come into play, but if you stay below the wetted sand, then the public trust doctrine would allow for those activities. You have 8 counties that do allow horseback riding. They mostly have common requirements. You're required to have permits, designated times and areas. You provide for trailer parking, and you ask that they ride in the low tide areas. There are best practices. Basically, you limit how many can be there, provide them direct shoreline access, and then require waste removal by the horse owner. And they do have designated entry points, and that's mostly for environmental protection and then safety of the animal and rider. You currently can do beach ride or horseback riding at Malacompra in Flagler County, approximately 50 miles north of the county line, and at Canaveral National Seashore down in Apollo Beach. When looking at proposing a feasibility of implementing this on the north portion of Volusia County, there's a couple of pretty significant things we took into consideration. The first one is the health and safety of the horse and the rider, and then also the sustainability of our environment. We didn't do anything to denude our natural habitat. So we looked for areas that had natural grade or sand ramps for beach access, and then the biggest limiting factor was trailer parking, preferably east of A1A. We would also recommend that the horses be in non-driving beach areas, just so that you don't get into a scenario where a horse might get spooked. And then do it during daylight hours, again, below the wetted sand and outside of nesting sea turtle season. And then we would require that the horse owners be responsible for their waste removal. We came up with 2 potential locations that we thought were the best option in North Volusia. One is Al Weeks North Shore Park. It's in Ormond by the Sea. It is a no-driving beach. You have approximately 7 miles of horseback riding if you exclude the state park. And you can provide 2 trailer spaces, and there is an unimproved dirt ramp called the Roberta Road, just north of Al Weeks North Shore Park. This is the northernmost limits of where you have development east of A1A in Ormond by the Sea. The other option we have is through the Grace Lutheran off-beach parking lease. I did have a preliminary conversation with leadership of the church. They are not opposed to the idea. They would like some more information. They would like to limit the number of trailers. There's a potential that they would ask for an increased fee. They want confirmation that the county would clean up all the mess no matter what we required of the horse owner. It would require them to cross Ocean Shore Boulevard. There is a stoplight there with the signalized pedestrian crosswalk, and then we did provide a view of the beach access from the beach so you can see what the horse would be required to walk over. Ultimately, what we are looking forward today is where and how would the council like for us to pursue this? If you want us to pursue this, we can then use that and start our consult with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Specifically, we would need direction on locations, confirmation that you want to do a seasonal restriction outside of turtle nesting season, confirmation that a reservation system that would help us operationally having a reservation system, and then confirmation that you want the private property, or I'm sorry, the horse owner to manage the waste removal. And we would also recommend a slight education 20-30 minute HCP video online just to make sure the horses stay out of the dune area. And pending direction by the council, if you want us to move forward, we will go ahead and consult with U.S. Fish, and then we will come back with a more solid operational plan based on your feedback.
Thank you, Councilman Kent.
Chairman, if you're okay with it, I would rather hear from the public and then speak after them, if that's okay.
2. That's all you have. John Nicholson. And you'll be followed by Jennifer Milko.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. When I first heard this, I thought it was a joke. All right. Yeah, we would never do it. I didn't conceive of it. But the more you think about it, it adds one more thing to our tourism industry. There are people that like to ride on the beach. It's unique. You see it on many movies. Using the north end makes sense. Again, I would absolutely do not want it at the bandshell. It's the wrong place for it. So as far as I'm concerned, I think it's unique, it's doable, and I think it's something that the county needs. Thank you.
Jennifer, are you still here? Yes.
Hello, my name is Jennifer Miko. I'm from Ormond Beach Unincorporated, and I manage and own Equestrian Adventures of Florida horseback riding. Just a little bit about my business for perspective. We've been offering horseback rides on the beach since 2011 in Flagler County in Palm Coast. They gave us a designated place to take our horses, and we trailer our horses and meet people at a public beach approach. They've also created a path that we can take over the dunes that keeps us away from the beach business and the busyness. We schedule our rides according to low tide. They last about an hour. We take 10 and older. All rides are reservation only, and the pictures are included because I ask people not to bring phones or cameras for safety reasons. We take visitors from all over the United States as well as all over the world. It is definitely a bucket list thing. I have had people plan their vacations because of their reservations with our company. I meet the nicest people. We create memories for anniversaries, for birthdays, for special occasions, tourists, and also residents alike. We've been included in the top 10% at TripAdvisor since 2018. We've been featured in various local magazines as well as out-of-state media. In fact, St. Johns County just did a cover on us to top 10 things or top things to do in the St. Augustine area. We are featured in various hotels in Daytona as well as Hammock Beach Resort. I'm often told that people find us on Google by just simply Googling what are the best things to do in the Daytona Beach area. We work well with the residents of Hammock Beach and Flagler. Beachgoers are thrilled to see and experience horses on the beach. I can't even tell you how many pictures we're included in. As a responsible business owner, I make sure my permits are up to date, my Coggins are up to date. I make sure as well Flagler County has a copy of my business insurance. Safety is the most important thing to me, the safety of my riders, of my horses, and of any beachgoers. Routine safety checks are performed throughout the ride. This is all to say that I think it would be advantageous for Volusia County to allow horses on the beach. Volusia County is already a top tourist attraction. People from all over Florida and the United States come to this county just for the beaches. Clientele that come ride with me are top-notch, very responsible, and they are amazing people. It could only add to the amount of people coming into Volusia County. I believe that responsible individual horse owners will also take this privilege very seriously. No one wants to put their horses or community in danger. I'm sure they would be willing to follow the rules that Volusia County puts in place for this privilege. And I know that from social media, the biggest concern is picking up after the horses. I actually get on and off my horse each time. I have a t-shirt bag. Sorry, I'm out. Do you want me to finish?
You're out of time. I'm sorry.
I am. Well, let me know if you have any questions, and thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for coming in. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. If the council's okay, I might have a couple questions, and also my comments will be well under 5 minutes. I might be able to speed this along for the council. So I'll just tell you all, I have no horse in this race. I don't own any horses. I'm glad you like that. And also, council, we're either going to be a yay or a nay tonight.
Troy, would you like me?
I've been waiting all night for that.
Would you like me to make
Yes.
a motion and we can get into that?
Sure.
I'll make a motion to for discussion at this point until we can agree on a direction. That way we can open up the comments.
Thank you.
For discussion. For discussion.
Second it.
Fine. Motion to approve.
Approve what?
Nice.
We have no idea what we're approving.
I'll just tell you, the things I like about it and the things I'm concerned about it. So I do think this adds something to Volusia County. I think that there are people that it is a bucket list item. They'd like to participate in it. They'd like to do that. I love the PowerPoint. The first picture looks like they're probably in Costa Rica. I love the honesty. There was a picture of some horse mess on the beach. I appreciate that as well, because it's something we need to talk about. Council, if we were to approve this, I would only approve it if we mandated that the horses wore a bag, because not everybody's like a Jennifer who's going to wait for 5 hours to talk tonight and then gets off her horse and cleans up after every single person. Not everybody's like that. So they would have to wear a bag if we were to approve this. And then I'm going to talk to you for just a quick moment about the locations. So the first one is the North Shore Park. I love that it's on the east side of A1A. I can't stand that it's going to take up 18 parking spots. I'm not okay with that. I'm okay with 9 parking spots if we could agree with it. I'm okay with 1 horse trailer. And the reason being is they have to be registered. They have to register 48 hours with staff so we know who's coming. Okay? And there's also a lifeguard centralized tower right there so they could participate in that. The other location, the Grace Lutheran Church, I really love the amount of parking they have. I cannot stand that they have to cross A1A. That's less than ideal. It scares me. I'm not crazy about that. I said I might have a question or two. My first question is, why did we not think about, if we're going to cross A1A, why not Bicentennial Park? There's lots of parking up there. And the other location is, why not High Bridge? So High Bridge on the east side of A1A, they've got spots there. And, maybe it's because that's FDOT's and that's not ours. Is my answer to my question?
High Bridge is actually the state park, so it would be under their authority. We wouldn't have the ability to make that as an option on their park amenity. The reason we didn't consider Bicentennial is we don't have a natural path to get down on the beach at that location.
They'd have to go down a wooden ramp
or they would go down
steps.
a very steep dune and not have a safety buffer between the top of the dune and the road.
Right. Yeah. So if we were going to do this, because I'm telling you, I have hesitation with horses crossing A1A, and there is a light there, and I'm appreciative of that, but I'm concerned with it. I don't think it's ideal. If we were going to do it, for me, it would be one of the sections of Al Weeks North Shore Park. So we're not taking up 18 spaces, but taking up 9 spaces. I could stomach that, and if we did a trial period to see how it was, I would also say that my preference would be that the horse riders would travel north. So they would get on the beach right there. You can see the map at Roberta Road. They would be able to walk down on the beach, and then they would travel north. They must have a bag to catch their mess. And then everything else that you've laid out, I think, is very well thought out. And, this can work. I've received some emails with some fear mongering with, the horse's hooves are going to be turning the sand over. I think my hooves turn the sand over when I walk in the beach, the thousands of people that are doing that, come on. The horses are going to run through the fishing lines. Come on. I mean, you're just trying to scare people because you don't want something like that. And if we have enough room for one trailer, how many horses can be down there at one time? And we're going to have time limits with the turtle nesting season. All very well thought out things, but council, this just opens up Volusia County beaches a little bit more for other activities. And like I said, I've got no horse in this race. I don't own a horse. My family and I, we don't go horseback riding. This was brought to me by a few constituents, and we talked about it. And I said, you know what? Let me bring it to the council and see what these gentlemen think. Thank you, council.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Troy, I think this is can be a great idea. I'll tell you why. We have it in southeast Volusia, down on the seashore, and also there's a company, Rusty Spur, that does it out of Oak Hill as well. Do you know how many complaints I've got in 5 years? 0. They're good people. They care about it, especially if it's their livelihood. They're not going to risk that. So, diversification is good, and we have to look at everything and convenience as well. And I asked the question, why not? With a lot of the stuff, why not? Right? To get to that yes that Jake talks about, to get to that yes that a lot of us do. And, a lot of the reasoning, why I supported like the dog beach, for instance, is because we have that down in my district. I know how popular it is. So why do people from Ormond have to come down here? So my thought process on this just wasn't created. There's other people doing it. Why not? Why not make it more convenient for people in Daytona? They can go south or they can go north, whatever's closer. But now we have, or the potential have, these activities, and we're not going to make everybody happy, but we try. And this is part of trying, but we have them at both sides of our county if this goes through. So at the end of the day, we can get through all this stuff. I'm not too worried about it. It works in my district. If it keeps our kids outside, if it keeps this lifestyle or passion or love that these kids can get with, it beats any day inside on an iPad or Nintendo or whatever the heck they're playing these days. That's my thought on it. I'll support whatever direction, Troy, you want to go.
Councilman Johansson.
I have a quick question. Jessica, do we know how many horse riders or how many people have been down at Canaveral?
Yes, sir. I spoke with the ranger this morning, and just for some awareness, there is an entry fee that does apply to the entry into Canaveral Seashore, and then a special use permit of $75 in addition to the entry fee for each occurrence. They have approximately 20 horse riders this season. It's not an overly popular activity there, and I will say that Canaveral Seashore does have the ability through their management plan to close the beach on, with no advance notice to horse riding if a turtle nest or a protected shorebird shows up. They just shut it down completely. Yes, sir.
All right. Since we're in question and comments, I'll throw my comments in. Thank you, Jessica. I'm done. I like the idea. I like that we are willing to try it on a kind of a temporary basis to see how it goes. I don't think I care either way because with the areas, because if they're crossing the road with horses, there's going to be a stoplight. They're not just going to take a chance and run across the road. It's a lot safer when you do it when you're supposed to be walking across the road, and there's a light there, if I recall right. So, I like it. I just don't want it to cost the county a lot of money. I want it to be self-sustaining, and the fact that we don't have garbage, we don't have cleanup, and the parking's already taken care of. And they'll get a lecture or a class on how to do it. I'd imagine that you would chat with the lady, Jennifer, that spoke earlier about what type of fees, you probably already know what type of fees Flagler charges, and stay in line with them. But I like it for a tourism perspective. So I'll be for moving forward with this based on where it best suits us. Thank you.
Vice Chair Reinhardt. I'm sorry. Yeah, he deferred to you since we don't know where you are.
Thank you. Danny, I was trying to understand, you mentioned Oak Hill, but what beach?
It's right there on the way to Goodrich's.
It's not like one of our typical beaches though, right?
No, it's a city location, and
but I mean, it's not like a New Smyrna Beach or Bethune Beach or that prime location.
I mean, there's a city dock there, and what happens is they pull the truck off, they unload 4 or 5 horses, from what I can see, off the truck, right into the Halifax, taking.
It's intercoastal.
Intercoastal, yeah.
Okay, so it's not the same then. What we're proposing here. I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
Location-wise, no, but sensitive areas in terms of the Mosquito Lagoon. Yes.
Gotcha.
Around some residents and restaurants, yes. And it's highly popular, and they're swimming through the water. I mean, it's. I'll buy you a ticket.
No, I believe you. I would say because I never heard of Oak Hill Beach, so I was trying to figure out where the heck that was.
No, it's a park down there.
Yeah, I think the difference for me, and I'll just use your example, Danny. I think I was the only no vote. I think the first time. I just don't want to take away more beach from our residents. When we have some popular event and big holidays, those beaches are full. And they're jam packed with cars. And I don't want to take away more beach from the folks. I understand the tourism thing, but I don't think people are searching on Google where can I fly to do horses in the beach. I think it's more like I'm going to Daytona. Where can I find horses on the beach? Right? Oh, it's in Lake County, Flagler County. I don't think I'm looking for horse destinations. But I may be wrong. I don't subscribe to the tourism boom piece to it. And I'm not saying people won't use it. Certainly people will use it. My main concern are twofold. Is I don't think the bags will work, but I'm not a horse guy either, too. I could see those. I've seen them walking with, if they got that bag and they're jumping along in the water, the stuff could still come out, I think. But I don't know. I don't know. And I don't want to mix that. It's very different location.
If I can, just really with the bags, just since you bring it up, they do tend to shift a little bit, just so that everybody's informed. And also, there was some concern brought up previously when we were talking through this about the potential of them getting kind of bogged down in the water if they happen to be in the water. In addition to horses, if they're private citizens' horses and not properly trained, might get spooked a little bit easier with the bags. So
And then
just
mixing
as
spooked with cars too.
with it, well, just because it hits them.
I get you. There's too many of the variables. I see the negative more than the positive, and I don't see it as a necessity to the success of our tourism. I don't want to take away any more beach from our residents. That's just my thoughts.
Danny, get that ticket for him to ride that horse across the river.
Councilman Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. So I had a few questions. David, first off, let me say this, that I was on the same line as you because we're looking at probably in the future trying to add beach driving a little bit more, add this, add that, and yet we're going to take away 9 miles of beach for this. Tourist destination, yeah, it adds to it, but if there's not that many people, how much more is it going to add? I will tell you this. When I came in, when I first heard this is coming, I agreed to let it come back as a discussion, but I've been a firm no. But young lady, you at least had me open to my eyes. I will take what you said into consideration. So you brought up some very good points. That being said, you're one person. And so, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate the fact that you stayed here all night to do that. Thank you very much. So it didn't go unnoticed. The other thing, when we had the dog beach, if you remember, Troy, I was against the dog beach. And when this area was packed with people for the dog beach, that made an impact on me. And then I've since seen the success. And I'll tell you right now that we're talking about a second one. I know I'm more in line with that now because I've seen the success of it. And you had a group of people that came here, the dog beach group, that were willing to go in there and clean it up and take care of the beach, and it added to it. So, but I don't see a group per se coming before us for this. So there was the beach, less beach. The other thing, I agree. I do not want to see them crossing A1A. Yes, you have a light. How many times have we seen pedestrians get hit when there's a light? The light's blinking, the light's red. I can go right now and go through A1A and Daytona Beach Shores, and I guarantee I can count on 2 hands how many cars run those lights. So the light, that does improve safety to me. As far as, yes, I think we all got hammered with the emails about this. And I agree. Some of the things that were said were a little bit out. I don't see that happening. I really don't. But what I took interest in is the fact that if I got 40 emails, 40 of them were against us. When we were going through the dog beach, there was a mixture. When we were going through other things, motocross, Don, there was a mixture. There was no mixture to this. So, rented seats, in the famous words of my counterpart down there, what the public wants. I don't see the public really wanting this. So,
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Oh, time-wise.
Our meeting is technically expired.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion by Troy Kent to extend the meeting till 10:30, seconded by Vice Chair Reinhardt. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you, and I'll make it short, guys. I'm sorry. You do see it on TV and stuff, but I noticed on those beaches that they're completely open. There's no people there. So I do understand. I have another important question. Who's going to regulate it? Is that going to add staff and man hours? Yeah, mates. No, we got them enough doing enough. So that,
would be, we don't enforce on the beach.
Exactly. So we're adding the sheriff's office to
Sheriff's
this without
office,
them
yeah.
bringing, are they involved in the conversation at all?
Staff would have to manage the reservation system and the fee acceptance system, but the
So
sheriff.
that's still an additional duty, something we don't do right now.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
But the
So that
sheriff
is
would
an added function.
enforce the ordinance requirements to do A, B, C, D, and E to do it.
Okay, fair enough. But that's still an added. Okay, thank you. So, anyways, I'll defer to my counterparts to see if they can convince me otherwise. Thank you.
Jessica, two other quick questions. You talked about the South Beach down by the Canaveral seashore. I didn't hear you say, you probably said it, I didn't. Is there a reservation system there? How many are you getting?
Yes, sir. So the key restrictions at Canaveral National Seashore, they are closed starting on April 15th. They open back up on October 31st. You have a maximum of 6 horses and 2 trailers per reservation. There are 2 time slots available, 9 a.m. to 1 and 1 to 5. Horses must be led, not ridden over the boardwalk. They're not allowed to access the dunes. They're not allowed to grage. Owner must provide all forage and water. Owners are responsible for manure removal from all areas. The ranger did say that was a problem with enforcement. And then it's subject to cancellation, obviously, because of conditions and weather. And
How many reservations are you getting?
they said they were getting approximately 20 a season, 20 horses a season.
Okay. At a time,
About 6 months, yeah. April 15 through October 31.
how many horses at one time? Any idea?
Maximum 6 horses and 2 trailers per reservation.
But
And
are you getting that many at one time?
I believe they are.
Okay.
I believe there are one-off excursions.
Okay. And are we suggesting this? Probably the staff is waiting for us to tell them. Is this going to be, like this woman said, a concession, or are we just talking about private residents and their own trailers and private horses?
We would recommend not to have a concession so that we're not involved in the welfare of animals.
What do you want, Mr. Kent?
I wanted both. I want, if you own a horse, you're able to make a reservation and go down. And if you're a company and you want to offer a horseback riding down there, you should be able to do that as well.
A county-managed concession or a third-party concession?
And we got a space problem.
No. I'm talking about, there may be a fee that they pay the county, like they pay the park that you're talking about. There's a fee that everybody pays, not just the company, but anybody that owns a horse that wants to go down. So yeah, I'm not talking about a full-blown county concession, but I don't think that we should be saying to a business, you can't come and do this. You just have to be an individual horse owner.
Okay. Just a couple others. I don't know where I am on this, Troy. I'm in a bad spot. When I go home tonight, I'm going to have 4 horses in our barn that my kids have already brought up and fed, and I'll spend some time with it. I'm going to need it tonight. And a tall IPA. It absolutely can't be on the east side of the road. Horses don't follow red lights. The west side of the road. Horses can't follow red lights, and they may. We have really well-trained horses and even better trained riders. My wife does dressage riding. My wife has been thrown from a horse, and the horse gashed up his leg because he freaked out at some water in front of him over a path. So crossing a street with cars that are whizzing by up there, it wouldn't be safe. Sanitation is the big problem. I agree with you that they'd have to have bags. I'm not sure. Staff would have to come back and tell us. I don't think a horse can run with a bag or jump or anything else. Maybe that's a good thing, but it's, it works in St. Augustine when they're pulling carts. I'm not sure it's going to work with just a free horse.
Angela Meadowon, Director of Animal Services, but just to answer your question, sir.
Thank you.
They can run only because I've seen them spooked, and physically they can run, but it's discouraged, and I think it would only go to spook them further.
Who discourages it? You mean the bag discourages the horse from running?
No. I would like discourage it because, you know, the likelihood that it goes to spook them further, I would discourage it based on them galloping or anything. Typically in trail rides, they're not going beyond a certain speed, but.
So how do we deal with sanitation?
What happens to the bag? What's inside the bag?
Great big.
What was that, sir?
What happens to what's inside the bag when they're running?
It gets thrown everywhere. But I will say, just as a previous mounted unit deputy, we did not utilize the bags because of the dipping. It would fall out periodically. And so we did actually get off our horses as well, and would go pick up.
So I'm assuming, I'm not going to assume anything, that you may hear from the council that we would require the horseback rider to stop and pick up horse manure.
That's correct. And like everything else on our beach, if the county is made aware of it, we will remove that as well.
Okay.
Ultimately.
It's, we are getting a lot of email on this. Vice Chair is right. I haven't gotten any in favor. I've got some in favor verbally from people at my house. But from the public that uses that beach, and I understand it, they're afraid. Horses are large animals, and even well-trained horses can be unpredictable in a strange environment, which the beach is to them. So I really have concerns about it. I don't know how we manage it. And I actually can see horses running through lines with people fishing. It depends on the rider, and it depends on the horse. But so there's a lot of variables that we would have to find a way to manage just for the safety of the people that are there enjoying the beach, and that aren't for this. Anyway, so those are my concerns. I'm not sure how we get there yet. Troy Kent.
Thank you, Chairman. All good concerns and part of that healthy conversation. And just to our Vice Chair, Mr. Reinhardt, I just wanted to tell you, because you're worried about them taking cars, off of the beach. This area north of Granada, there are no cars on the beach. Oh, yeah. No, I hear you. I just don't think that I would love it if they would open up cars more north of Granada, but I don't think that's in the cards with the federal take permit for that to happen. And then staff, if this does get some approval for you to bring it back to us to vote on, I'm just curious, looking at this picture of Alweek's North Shore Park, there's some green space directly in front of the parking. And I'm wondering, why couldn't horse trailers pull up right there? Just unload right there in that green space and save some of those spots. Because I also agree that it would be more ideal to have it on the east side. With that being said, Council, I'll make a motion to have staff bring. I haven't heard from Don yet. I'm sorry, Don. I'm going to make a motion. A motion to have staff bring this back to us with some options. And I'm not going to take either location out. I think both locations we should talk about as a council. At a minimum, I would like to see the bag placed on the horse, and I would also like for the riders to have to stop and pick up if anything falls out of the bag. That's my motion.
Is there a second on the motion?
Yeah.
Just to confirm, sir, you want to do it from North Shore Park north to
Flagler Line.
The state park.
State park
limits.
Yep, state park limits.
Chair, may I just make a comment before I second?
And also I was going to say yes, North Shore Park, but I also said let's look at the other location, Grace Lutheran, because even though I don't want them crossing A1A, they've got a really good parking situation there, and they weren't a hard no on that. Just it won't hurt to come back and we can hash that out.
Okay, Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. Guys, listen, I'm trying to support Mr. Ken, on something that's successful down in my area that I don't hardly hear anything about. But sometimes too, on some of these emails, you can use them to judge to a point, right? But sometimes too, sometimes no answer is your answer. In some of the cases that we get, when there's no objection, it's so different than us. When somebody else says something, why are we going to say it and repeat it? So, you know, like anybody, I don't want to take away 9 miles of beach. But to me, this adds 9 miles of beach, and I'll tell you why. Horses and people can coexist. We proved it when we did or tried the dogs on the beach. My suggestion is to possibly follow that model where we say, hey, come back with some rules and regs. Let's see if we can solicit possibly a group, if these folks can get together where they can police themselves. It's working with the dog beach. I haven't had one complaint, right? In terms of cleanliness, these folks, this is what they do. They love this. They enjoy it. But I'm not opposed to having a trial period. If it comes back a disaster, I don't think you'll, Mr. Kent may say, hey, you know what, guys, we tried it. We gave it a shot. Let's put a 12-month stamp on this thing. But you guys are right when it comes to the safety and crossing. I mean, horses are just like a motorcycle. It's not if, it's when. But there's an inherent risk with them, just like there is with a vehicle, just like there is with a motorcycle, just like you can cross the street. If you don't follow the direction of the crosswalk, you get hit by a Mack truck. So people do have a lot of responsibility, but I think it can be handled. We're not talking about a lot of numbers here. Mr. Kent, take it as you wish. If we can put a package together, maybe we can get it across the line for at least a trial.
Yeah, and Chairman, if you're okay, I would ask staff in my motion. I think it should come back as a trial period. So please, you have 6 months. Is that what you're saying? You know, because it's a 6-month amount of time that they can be on the beach. I'm fine with that actually as a trial. That way we'll have some data to come back and make a decision either up or down at that time. Even though I did mention both sites, I think staff should look at them, but I do agree with what I've heard about east side is better, so that North Shore Park, and I do like the idea of them heading north to the state park line there.
And is there a second to his motion? Second by Councilman Robbins. Okay, Don Dempsey.
I don't dare not support Troy this time. No, my question for staff though, do the equine protection laws still apply to this?
Mike, do you have an equine lawyer on staff?
Can we maybe get some clarification on what exactly you're looking for?
Well, Jeff probably knows the horse owners. If you have if you have a sign up, you're protected from liability if somebody gets hurt. I just want to kind of make sure that we're still under that umbrella.
We can report back to you. Let us look at that.
Okay.
And we'll report back to you on that.
Fair enough.
Yes, Don, there is. AI just told me there is.
There is? Okay. Thank you, AI. And then the only other thing is it possible we could explore, I know with the motorcycle thing we're doing different options of how it's going to be operated. Could we do this as a public-private partnership or something of that nature, so we have a partner who's going to ensure that the horse poop's going to be picked up and that everybody's going to be operating safely, and then do it by appointment only type of scenario where we don't have everybody rushing to the beach on a Saturday morning, that it actually has to be by appointment. So there's kind of with 48, and like some sort of booking procedure online where you can book in and get your slot, and even, something like that. Is that something we could ask staff to explore as well?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
David Santiago.
Last bite. It looks like I'm in the minority. Maybe my friend has got the same haircut. We're going to be part of this club. But But Danny, I was looking to you to sell me, but I got to tell you, you sold me most of the night. But using Oak Hill is apples and oranges. You know what I mean? To say that it works well there and it's going to work well on the regular beach. But it's not busy over there. It's not like a Volusia Beach is, I'm guessing. I don't know.
I don't know how busy it is up in the north end of Dodge either.
How not busy is it over there?
I would say it is busier than on the south end, but there's such limited parking. The people that are utilizing that beach, most of them live up there and they walk from the North Peninsula where they live down to the beach.
So you're saying not a lot of like Volusians from the west side, I'll just use that example, drive over to that area and go to that beach?
Certainly not.
All right. Well,
there's such limited parking, David. There's only a few places on the east side of A1A that you can park, that the state has some areas. They've got a ton of no parking signs, but and staff, correct me if I'm wrong, but up in Ormond by the Sea, there's just such limited spaces where if you're not living in that area, it's very difficult for you to find a parking spot there.
Gotcha. And I guess I'm still going to stay no, because the amount of participation we're getting where we have one already is low. Maybe it's because of the location. I don't know. But I don't see this as a huge industry that's going to be impactful for us to put so much resources and planning behind it. We got other fish to fry. So, and I don't want to take away more beach regardless. I'd rather open more beach like you were saying, Matt. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm ready to vote.
Councilman Johansson.
Jessica, one last question as we're going through this. Most of the people that sent us email, a lot of them talk about it's a very busy beach. Troy just mentioned it was busy, but can't we control when the horses are there and not by reservation saying, look, July 4th, no. In any other time it's busy. And is there any other way to control, to give them some schedule, but maybe not half a day and a half a day? I just 9 miles of, trying to get David to yes, 9 miles of beach, 4 or 6 horses, as long as they self-clean, I'm thinking that's not as big of an impact as we think it is, especially if it's 20 horses in 6 months. Now, if Jennifer comes and brings her 6 horses every other day, it's a different story. But I don't know. I'm back to torn here because I see the issues, but I also want to try to get us there just to move it forward, to see if it works and to see if it's going to cost us money and to see if we can control it enough that it's something that we can all agree on. I don't know.
If I may, the
Please.
reason the 6-horse limit was in place at Canaveral, the location that Canaveral has is basically an open maintenance yard. There's no improved parking. It's just a clearing. And there's ample room and space for the trailers and the horses to be tied up and accommodated. I don't believe we can sustain horses at utilizing one parking area of that. We probably limited it to 2 per reservation.
It's even better.
And if we know it's there, we can have check-ins. We can do a trash patrol immediately after. We don't have any major holidays other than Thanksgiving, Christmas, and New Year's, and maybe Easter, depending upon where it falls. Well, yes, Easter will always fall before May 1st. So,
yeah, I
we can
don't
limit
see
it.
the impact of 2 horses, but thanks.
Don't go. One last question for you that think about I haven't been up there recently to the North Shore. Actually, 2 questions. The sea camp wall eventually going to come down there?
No, sir.
Well, good.
It will go through the area that Councilman Ken is proposing to have as horseback riding area up to the state park, because there is the Marlin Capri portion of Ormond by the Sea is getting the sea camp wall. So you would have horseback riding in front of it, but it would not come down to the park.
Okay, so part of it would have that wall. So
Yes,
that,
sir.
That brings my next question. Is there enough beach, or does this have to be tide restricted as well?
Well, just kind of, so where the secant wall is going, there is also going to be a beach nourishment seaward of the secant wall to basically bury it when it's finished, and it's going to be planted. And Mr. Kent can attest to this. The winter in Ormond by the Sea is very brutal, where you have higher than high tides. Typically, you start getting your nor'easters in the January through March portion of our year. So I think you've got about half of the year you've got usable space. As long as we put them on the lower portion of the tide, there's going to be days that you're not going to be able to ride because you've got a midday high tide that's going to conflict with the reservation time period. So about every other weekend, you'd have the availability to do it. If you are an at-home rider, you just have to schedule around the tides, and we're just going to have to manage that reservation system.
Okay. And you probably anticipated that? That should be part of the information that comes back to
I
the
did, and I felt like staff would bring that back, Chairman. And also, when you're looking at where the horse trailer can go, I mean, it's not like there's going to be 30 horses there. We can't accommodate that. So, the other thing though is it's a little shocking to hear there could just be only 2. Like, well, what are we doing? Like really, right. So I look forward to hearing what staff, is saying, and I might change my mind instead of the 1 section to 2 sections, but I also want you to look at that grassy area in front. There's some options. Not that I don't want to spend any money to make any changes to the grassy area, but why can't a horse trailer park on the grassy area? I don't see why.
I'll just say this, and then Danny Robbins wanted to speak, that I'm not there yet just because there's so many questions that you've asked and all of us asked, but I cannot vote responsibly without having the answers to those questions. So that's what I'm trying to say. So I can't vote a no for it until I hear all the information that they bring back and see if they and all of us agree that it could work. I don't know yet, but so I have to hear the information. Councilman Robbins.
No, Chair, this is probably 2 or 3 times in one night. I agree with you. We can't shoot it down because we need more information. But to put this in just a little perspective, how many emails do we get? 20? 25? We have 110,000 people. 110,000 people in our districts and 570,000 people in our beautiful horse-friendly county. So when you look at it, things like this, with a lot of our decisions, I think we can look at getting some more information on this. I'm not saying one way or the other. I agree with it, but there may be some things that come up. And if there's something bad, Mr. Kent may not even vote for this. Come on, David.
30-second response, Mr. Chair, if I can.
No, denied.
30-second. If Mr. Chair, the difference, Danny, is of whatever the 500,000 people or the 100,000. I'm going to go out on a limb and probably say 60% of them have dogs, right? The difference is, I don't know what percent, but I'm going to believe that it's in single digits. That's the difference.
I can include in the motion to include Howland Boulevard and Deltona for this as well.
Troy, let me make sure I have everything captured in this motion. You want where the 2 locations, discussion on that, and information on that. Sanitation, how do we provide and require that? You wanted to see concessions and just private people. And then, of course, the staff will tell us time limits, times of the years, tides, all the stuff that you have to manage there, and then on a trial basis.
And I want staff to look at the grassy area at Alweek's North Shore Park.
Got it. Okay. Okay, that's the motion. Down one. Oh, here he is. Okay, all in favor of the motion on the floor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Nay.
Was there 2?
Yes. I tried my horse voice. No.
David, okay.
Horse voice.
All right. 5 to 2 with Vice Chair Reinhardt and David Santiago voting no. Rest of us
Right around that
will hear the information.
Thank you for sticking with me, Matt.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you all. We're giving you a lot of homework. Okay, we've got 4 minutes. Do we want to try and make some?
Appointments?
Sure. And then we're going to have to skip all the closing remarks. Okay, item
Could've said
10,
that again.
District 3, District 4, and District 5 appointments to the Cultural Board.
District 3, give me just a second here.
Marie Downey and Sarah Casey Blayton.
Marie Downey for District 3.
And
You have Mr. Hart and Mr. Sanchez. Mr.
yep,
Kim.
David Hart, District 4.
David Hart for Troy Kent.
For 5, Caroline Shine.
Motion to approve.
Shine?
Shine, that's right.
Second, Johansson.
Any questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And they are confirmed, so 7-0. Item 11, one appointment to the Volusia Growth Management Commission. I believe we have one applicant.
Correct, and his term expired June 30th. He's just seeking reappointment.
And then, so we need to do something with him, but you're still going to need 2 more applicants, correct?
Correct. There are 2 vacancies on the board
Right.
aside from
Does
him.
anybody want to confirm the current applicant or nominate the current applicant?
I can make that nomination
Second.
as long as he's in good standing and
What's his name?
Mr.
Malazowski.
Malazowski.
I always wanted you to say it, not me. Malazowski? Okay.
Richard.
All right. Danny Robbins.
oh, that was it, Chair.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? He's confirmed, 7-0. One appointment to the Volusia County Industrial Development Authority.
Mr. Sharple's term expired July 19th. Any council member can make the nomination, and you have 2 applicants, Mr. Sharple's the incumbent and Mr. Ernest.
I nominate Kent Sharples.
Second.
Jake Johansson nominates Ken Sharples. And who was the second by?
Danny Robbins.
Mr. Robbins.
Second was by Danny Robbins. And on the Volusia County Industrial Development Authority, I'm not going to be, I know Ken, I've visited with him, I'm not going to be able to support him on this. I don't believe he brings the same perspective on development that the entire council does, so. But all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye.
Chairman, point of order.
Yes, what's your point?
We're coming up on our time limit, and we had some residents that stayed here till the end. I was going to have a comment for them, but I'd like to hear from everybody. I wanted to see if the council was willing to extend the meeting for 15 more minutes to 10:45 after we heard from the public, and then if we could all be very brief. Motion to extend for 15 minutes.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. Make sure we're brief on our comments so we could all get in.
10:45. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And we do have 3 members of the public. Let's start
You gotta do council.
with them. John, do you mind going first again? Is Gary Singleton still here? I think he left. So we only have 2.
John Nicholson, Beachside. With regard to the horses, 8 counties are successful at it. It means it works. 2, you had a woman here who does it. You never asked her how many people or how many horses and how often she uses it in Flagler. You asked for the Cape Canaveral that charges $75. $75 could be a reason why, and because of the location, it's not used as often, right? I think we really need to see how it works, right? And why you're saying that we can't have people on the beach the same time we have horses on the beach. If we can have cars on the beach with people, and we can have dogs on the beach with people, why not horses? especially so few, all right? And lastly, I know you're going to say it's none of your business. It's, you don't want to get involved with the city, et cetera, but I think I've made my point that Daytona Beach is crucial to the economic well-being of the county. And they're rezoning tomorrow night, all right? It's been 15 years since the last rezoning. That's a long time. There's districts, they're proposing tomorrow night, one district will have 27,000 people and the other district will have 11. You're not supposed to do that. They're supposed to be equal. And 27,000 and 11,000 are not equal. Also, it's been years since you were allowed to do gerrymandering, racial gerrymandering. You remember Corrine Brown, Jacksonville, down 95 to Daytona Beach, down I-4 to Spring Hill, down I-4 to Orlando. That's no longer acceptable. Daytona Beach spent 3.5 hours using race to make their zones. 3.5 hours discussing nothing but moving black people from one zone to the other to give it an advantage to the black population. All right? That was acceptable 20 years ago. It's no longer acceptable. And they are going to do it tomorrow. So I'm asking you to get involved because it's illegal. They were already sued once last year over the way they did it. It's been 100 years since we had corruption in Daytona Beach. Armstrong, 100 years ago, the governor had to come down to remove our mayor. I don't want that to happen again. I don't want to be sued again. So please, if you can be involved, it really is crucial for the county to be involved. And I would like you to put somebody back on the CRA, the Main Street CRA. There used to always be a county council member. Please put one back on. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Shepard? You've been here since 4 o'clock?
Yes, sir. Jim Shepard, District 1. You heard me this afternoon, I guess. I was going to say this morning, but I forgot to mention that 12 of the 29 homes that were built without fire sprinklers were built by Miranda being a developer, okay? I just want to ask that the same rules that you apply the same rules to me that you apply to Miranda. And the staff knows about this, but there's yet another application for a building permit that was submitted June 19th. That's about 2 months ago at this point, for 3505 Dunstable. The building permit was issued last week, but it has not been tagged with the fire protection language, and there's no fire permit. So the builder is the same builder as 3501 Dunstable. People have put in a home without fire sprinklers. I'm told that the owner is voluntarily putting in fire sprinklers. Voluntarily spend $15,000 on fire sprinklers? Come on. You heard me allege that the staff is playing favorites with developers. Carissa, can you put up the overhead, please? While we're waiting, I'll say something. My wife would like to know if the 29 other homes that were built without fire sprinklers had to go through the same thing that we're having to go through. We got the overhead. Okay, so this is the headline in Sunday's paper. It was actually not a headline, I guess, but it was on page 4 of the News Journal. Volusia fumes over new law favoring developers. How do you think my wife and I feel when you play favorites with the developers? I've been advised to file an appeal and ask for non-binding interpretation of the code. The problem is that I have not been provided with anything by fire services citing the part of the plan that does not comply, the section of the code or language of the code. I can't file an appeal or move forward with appeal without this information. That's in Florida Statute 633.208. I know this isn't going to happen, but I'm going to ask for it anyway. I'd like for the council to ask for an independent investigation of this matter and report back to the county manager and county council. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of public comments. Mr. Kent, you were first today.
We're not going to let staff. I'm fine going right now. I'm going to be less than 90 seconds. Jim Shepard just spoke, but I had a note here. I wanted to find out about those 29 homes and why he's treated unfairly. He mentioned someone named Rachel about their home. They sold their home 9 months later. He said that the new builder, owner, developer got a CO, doesn't have sprinklers in it. I need information on that. Please share it with the entire council. That one's done. George or Ryan Osowski, I've got 3 quick ones if you can answer. With Pearson ending their policing contract with the sheriff in November, are they, the town of Pearson, relying on resources dedicated to the unincorporated citizens?
Well, that's a question depending on how the sheriff's department would manage it, but Ryan can go over the finances of how that contract works.
And Ryan, while you're there, I'll do my second question. It seems like Pearson wants police services, but they're not willing to pay for them. And now the county must supplement them? Is that sound right?
So the sheriff's office is funded with law enforcement millage, MSD millage as a transfer into the law enforcement fund. And then they also provide us back all the contract revenue that they have. If that contract revenue does not come in, then there is a deficit. And that deficit would end up being made up by the law enforcement fund, not the MSD. I've been working with Brian Henderson, talking about what we do with this matter, and we're gonna need the sheriff's office to actually account for some costs related to this, because there is some provisions where we should not use unincorporated area taxes to subsidize incorporated area services. So that means that it would fall to the law enforcement fund. So in other words, all countywide residents will end up being taxed for the provision of the basic law enforcement services that would be provided in Pearson.
That's what I thought. And I saw that the news was reporting where Pearson claims they collectively already pay over $100,000 to the county for the sheriff's office through their ad valorem taxes. Can you talk to that point?
Yeah, so like I mentioned at the beginning, there's 3 major funding sources for the sheriff's office. Their contracts, their law enforcement millage, and the transfer from the MSD. I know. The countywide law enforcement millage pays for countywide services. The residents of Pearson pay into the law enforcement fund, as do all city residents. That pays for countywide services such as court security, the major crimes unit, narcotics, those types of countywide services. There are patrol units that we do a transfer from the MSD, and the unincorporated area pays for that.
Ryan, thank you very much. I'm going to stop you there. Thank you, Chairman.
If you can give us a summary email on that, probably be better too.
Yeah, and I think the point is, like he said, major crimes get covered by the general fund or the law enforcement fund now. But what they won't have is patrol, because patrol is what we do. And that's the city-like service that's occurred, throughout all the cities. They will not have that going forward.
Thank you. Vice Chair Reinhardt.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Kent, thank you for bringing that up, because I was actually going to ask the same question with respect to that. And I guess my understanding is that you have an area just north of there that does fall under the MSD, so that is patrolled under that. So that would literally take that deputy away to respond to calls in the city of Pearson, number one. Number two, that the entire county is offsetting the cost for the operation of police services in the city of Pearson, which I have issue with as well. So I did want to bring that up, so I'm glad you asked those questions and brought it up as well. Other than that, Mr. Chair, I have nothing else.
Councilman Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. A couple quick things. As you guys remember, we created a LID voluntary handbook. And as you saw last week, Mr. Woods whoever that engineer was, did a phenomenal job. I think it had unanimous support that never happens, right? Even though, you know, by our wetland standards, all that stuff, we are following the rules. We don't have the wetland impacts as some of it's portrayed. But it's proof that, that some of this stuff does work if it's voluntary. What I'm asking is, prior to SB 180, we adopted some other stormwater methods, right, to mitigate some of this stuff. With SB 180, it obviously clears it out. What does council think about doing another voluntary stormwater, kind of like we did with the LID? Hey, can you guys work with us with this, right? Just like LID. I think you'll see that people would want to work with the council if we can keep our emotions together and get some of this information out there. I think you'll see more people like Mr. Woods that would want to help and maybe work with the community and work with us if they had the information in a handbook, just like LID. If it's something you guys want to talk about.
Are you saying in the meantime, while we're waiting for 180s and pending,
Right.
we flip that to a voluntary thing to see how it works while 180s
Even
in
though
play?
we can't do it, hey guys, hey Mr. Developer, even though it's not that much.
Didn't we ask for that already?
I don't know.
I don't remember.
I think we asked that they encourage those things, even though 180 rescinded them. We should double check that, but I concur.
Staff, do you guys remember us? Did we ever give any concrete direction? I mean, is it something hard to put together? Just
No, actually, I think we're already asking our developers on our the items we had were so technical in nature, and I've asked our engineering team to still go and ask them, at least voluntarily, to take the extra core and look at the 1 foot freeboard. So we're going to go forth and try it voluntarily and see what how that goes. But we're not going to force. We can't force them under the current.
right, but my whole thought process, hey, we saw something good, in my opinion, a couple weeks ago. It was voluntary. They went the extra mile.
Right.
Maybe we can, if we're able to keep it together and get some of this stuff out there, we'll be
pursue
successful.
that.
Thank you.
Councilman Santiago.
Two things. Staff, thank you very much. Great job on the unveiling of the sign for the former sheriff. Fantastic job, Mr. Reckenwall. And my last minute, I just wanted to say that I want this council, maybe at the next commission council meeting, to discuss for all appointments that we do, I think we should do background checks. Anybody that we appoint, I understand that we don't do them. I'd like for us to consider that for all future appointments, for all, anything that we put somebody to represent us.
Besides a clean hands check, you mean?
Yes, sir. Background check. And again, we can discuss it later. I know we're pretty much done with time, Mr. Chair, but I wanted to put it on your radar. But as I said last time, anybody we appoint there is a reflection of this council, and I think we should do a deeper dive.
Councilman Dempsey. Councilman Johansson.
I'll pass for now.
Okay, I've got two really important things, but they'll take some time, so I'm going to skip them tonight. But Mr. Shepard's been here all day. He asked for, I think he's called it an independent investigation. George, I'm going to ask you to investigate and let us know by next week. I think Mr. Kent's basically done the same thing, but I really want to know how Miranda Homes got 12 houses built without what the fire marshal says is required by law. It doesn't smell right. It makes it look bad. And I don't want to just hear that mistakes were made. I've already heard that. I want to know who made the damn mistakes and why these 12 houses got passed by one builder. And this couple sitting here, who's going to be in a neighborhood that's already protected with ponds and pumps, why they can't get it. This is not right. So can you do that?
Yeah, we'll look into it. I mean, I can tell you, right now, sitting here, that the people who let that go through, and it was a mistake. I'm sorry you don't want to hear that, but that's what it was. I don't think any of them even work here anymore because these are mistakes that occurred in the mid-2000 time range. So there might be one or two since then that slipped through. I don't know. The problem is, and it's not, he's talking about two different things. The issue is about the plat, the final plat, and he's been offered 4 or 5 solutions to that, including removing himself from the plat. So, but the idea is the developer that built the place back in the early 2000s, around 2005, 6, somewhere in that area, rather than put it in the proper water, they decided to go with a well and septic, and then every individual would have to be put with a sprinkler. So that's what was decided back then by the developer, not by the county, and that was the agreement. Unfortunately, when you have those onesie agreements, that slipped through the cracks, and somebody ran through the hole, apparently Morin at the time, and that's the situation. We'll go back in the records to find out who was actually doing that particular permit at that time, and we can at least track down everyone who worked on it.
And find out about this Rachel that bought a lot and then sold it, and because they didn't want to do the sprinklers. Then 9 months later, he's saying someone built a home and they don't have sprinklers. That one too, please.
Well, we'll definitely do that if that's the case.
And he also said, I want to know if this is true, there's a permit flagged for pickup right now that's not flagged for a sprinkler system.
We don't know that. I mean, I asked when they said that, I just looked at the fire marshal who's sitting right there, and he does not know of that. So we'll have to check into that as well. But again, it has to do with, the street might be one thing, but I don't know if that's in that subdivision sitting here today. I have to go back and look at where's the platted subdivision, and those are the ones that are affected because they were in the agreement. It has nothing to do with some of the other statutes that are thrown out there. A single-family home generally does not have to have a sprinkler system, but these people agreed to that, the developer, because they put a development in that's different than a single-family house of record. And
okay, who is responsible for telling the fire marshal that there's a building permit there?
They're forwarded to him if it's needed through the building department.
And did that not happen?
Apparently not in the early mid-2000s, because more than likely...
I'm talking about this week, the permit that's ready that didn't require a...
Mr. Chairman, point of order. I don't think we should get in that level right now. Let them do their work, get back to us, and then we question.
Okay, I'm letting him know what I want to hear. This is serious.
You're questioning.
We had a family sitting here all day, David,
here you go. Get on the
and
soapbox.
they deserve some answers. It's not a soapbox. It's our responsibility to stand up for our residents. So I'm asking you can woe me all you want. I want to have answers to this. I want to know how somebody could pick up a permit and not have it be flagged for a fire irrigation system.
The county manager has told us he's going to find those answers
Yes, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not a trial yet. Let's find out the information. I want you to get the answers too. There's a process, not a trial.
Okay. So I learned a long time ago that when you're angry, don't talk. So I'm not going to pick up the last 2 items that I have, and I need more time to do them. But I'm going to say this, and it's not going to go over well, but it needs to be said. What we did today with this zoning and sharking our responsibility and passing it down to somebody else was malfeasance. It's embarrassing, and it was wrong to do that. So this meeting is adjourned at 10:50.